For me.
We have a similar safari back in Melbourne, Australia, that's similar to this one, but this one allows us to be up close.
Because we don't like the zoo with all the animals in caves. It's nicer for them when they're a bit more free.
Lahat tayo part ng nature eh. Maswerte lang tayo, human tayo, mataas ang klase ng ating pagkahayop, lamang tayo sa kanila. But we still need them. Once na na-imbalance diyan, mayroong negative impact sa environment. Environment, kailangan ng tao yan. Pag pinabayaan mo, saan pupunta ang tao? Magkakaroon tayo ng malaking problema. Dapat yan mahalin natin lahat. Mas malaking enjoyment ang ating makakamit kung mapadami natin yan.
Disaster Watch. Paghahanda sa The Big One. Mahalagang impormasyon ukol sa Valley Fault System. Ang Valley Fault System ay isang active fault na tumatagos sa Kalakhang, Maynila at sa mga kalapit nitong lalawigan. Ang West Valley Fault ay may habang 100 kilometro at kayang lumikha ng 7.2 magnitude na lindol. Apektado nito ang mga lalawigan ng Cavite, Laguna at Rizal, pati ang ilang lungsod sa Maynila at ilang bayan sa Bulacan. Ang East Valley Fault ay may habang 10 kilometro at tumatagos sa mga bayan ng Rodriguez at San Mateo sa Rizal. Kaya nitong lumikha ng magnitude 6.2 na lindol. Iba yung paghahanda ang kinakailangan sa panahong nagbabadya ang sakuna. Makilahok sa mga earthquake drill sa inyong komunidad. Maglista ng mga emergency number na matatawagan. Magtakda ng isang lugar na magiging tagpuan kung sakaling magkakahiwalay ang pamilya. Suriin ang bahay at gusali kung paano mapapatibay. Maghanda ng emergency kit kung kailangan lumikas. Tandaan, kahandaan ang susi sa kaligtasan. Huwag malito, dapat laging listo. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning, pinapayuhan ng lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather update sa inyong lugar. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Orange rainfall warning, mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning, inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, agad na lumikas papunta sa ligtas at mataas na lugar. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
Mapapanood ang PTV
sa bawat sulok ng Pilipinas.
Reaching millions of Filipinos across the country through the power of terrestrial TV.
Abot na abot namin ang mga Pilipino para sa tapat na balita at impormasyon.
Dito'y Cordillera, kan Intero ang Luzon. Da kami, ti mapangnamnamaan.
Sa aton sa Visayas, wala kami mapugong sa pagpaabot sa unsang hitabo.
Dini sa saad ngayuta, Mindanao, PTV, pirmi maminaw para sa paghatod sa balita.
Broadcasting in Luzon, PTV4 Manila, PTV8 Cordillera, PTV4 Naga, and PTV4 Palawan. In the Visayas, PTV11 Cebu, PTV10 Dumaguete, PTV2 Guimaras, PTV8 Tacloban, and PTV12 Calbayog. And in the heart of Mindanao, PTV 11 Davao City, PTV 8 Cotabato, PTV 7 Zamboanga, PTV 11 Sibugay, PTV 11 Pagadian, PTV 48 Davao del Norte, and PTV 8 Agusan del Sur. PTV Regional Network, buong katapatang naghahatid ng balitang maaasahan para sa inyong pambansang TV. This May, the search for the next Filipino esports athletes will happen. The Unity League Mobile Legends Bang Bang Tournament. Catch the Unity League Primer May 3, 7 p.m. Only on PTV. Dumalo sa Pilipinas ang Amir ng State of Qatar, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, para sa isang makasaysayang pagpupulong kasama si Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. Ito ang kauna-unahang pagbisita ng isang nakaluklok na emir ng Qatar sa bansa mula pa noong 2012. At ito ay naglalayong higit na palakasin ang ugnayan ng Pilipinas sa Qatar na isa sa mga pangunahing destinasyon para sa mga overseas Filipino worker.
We are honored for the inclusion of the Philippines in Your Highness's visit to this part of Asia this April. I am certain that our discussions today will translate to stronger collaboration in common fields of interest.
The Philippines is an important partner for us in many fields, especially in trade and economic cooperation. And we aspire to improve these relations through increased communication between the private sector in both the countries.
Ang pagbisita ay nagbunga ng siyam na mahalagang kasunduan na magpapatatag sa ilang sektor para sa pag-unlad ng Pilipinas. Kumpletong-kumpleto ang bawat umaga sa siksik na saya, balitaktakan at impormasyon na handog namin sa sambayanan. Umaapaw na positive vibes at kaalaman sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Back-to-back na komentaryong matapang at nakapanig sa katotohanan sa Mike Abe Live. At punto asintado reload. At mahalagang paglilinaw sa mga usapang bayan kasama ang mga pinagkakatiwalaang mamamahayag at kinatawan ng pamahalaan sa bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Serbisyo, impormasyon, inspirasyon para sa bagong Pilipino. Kami ang inyong PTV, ang pambansang TV sa bagong Pilipinas. Nakapagrehisto ka na ba sa darating na halalan? Sa Register Anywhere program ng COMELEC, mas madali na. Sa Register Anywhere, pwede ka na magrehistro sa pinakamalapit na website sa inyo. At hindi na kailangan magpunta pa sa lugar kung saan nakatira o boboto. Ang website registration ay bukas mula February 12 hanggang August 31, 2024 sa mga piling mall, university, government office, church organization, at private establishment sa buong bansa. Tatanggapin ang lahat ng klase ng aplikasyon mula bagong botante, transfer, reactivation, reinstatement, change of status, correction of entry, at overseas to local registration.
Para sa bayan! Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Businessman Cedric Lee, model na si Denise Cornejo, inatulang guilty sa kasong illegal detention. Bagong working hours sa mga empleyado ng local government unit sa Metro Manila nagsimula na. Partial closure ng Kamuning flyover nagdulot ng masikip na daloy ng trapiko. diskarte ng ilang motorista at alternatibong ruta alamin. PhilHealth may alok na benefit package kaugnay sa health-related illnesses. 16 arestado sa online raffle, modus operandi sa social media. Alamin mga lugar na suspendido ang face-to-face classes. First Lady Liza Marcos nagayag ng suporta sa hosting ng Pilipinas Volleyball Men's World Championship sa 2025. At sikat na content creator, vlogger, influencer na si Boss Toyo bago makakasama dito sa inyong pambansang TV. Magandang gabi Pilipinas, bayan. Habang buhay na pagkakabilanggo ang ipinataw ng Taguig Regional Trial Court laban kina Denise Cornejo, Cedric Lee at iba pa kaugnay sa kasong serious illegal detention and ransom na isinampa sa kanila ng aktor na si Vong Navarro.
Lumabas din sa desisyon na matibay ang mga ebidensya at testimonya na may nangyaring sabwatan umano sa pagitan ng mga akusado. Yan ang ulat ni Luisa Erispe. Matapos ang halos 10 taon na malatag of war, na kaso sa korte ni Denise Cornejo, Cedric Lee at iba pa laban sa aktor na si Vong Navarro. Ngayong araw, hinatulan ng guilty sa illegal detention and ransom ang kampo ni Lee at Cornejo. Sa hatol ng Regional Trial Court ng Taguig Branch 153 ngayong araw, guilty beyond reasonable doubt ang kampo ni Cornejo at Lee. Lumalabas na umamin ang kampo nila Cornejo na dinaktape at tinalian nila noon si Navarro sa loob ng kondo ni Cornejo. Hindi anya naniniwala ang korte sa salaysay ni Cornejo at Ras na tinangkang halayin ni Navarro si Cornejo. Wala ring sapat anyang ebidensya na isinumite ang kampo ni Cornejo para patunayan ang akusasyon. Ayon pa sa korte, mas lumakas din ang mga ebidensya dahil sa mga sugat at pasa ni Navarro noong nangyari ang insidente noong January 2014. Lumakas din ang kaso. Ayon pa sa korte, dahil sa paghingi ng ransom o pangingikil ng pera ni Cedric Lee mula kay Navarro kapalit ng katahimikan at kalayaan nito. Lumalabas sa desisyon na matibay ang mga ebidensya at mga testimonya para patunayan din na may kutsabahan ng kampo ni Lee laban kay Navarro. Kaya naman, reclusion perpetua o habang buhay na pagkakakulong ang parusang ipinato ng korte laban kina Cornejo, Lee at 2 iba pa na sina Ferdinand Guerrero at Simeon Palmaras. Tinanggal rin ng korte ang kanilang karapatan o ng kahit sino sa akusado na maghain ng bail o piyansa. Bukod pa rito, pinagbabayad din ang mga akusado ng kabuuang 300,000 pesos para sa civil indemnity, moral at exemplary damages kay Navarro. At kapag hindi sila makapagbayad, ay may interest naman itong 6% kada taon. Agad namang ikinulong sina Cornejo at Ras, habang si Lee at si Guerrero na hindi dumalo sa pagdinig ay pinaaresto na ng korte. Sabi ng Bureau of Immigration, inaalis nila ang posibilidad na nakalabas ng bansa si Lee dahil 2014 pa lang may whole departure order na ito at kasama sa Immigration Lookout Bulletin. Si Guerrero naman, dati nang may arrest warrant. Siniguro naman ng BI na handa silang ipatupad ang kautusan ng korte sakaling mamataan ang mga akusado. Nanawagan din ang Philippine National Police kay Cedric Lee at iba pang akusado na sumuko na lang sa mga otoridad. Ayon kay PNP spokesperson Colonel Jean Fajardo, mas makabubuti anya sa mga akusado kung mag-voluntary surrender na lamang ang mga ito. Samantala, nagpasalamat naman sa Diyos si Navarro sa kanyang noontime program na It's Showtime dahil ginagabayan niya siya nito sa lahat ng kanyang pinagdaanan sa buhay. Luisa Erispe para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Samantala, sarado na simula kahapon ang southbound lane ng EDSA Kamuning Flyover para sa 6 na buwang konstruksyon. Ikinadismaya naman ng ilang mga motorista ang proyekto. Yan ang ulat ni Sujin Kim live.
Also, baha bahagi ng southbound lane ng EDSA Kamuning flyover ang isinara magmula kahapon. Ang dalawang lane ay pansamantalang sinara para sa 6 na buwang retrofitting at rehabilitation. Ang natitirang isang lane naman ay ginagamit para sa EDSA busway. Base sa pag-aaral ng Japan International Cooperation Agency, isa ang EDSA Kamuning flyover sa mga kritikal na tulay na maaaring gumuho o maapektuhan sakaling magkaroon ng malakas na lindol o ang tinatawag na The Big One. Kaya minabuti ng DPWH na isailalim ito sa repair at rehabilitation. Ngayon ang ikalawang araw ng pagsasara ng southbound lane ng EDSA Kamuning flyover, kaya naman matinding trapiko ang kinakaharap ng mga motorista. Nasa higit 24,000 four-wheeled vehicles at 23,000 motorsiklo ang dumadaan sa southbound lane araw-araw. Pero sa ngayon, pinaliligo rin pa Scout Borromeo ang mga sasakyan, matapos isara ang mga lane para sa mga pribadong sasakyan. Ito ay kinadismaya ng mga motorista dahil malayo pa ang kanilang iniikot para makarating sa kanilang pupuntahan.
Nako, sobrang traffic ito ngayon. Mahirap sa ganito, pag sarado, paikot-ikot.
Mahirap yan, ma'am. Maghanap kami ng bagong ruta. Matagal na, ma'am. Kanina pa ako kami. Ngayon, pabalik. Ganun na naman.
Sa oras din po, ma'am. Kasi sobrang traffic, tapos sa gasolina, sayang din po. Yung aircon na nga, sobrang init na nga.
Paliwanag ng Quezon City Traffic and Transport Management Department at ng MMDA, ang pagdadivert nila ng mga motorista sa Scout Borromeo ay para makaiwas sa pagkaipit.
Marami pa rin po ang nagsisiksikan dito sa service road. So talaga pong kailangan na hati-hatiin at dumaan sa mga alternatibong ruta.
Pagtitiyak ng Department of Public Works and Highways.
Sa ngayon ay 24/7 na magtatrabaho yung ating contractor, 3 shifts, para masigurado at mapabilis po ang ating trabaho dito sa Kamuning flyover.
Pagsisiguro din ng ahensya, dinaragdagan pa ang mga signages at karatula, pati na rin ang mga tauhang gagabay sa mga motorista para makaiwas abala. Aljo, ipinag-utos rin ng MMDA na ipagbawal ang mga motorsiklo sa paggamit ng EDSA Kamuning Service Road magmula bukas ng Biyernes. Sabi ni MMDA Acting Chairman Don Artes, gumamit na lamang ng mga alternatibong ruta kabilang ang Scout Borromeo, ang Mother Ignacia Avenue, ang Panay Avenue at ang Scout Albano. Tinitiyak naman ng MMDA at ng mga barangay officials na patuloy ang kanilang clearing operations sa mga alternatibong ruta para mapaluwag ang daloy ng trapiko. Aljo, sa ngayon medyo malapagong pa rin ang daloy ng trapiko dahil dikit-dikit pa rin ang mga sasakyan. Kaya paalala na lang din sa mga motorista, magbaon ng mahabang pasensya.
Alright, maraming salamat, Sue Jean Kim.
Kasabay ng pagpapatuloy ng napakainit na panahon, may inaalok na benefit package ng PhilHealth para sa mga miyembrong o ospital dahil sa heat-related illnesses. Ayon sa PhilHealth, nagkakahalaga ng 8,450 pesos ang package para sa mga sakit na may kinalaman sa mainit na temperatura. Pebrero ng taong ito nang itaas ng 30% ang benefit package bilang inflation adjustment mula sa dating 6,500 pesos. Kabilang naman sa itinuturing na heat-related illnesses ang heat stroke, heat exhaustion, heat rash at heat cramps.
Sa gitna naman ng nararanasang matinding init ng panahon, ilang lugar sa Metro Manila biglang nakaranas ng pag-ulan. Hudyat na ba ito na tinatawag na wet season? Alamin natin sa ulat ni Rod Lagusan.
Agwa de Mayo, kung tawagin ang unang ulan sa buwan ng Mayo. Sa gitna ng napakatinding init ng panahon kahapon, umulan sa ilang bahagi ng Metro Manila, kasabay ng paggunita ng araw ng paggawa. Ang ulan na naranasan, bagyang nagpalamig sa ilang linggo ng mainit na panahon. Pero, senyales na ba ito na lalamig na ang panahon dahil tag-ulan na? Paliwanag ng Pag-asa, epekto pa rin ito ng mainit na panahon.
Kahapon po nagkaroon tayo ng thunderstorm dito sa Metro Manila area. No? So nagpalabas po tayo ng thunderstorm advisory at karaniwan naman po kapag meron tayong thunderstorm, mabilis na yung 5 minuto, pinakamatagal na yung 1 hanggang 2 oras. At kahit po kasagsagan ng init ng panahon dito sa ating bansa, lalong-lalo pumasok tayo sa buwan ng Mayo.
Ayon sa Pag-asa, may posibilidad na mas dumalas pa ang localized thunderstorm, lalo na pagsapit ng hapon at gabi. Hindi pa raw ito hudyat ng tagulan at patuloy pa rin na makakaranas ng mainit na panahon. Sunod-sunod ang naitatalang matataas na heat index sa maraming bahagi ng bansa. Kasunod nito, napaulat ang 3 tao na nasawi dahil sa extreme heat sa Pili, Camarines Sur. Ayon sa Pag-asa, posibleng may iba pang factor na nakaapekto sa mga naiulat na nasawi. Lalo't ang naturang lugar ay isa sa nakakaranas ng pinakamatataas na heat index sa bansa. Kahapon ay nasa 48 degrees Celsius na heat index ang naitala dito. At ngayong araw, ganito pa rin kataas ang forecasted na heat index dito. Paliwanag ng Pag-asa, may mga lugar talaga na naitatala ang mataas na temperatura o ang actual daytime temperature.
Depende ito sa local topography, isa sa mga posibleng factor yan, no? Dahil sa local topography ay nagkakaroon din ito ng epekto sa, for example, yung inflow ng hangin na mas mataas ang relative humidity. Alam naman po natin ang heat index ay malaking factor yung recorded temperature at saka recorded relative humidity at a particular time.
Ayon pa sa Pag-asa, ang mga urban area o maituturing na catchment basin ang nakakapagtala ng matataas na temperatura. Gaya ng Tuguegarao City sa Cagayan kung saan naitala ang all-time high temperature sa bansa. Pero ayon sa Pag-asa, kahit hindi consistent o tuloy-tuloy na matataas ang heat index sa isang lugar, ay posible pa rin na makapagtala ang isang lugar ng mataas na heat index. Nakocompute ang heat index sa pamamagitan ng pinakamataas na naitalang temperatura sa isang lugar na kadalasan ay mula alas 12 ng tanghali hanggang alas 4 ng hapon, kasama ng relative humidity sa oras kung saan ito naitala. Kaya tuwing alas 5 ng hapon nakakapaglabas ng heat index sa partikular na araw ang Pag-asa at hindi inaalis ng Pag-asa ang posibilidad na makapagtala ng 52 degrees Celsius pataas na heat index o extreme danger level. Rod Lagusad para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Ikinatuwa ng mga senador ang hakbang ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. para repasuhin at i-adjust ang sahod ng mga manggagawa sa bansa. Kasunod dito, nanawagan si Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri sa Pangulo na ikonsidera ang Senate Bill 2534 na naglalayong dagdagan ng 100 pesos ang daily minimum wage. Welcome rin para kay Senate Majority Leader Joel Villanueva ang hakbangin ng Pangulo. Aniya, pagpapakita ito ng gustong masiguro ng Presidente na mga sweldo ng mga manggagawa ay magiging sapat sa pang-araw-araw. Suportado rin ni Senador Francis Tolentino ang hakbang ng Pangulo. Kasabay nito, nanawagan ng Senador para sa price freeze ng mga pangunahing bilihin at kasama na rito ang bigas. At suportado rin ito ni Senador Jinggoy Estrada, lalo pa ngayon sa gitna ng pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin. Madadagdagan na ang tinatanggap na sahod ng mga guro na nagtatrabaho ng mahigit 30 oras kada linggo. Yan ang ulat ni Kenneth Pasyente.
Bilang isang guro, hindi maiwasan ni Teacher Ana na sumobra ang oras na kanyang ginugugol sa pagtuturo.
Yung overtime teaching namin is we go beyond the 6 hours kasi yung mga batang nangangailangan po ng remediation, kailangan pa rin namin silang tutukan after the classes. Though hindi naman po yung buong buong klase, but then at least nagtuturo pa rin kami beyond those time na dapat ay hindi na.
Ang pagsasakripisyo na ito ng mga guro, kikilalanin na ng Education Department. Batay kasi sa Department Order No. 005 na inilabas ng DepEd, nagtakda na ang Departamento ng mga Pamantayan kaugnay ng pagbibigay ng overload pay sa mga guro. Ang karagdagang kompensasyon na ito ay pagkilala ng DepEd sa kapakanan ng mga guro na nakasaad sa Republic Act No. 4670 o ang Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. Batay sa DO, ang teacher overload pay ay para sa mga gurong sobra ang pagtuturo sa 30 hours kada linggo o 6 na oras kada araw na aktwal na pagtuturo. Kaya marapat lamang na makatanggap sila ng at least 25% ng kanilang nakukuhang sahod. Pero hindi dapat lumampas sa 2 oras ang teaching overload ng mga guro sa isang araw. Sakop nito ang mga full-time teacher, permanent man, provisional o nasa substitute status sa mga pampublikong elementarya at sekundaryang eskwelahan.
Maybe it's high time for us naman na teachers na mabigyan na ng tamang pasahod or tamang compensation upang sa ganun ay kami ay ma-motivate na lalong maging good sa aming sinumpaang trabaho.
Kinilala naman ng Teachers Dignity Coalition ang naging hakbang na ito ng DepEd, lalo't nagkaroon na raw ng pamantayan kung paano babayaran ang overload pay ng mga guro. Yun nga lang, pangamba ng grupo, maaaring maging dahilan ng kautosang ito para i-require ang mga guro na i-maximize ang 6 na oras para magturo gayong nasa 4 hanggang 5 oras lamang daw ang kadalasang itinatagal ng kanilang aktwal na pagtuturo.
Sana yung mga doubts at yung mga worries ng mga teachers as regards to this DepEd Order number 5 na inilabas ng kanyang tanggapan ay ma-resolve through an open dialogue. Sana immediate, sana within next week bago ito mag full implementation kasi syempre alam naman natin na papasok na tayo sa bagong school year.
Nagpasalamat naman si House Deputy Minority Leader at ACT Teachers Party List Representative Franz Castro kaugnay ng overload pay.
Isang tagumpay itong DepEd Order number 5 para sa ating mga teachers dahil matagal ng panahon na ang Magna Carta for Public School Teachers, 1966 pa yan, may mga provision para sa mga overload tsaka yung overtime pay na hindi naipatutupad ng DepEd. So babantayan natin yung implementation nito, dapat talaga hindi na naman magkaroon ito ng kung ano-anong interpretasyon.
Nakasaad din sa department order ang makatwirang workload ng mga guro kasunod ng pag-alis sa kanila ng kanilang administrative task. Batay sa DO, 6 na oras ang dapat igugol ng guro sa aktwal na pagtuturo habang ang 2 oras ay para sa ancillary task na maaaring gawin sa loob o labas man ng paaralan. Kenneth Pasyente, para sa Pambansang TV, sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Nagpahayag ng suporta si First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos para sa solo hosting ng bansa sa FIVB Volleyball Men's World Championships sa taong 2025. Sa inilabas na pahayag ni Philippine National Volleyball Federation President Ramon Tatsuzara, sinabi niyang buo ang naging pagtanggap ng unang ginang maging ang Malacanang sa darating na torneo. Kasama rin sa naging pagtitipon si Presidential son William Vincent Marcos, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano at DOT Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. 32 bansa ang inaasahang magbabakbakan sa World Championships na gaganapin sa September 12 hanggang September 28, 2025. Target ng Philippine weightlifting team na makapag-ensayo sa ibang bansa ngayong buwan bilang paghahanda sa 2024 Paris Olympics. Yan ang ulat ni Bernadette Tinoy.
Vanessa Sarno, Elrin Ando at John Siniza, 3 weightlifter na layong sundan ng yapak ni Tokyo Olympic gold medalist Heidi Diaz sa paparating na 2024 Paris Olympics. Nitong Abril lang na makuha nilang slot sa Olympiada dahil sa ipinamala sa galing sa IWF World Cup na ginanap sa Thailand. Kaya ngayong Mayo, inanunsyo ni National Coach Christopher Borreros na plano nilang mag-ensayo sa ibang bansa na posibleng ganapin sa Chinese Taipei bago tumungong Paris ngayong Hunyo.
Pag mag-training ka sa abroad, makita mo yung ibang, kung ano ba, yung ibang atleta, so ma-push yung mga bata. Unlike dito kasi kami lang. Iba talaga pag mag-training din kami sa abroad.
Dagdag pa ni Coach Borreros na sa training din niya makikita kung ano pa ang mga dapat na pagtuunan ng pansin ng mga atleta upang maging handa sa torneo.
Aside sa physical strength, I always consider for na yung mental health nila na isa sa mga kung ano ba silent aspect nga to win the battle. Palagi kong sinasabi sa kanila na stay focused lang, have that fighting spirit and keep a growth mindset.
Binigyan din ni Borreros na lubos niyang ipinagmamalaki ang naging tagumpay ng 3 Paris Olympic bound at hiniling na muli silang suportahan sa paparating na Olympics.
Happy ako na nakapasok sila kasi yun ang gusto nila na makapasok yung paghihirap nila, so ayun, nakapasok sila, so happy and blessed na at the last nga yung final qualification nila is nakuha nila yung ticket papuntang Paris.
Bernadette Tinoy para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Opisyal nang iniretiro ng San Miguel Beermen ang jersey number 29 ng kanilang former star forward na si Arwin Santos. Sa halftime ng sagupaang Beermen at Blackwater Bossing nitong Miyerkules, isang jersey ceremony ang isinagawa para sa binansagang Spider-Man ng PBA. Sa kanyang higit isang dekada sa SMB, nakasungkit si Santos ng 9 na kampyonato at 2 beses na itinanghal bilang Finals Most Valuable Player. Kabilang naman sa mga nagbigay pugay kay Santos ang kanyang mga teammates na bahagi noon ng tinaguriang Death 5 ng Beermen na sina Junmar Fajardo, Marshall Lassiter, Chris Ross at Alex Cabagnon.
Samantala, nadagdagan pa ang bilang ng mga eskwelahan sa bansa na nagpatupad ng on-site class suspension dahil sa matinding init. Epektibo hanggang bukas May 3, araw ng Biyernes. Sa Metro Manila, kasama dito ang Caloocan, Muntinlupa, Valenzuela at sa Maynila na kasamang pamantasan ng lungsod ng Maynila at Universidad de Manila. Kasama rin ang Mandaluyong, Las Piñas, Malabon, Navotas at Pasay. Sa Calabarzon, nagkansela na rin ang face-to-face classes ang ilang lugar sa mga probinsya ng Cavite, Laguna at Rizal. Nagpatupad din ng kaparehong suspensyon ng ibang lugar sa Bataan at rehiyon ng Ilocos. Gayon din sa Buac, Marinduque, Coron, Palawan, Valencia, Bohol sa Visayas at Tunggawan, Zamboanga, Sibugay sa Mindanao. May kapangyarihan po ang mga school head ng mga pribadong paaralan at kolehiyo kung dapat bang magsuspindi ng klase, lalo na ngayong matindi ang init ng panahon.
At abangan 16 arestado sa modus operandi na online raffle sa social media.
At BFA, ipinatawag si Chinese Embassy in Manila Deputy Chief of Mission Zhou Jiyong kaugnay sa panibagong insidente sa West Philippine Sea. Marami pa tayong mga balitang aabangan sa pagbabalik ng Ulat Bayan.
Ako si Mary Jane, isang proud single mom. At pak na parlorista. Dati nag-OFW para lang kumita. Pero pag uwi, kapos pa rin at palipat-lipat. Kaya salamat sa 4PH Pabahay Program. Dahil sa tulong ng gobyerno at Pag-ibig Fund, matutupad na ang pangarap kong sariling bahay. Sa abot kayang halaga. Magpa-member na sa Pag-ibig Fund at makipag-ugnayan na sa inyong LGU para sa karagdagang detalye.
This May, the search for the next Filipino esports athletes will happen. The Unity League Mobile Legends Bang Bang Tournament. Catch the Unity League primer May 3, 7 p.m. only on PTV.
Sa dami ng pagkain sa buong bansa, for sure, hindi tayo mauubusan ng panibagong matitikman. Welcome, foodies and hungry souls! I'm your host, Leslie Ordinario. From savory to sweet, street foods to restaurants, we'll try all sa ating weekly food crawl.
Sarap ng tinapay. Nasusuntukan sila sa bibig ko.
Yeah.
Oh, kaya naman simulan na natin ang ating epic food adventure dito lang sa It's Fun!
Mga serbisyo ng pamahalaan ipararating sa mamamayan. Diretsahan ang usapan mula mismo sa kinauukulan. Samahan niyo po kami sa pagbibigay linaw sa mga mahalagang isyong pambayan, kasama ang mga iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Dahil sa pagkakaisa at pagtutulungan, sama-sama tayong haharap sa isang Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
How to create jobs and how to alleviate our people, those who are living under the poverty threshold. Pag na-improve yung economy, jobs will follow. Kaya samon ko sa kanila, if you can copy, or at least kung mahihigitan yung ginagawa ko, di tsaka kayo dumalita.
Ito ang in-person.
Arestado ang 16 na individual dahil sa pagsasagawa ng illegal online raffle sa social media platform na Facebook. Huli sa akto ang mga suspect na nagla-livestream ng kanilang ika-50 raffle event sa kanilang opisina sa isang subdivision sa Biñan, Laguna. Ayon kay PAGCOR Senior Vice President Raul Villanueva, ang naturang FB page ay may 111,000 followers at nag-alok ng second-hand modified motorcycle bilang papremyo. Sa isang raffle event umano, nakakapagbenta ang grupo ng 40,000 hanggang 50,000 ticket at sa kabuuan ay umabot sa 8 million pesos ang kanilang kinita. Karamihan pa umano ng mga miyembro nito ay mga kabataan at ang pinakamatanda ay 27 taong gulang pa lamang. Iginit naman ni PAGCOR at CEO Alejandro Tenco ang pag-aresto sa mga ito ay bahagi ng kanilang pagsisikap na masawata ang illegal online gambling.
Nilinaw ng ilang senador na hindi dapat iugnay ang tensyon sa ibang bansa ang isinagawang balikatan exercises ng Pilipinas at Amerika. Samantala, nanindigan naman ang Philippine Navy na nasa tamang landas ang bansa kaugnay sa West Philippine Sea dahil sa international law. Yan ang ulat ni Daniel Manalasta.
Kasunod ng panibagong pambobomba ng tubig ng China, nagpaliwanag ang mga senador sa mga nagtatanong kung bakit hindi ito pinigilan ng balikatan exercises na nilahukan din ng Estados Unidos. Sabi ni Senador Jinggoy Estrada, ang mga military exercises na ito ay hindi dinisenyo para sa combat operations laban sa ibang bansa. Ipagpatuloy lang daw natin sumunod sa nararapat sa batas sa ilalim ng territorial jurisdiction ng Pilipinas. Kapares din ang pananaw dito si Senator Francis Tolentino na anya may ibang misyon ng balikatan. Dapat daw pagtiwalaan ang pagiging epektibo ng ating pakikipag-alyansa. Kung tatanungin naman si Senator Cynthia Villar hinggil sa panibagong aksyon ng China,
basta wag nilang bibirahin yung ating mga fishermen. Kawawa naman, that's their livelihood eh. Pero yung mga fishermen natin, nanggaling ako doon eh. Nagsisail sila sa West Philippine Seas. They have no choice, that's their livelihood. We'll go there whether pigilin tayo or hindi kasi tayo, livelihood natin yun eh. Sino pipigil sa atin para kumita? Yun ang kanilang source of livelihood. So they cannot stop going to the West Philippine Seas.
may hirit naman ang isa sa opisyal ng Philippine Navy sa ginawang anyay pagmamanman ng China sa balikatan.
Dahil isbiya, harap-harapan. Ika nga, karapal. Yun ang pag-uugali ng China sa international community.
Sabi pa ng Philippine Navy, hindi sila matitinag sa ginagawa ng China. Napakaganda rin daw ng programa ng balikatan.
And I'm glad to say, I'm proud to say that the Philippine Navy, all players of the AFP, we have performed very well. At strategic level, napapakita natin sa buong mundo na yung ating AFP, yung inyong AFP, ay halos naandyan na sa level that we could plug and play.
Naniniwala rin ang Navy na nasa tamang landas tayo sa West Philippine Sea dahil sa pagsunod sa international law. Daniel Manalastas para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Magbabalik sa half-court World Finals ang TNT Triple Giga at Uratex Dream matapos nilang magkampiyon sa Red Bull Half-Court National Finals nitong weekend sa Bonifacio Shrine, Ermita, Manila. Balikan natin ang aksyon sa ulat ni Daryl Oclares.
Sa ikalawang sunod na pagkakataon, magiging pambato ng Pilipinas ang TNT Triple Giga at Uratex Dream para sa Red Bull Half-Court World Finals. Ito ay matapos na masungkit ng dalawang kupunan ng kampyonato ng Red Bull Half-Court National Finals na ginanap noong weekend sa makasaysayang Bonifacio Shrine sa lungsod ng Maynila. Sa Women's Division, pinadapa ni Sam Harada, Katie Ngol, Unique Chan at Afil Bernardino ang Discovery Perlas sa score na 9-6. Sa paniyam ng PTV Sports sa 4 na Pinay Cagers, sinabi nila na nasasabik na silang ibandera ang bansa sa International 3x3 stage.
Siyempre, excited kami and it really feels so good. Excited kami na pupunta kami New York. Excited kami na magpunta doon. Siguro mas magporsige pa kami na mag-improve para ipakita kung anong talento ng mga Pinoy. Gusto namin mag-thank you kay Ma'am PG, kay Sir Dindo, sa Eurotech family na sinuportahan kami hanggang dulo. Gagalingan namin, gagawin namin lahat ng best namin sa New York.
Para naman sa men's division, mas nanaig sina Almond Vosotros, Lervin Flores, Matt Salem at Chester Saldua ng Triple Liga kontra sa Blancas Golden Knights 15-13. Dahil sa naging dikdikang laro sa finals, binigyang papuri ni Vosotros ang ipinakitang laro ng Davao-based team na Golden Knights.
Sobrang galing nila. Like, the way they play, parang sobrang tagal na nila magkakasama. Strategy, the way they play defense, especially offense, sobrang solid din sila as a team.
Sa kanilang ikalawang pagsalang sa World Finals, sinisigurado ni TNT head coach Mau Belen na mas paghahandaan nila ang nasabing torneo.
Hopefully this 4 will be ready to go on October. Matagal-tagal pa naman, but this time we know that we're gonna prepare kasi syempre gusto rin namin suklian yung tiwala na binigay ng Red Bull Philippines sa amin to represent the brand and the country going to New York.
Samantala, ikinatuwa naman ni Tournament Director Eric Altamirano ang patuloy na paglawak ng 3x3 basketball dito sa Pilipinas.
Well, I'm happy na nag-grow yung 3x3 sports sa Philippines. Alam naman natin yung potential ng mga Filipino athletes in terms of playing the game. Pinapakita natin na we have a place sa 3x3 sports. It's an Olympic sport and nakikita mo sa mga naglaro ngayon, ang daming mga potential players that can play for our country.
Aarangkada ang Red Bull Half-Court World Finals mula October 16 hanggang 21 sa binansagang Mecca of Basketball ng New York City. Darilo Juarez para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Sangkot ngayon sa kontrobersiya ang Mexican-American boxer na si Ryan Garcia, kasunod ng kanyang panalo sa world champion na si Devin Haney noong nakaraang buwan. Kung bakit, alamin sa ulat ni Rafael Bandairel.
Marami ang napahanga ng tinalo ni Ryan Garcia, ang WBC Super Lightweight World Champion na si Devin Haney nitong Abril. Pero ngayon, maaaring mabahiran ng dungis ang isa sa mga pinakamalalaking career highlights ng Mexican-American rising star. Iyan ay dahil positibo umano ang 25-year-old contender sa performance-enhancing substance na Ostarin. Ayon sa report ng ESPN, natagpuan ang nasabing substance mula sa urine sample na kinolekta mula kay Garcia sa araw ng kanilang laban ni Haney. Mariin namang itinanggi ni King Rai ang aligasyon. Agarang nagpost ng video sa Instagram ang tubong Los Angeles, California upang sagutin ang mga paratang.
Everybody knows that I don't cheat. What can I say? Why didn't they come out with this before, the fight? If they found it before, why would they let me step into the ring as a cheater and then come out with the victory and then they post this, Again, these are people that are trying to attack me for whatever reason, but no weapon against me shall prosper. I never taken a steroid. I don't even know where to get steroids.
Pinatumba ni Garcia si Haney ng 3 beses sa kanilang laban sa Brooklyn, New York, 3 linggo na ang nakalilipas. Dahil dyan, nasungkit niya ang majority decision victory. May 10 araw si Garcia simula ngayon upang mag-request na ipatest ang kanyang B sample. Kung positibo pa rin ang resulta nito, maaaring ma-overturn ang kanyang panalo kontra kay Haney sa isang no contest. Rafael Bandairel para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Umabante na sa second round ng Eastern Conference NBA Playoffs ang Boston Celtics. Ito ay matapos nilang tambakan ng Miami Heat 118-84 sa Game 5 ng kanilang Best of 7 series. Lumobo ang kalamangan ng Celtics sa 30 points kasunod ng kanilang 14-2 scoring runs second quarter. Simula sa putong iyon, hindi na nakaporma ang Heat hanggang tumunog na ang final buzzer. Pinangunahan na Jaylen Brown at Derek White ang koponan na kapwa nagtala ng tig 25 points at 6 rebounds. Susunod na makakatapat ng Boston ang magwawagi sa pagitan ng Cleveland Cavaliers at Orlando Magic. At iyan ang latest sa mundo ng palakasan. Ako si Sheila Salaysay ng inyong pambansang TV para sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Isang live fire exercises ang isinagawa ngayong araw ng US Marines at Philippine Marines sa Rizal, Palawan sa ilalim ng Balikatan 2024. Ginamit naman sa aktibidad ang rocket launcher ng Amerika na HIMARS. Yan ang ulat ni Patrick de Jesus.
Mula karagatan, isa-isang dumating ang mga landing craft air cushion o hovercraft ng Amerika sa Rizal, Palawan. Lulan ang kanilang High Mobility Artillery Rocket System o HIMARS. Sunod nito ay maririnig na isa-isang nagpakawala ng rocket ang HIMARS. Maririnig din na pinaputok ang 105mm howitzer, machine gun, grenade launcher at armored personnel carrier sa panig ng Philippine Marines. Pero bahagi lamang ito ng senaryong pagpasok ng kalaban sa teritoryo sa live fire exercise ng Balikatan ngayong Huwebes na nilahukan ng mga tropa mula sa US Marines at Philippine Marines. Pinuntirya ang mga bangka na umaktong kalaban. Ipinapakita rito sa pagsasanay sa pagitan ng mga tropang Pilipino at Amerikano ang kakayanan sa coastal defense laban sa anumang posibleng pag-atake mula sa dagat.
In this scenario, that joint task force had identified, certain targets that were here on the maritime environment, passed that over to the HIMARS and allowed us to engage those at the ranges appropriate for those HIMARS before passing it off to those other systems, both within WESCOM as well as the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. And that's exactly why Balikatan is so important, that we are shoulder to shoulder, and it shows that when we operate together, when we look at our interoperability, the human, the technical, the procedural interoperability, we are stronger together, and we have shared interests to make sure that we are stronger together.
Sa ngayon ay wala pang HIMARS ang Pilipinas, pero isa ito sa target bilhin ng pamahalaan na malaki ang tutulong bilang dagdag kagamitan. Ang naturang rocket launcher, 80 kilometro ang minimum range, pero kayang abutin ang target na nasa higit 300 kilometro.
Any new equipment will be beneficial to the armed forces, not only for the Marines. We also welcome those kind of hardware. So I think it will be very, very beneficial to our country.
Ang pagsasanay, ginawa sa dalampasigang nakaharap sa West Philippine Sea. Pero walang nakikitang problema rito ang AFP dahil pasok daw ito sa territorial boundaries.
We want to achieve our training objectives here. And that's the focus, and it is based on fictional scenario. And we are firing within our territorial limits.
Bago naman ang live fire exercise, nasa 100 pamilya sa paligid ng barangay Kampong Olay ang pansamantalang in-evacuate at binigyan ng ayuda. Ipinaliwanag din sa kanila ang layo ng aktibidad.
Isa din po yon sa layunin ng ating pamahalang bayan na magiging ready sila at maintindihan nila yung mga sitwasyon na ganito. Kaya ginagawa natin yung drill evacuation ngayon. Na hindi sila magpapanik dahil kasama yan sa buhay ng tao, at least magiging ready sila at prepared sila.
Sabi naman ng AFP, walang iiwan ng Amerika sa mga kagamitang ginamit sa Balikatan. Patrick de Jesus para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Suportado naman ng mga kongresista ang direktiba ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na iangat ang estado ng mga manggagawa sa bansa. Bukod dito, patuloy rin ang mga hakbang ng Kamara para sa mga consumer. Yan ang ulat ni Mela Lesmoras.
Ikinalugod ng mga mambabatas ang direktiba ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa mga wage policy making body ng pamahalaan na pag-aralan at repasuhin ang minimum wage ng mga manggagawa sa bansa. Ayon kay House Deputy Majority Leader Jude Asidre, patunay lang ito na nakikinig ang gobyerno sa hinaing ng mga Pilipino. Sa panig ng Kamara, tiniyak ni Asidre, gayon din ng iba pang kongresista na tinututukan na nila ang panukalang taas sahod para sa mga manggagawa na una nang nakapasa sa Senado.
Habang gusto man natin na guminhawa ang buhay ng ating mga manggagawa, tumaas ang sweldo ng ating manggagawa, ay gusto din naman natin na hindi din magsara ang ating mga negosyo at hindi rin maapektuhan ang kakayahan ng ating mga employer na makapagbigay ng sakto at tamang trabaho sa ating mga kababayan.
Ito po'y dumadaan sa tamang proseso. Pinapakinggan po natin lahat ng ating mga stakeholders, lahat po ng mga labor organizers, mga unions at iba pa para maka-arrive po tayo sa mas maganda at mas sustainable na solution para po sa ating mga manggagawa.
Para naman sa kapakanan ng mga consumer, desidido ang Kamara na amyendahan ang rice tarification law para maibalik na ang pagbebenta ng mas murang NFA rice sa merkado. Makatutulong din daw kasi ito sa pagkontrol ng inflation. Pero sa isang pahayag, tila may agam-agam dito si Senadora Cynthia Villar dahil kaya naman umano inalis noon ang kapangyarihan ng National Food Authority na makapagbenta ng bigas ay dahil sa issue ng korupsyon. Pagtitiyak naman ng mga kongresista,
may nakikita po kaming paraan na maaari nating maibalik yung mandato ng NFA na makabenta ng bigas ng direkta sa merkado. And at the same time, kaya po natin na ilimit in such a way na hindi po prone to corruption.
Hindi man ho siguro ang solusyon doon ay pigilan natin ang pagkakataon ng ating mga kababayang mahirap na magkaroon ng pagkain, di ba?
sa ngayon, nananatiling isa sa pinakamatinding hamon sa bansa ang matinding init. Ang ilang mambabatas naglatag din ng mga posibleng solusyon dito.
Sa panahon ng El Nino, naramdaman talaga natin nung malaimpyernong init. Kaya kailangan nating i-double time yung mga mitigating measures para naman po sa para naman po dun sa kakulangan ng kuryente, ng tubig at iba pa naman ang mga pangangailangan ng ating mga mamamayan.
Bahagi din ng nararapat na aksyon ay habulin natin at panagutin ang mga biggest polluters and fossil fuel emitters. Kasama po dyan ang mga dambuhalang kumpanya ng Global North, yung mga high-income countries.
Dati na rin nagkasa ng ilang pagdinig ang Kamara ukol sa El Nino. Sa kabila ng iba't ibang isyu ngayon, pagtitiyak ng mga mambabatas, anumang pagkakataon, isusulong nila kung ano ang pinakamainam para sa ating mga kababayan. Melales Moras para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
At susunod, mahigit 3 bilyong pisong pondo para sa tulong-dunong program ng JED, inilabas na ng DBM.
At Presidential Advisor for Poverty Alleviation Secretary Larry Gadon matapang na humarap sa pagsagot sa issue ng bayan sa in-person. Yan at iba pa mga balita sa pagbabalik ng Ulat Bayan.
Si Mary Jane, isang proud single mom. At pak na parlorista, dati nag-OFW para lang kumita. Pero pag-uwi, kapos pa rin at palipat-lipat. Kaya salamat sa 4PH Pabahay Program. Dahil sa tulong ng gobyerno at Pag-ibig Fund, matutupad na ang pangarap kong sariling bahay. Sa abot kayang halaga. Magpa-member na sa Pag-ibig Fund at makipag-ugnayan na sa inyong LGU para sa karagdagang detalye.
Time to take your mobile gaming to the next level. Join the Unity League Mobile Legends Bang Bang National Tournament. A total of 4.1 million pesos in cash and prizes await our new esports heroes. For the regional playoffs, the top 3 teams per tournament leg will win 20,000 pesos for third place, 40,000 pesos for the second place, and 60,000 pesos for the first place. And for the grand finals, the top 10 teams will face off, but only the best 3 teams will take home the biggest prizes of all. 500,000 pesos for the third place, 1 million pesos for the second place, and 2 million pesos for the grand champion, plus the chance to represent the country with the national team Sibol. So, do you have what it takes? For more details, visit the Unity League Facebook page. PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina.
Ikinatuwa ng mga empleyado ng lokal na pamahalaan ang bagong modified work schedule sa Metro Manila. Yan ang ulat ni Benji Durango.
Ang magkumaring Leia at Thelma maagang present sa Caloocan City Hall kanina. Parehong alas 7 nagsimulang araw nila ngayon.
Less traffic.
Dahil walang traffic, hindi sila nagmukhang mandirigma kanina.
Mas pabor po sa amin.
Nakamotor si Leia, nakakotse naman si Thelma. 6:40 na sila umalis ng bahay kanina pero fresh na dumating sa opisina. Ang maganda pa dahil 4 PM lang ang uwi, mas marami silang time sa family.
Makakapag-prepare pa ako ng pagkain para sa amin.
Kaya ang tanong sa akin ni Leia, may forever ba?
Pero kanina, talaga napakaganda. Smooth po yung aming pagpasok.
Pero dito sa Caloocan, kalahati lang ng bilang ng mga empleyado ang papasok ng 7 to 4. Ang iba 8 to 5 pa rin, habang ang iba naman 24/7 pa rin. Base ito sa Metro Manila Council Resolution number 24-08 Series of 2024 kung saan gagawing alas 7 na ng umaga hanggang alas 4 ng hapon ang pasok ng mga empleyado ng lokal na pamahalaan sa NCR para maibsan man lang ang traffic. Pero umaapila raw kasi ang Civil Service Commission. Huwag daw sana magsara ng alas 4. Kaya dito sa Caloocan, hinati-hati na lang. May kaunting reklamo pero napapaliwanagan naman.
Lahat naman talagang pag nagbago. In fact, mula kanina umaga, ang dami nang tumatawag sa akin.
Ang Quezon City, ganun na rin ang ginawa. Pero hinati naman nila sa 3 shifts ang pasok sa kanilang tanggapan. Bukod sa 7 to 4, meron din silang 8 to 5 at 9 to 6 para mapagsilbihan ang kanilang mga kliyente sa lahat ng oras. Bagamat nagpalitan ng oras ang ibang mga lungsod, ang Valenzuela, hindi pa.
Sa amin kasi medyo may peculiarity. Ewan ko lang kung ganito rin po sa ibang LGU. Yung nagpa-survey kami, 90% kasi ng aming mga kawani sa City Hall ay nakitira around the vicinity. Wala masyadong effect on the major roads.
Pero gusto pa rin daw nila itong subukan sa iba nilang tanggapan.
We are preparing certain offices na possible pong mag-trial session ng 7 to 4. Ang iba naman po na may direct transaction sa national offices will retain the 5 p.m.
Kung magtutuloy-tuloy ang ganito, halos wala na tayong pinagkaiba sa New York. 9 to 5 nga lang sa kanila, 7 to 4 naman sa atin. Pero at least daw, fresh ka in and out, papasok ng trabaho. Nakatulong ka pa sa kapwa mo.
Pero naniniwala naman din ako doon sa wisdom na let's try. Kasi talagang lumalala naman din talaga yung traffic situation natin.
Benji Durango, para sa Pambansang TV, sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Humingi ng tulong ang Public Estates Authority Tollway Corporation sa Court of Appeals para ma-turn over ang kontrol at operasyon at maintenance ng Manila-Cavite Toll Expressway. Ay kay PEA Tollway Corporation OIC President Dioscoro Esteban Jr., itinatag ang ahensya para pangasiwaan ang toll operations kung kaya't umaasang opisyal na papanigan sila ng korte. Binatikos ng isang kongresista ang dating PDEA agent na nagdadawid sa ilang tauhan ng pamahalaan at celebrities sa illegal na droga. Samantala, magsisimulat na bukas ang Bicol Loco Festival na layong ibida ang kultura, ekonomiya at iba pang yaman ng Kabikulan. Yan ang ulat naman ni Mela Lesmora.
Umalma ang mga kongresista sa pagdawit ng isang dating PDEA agent kay Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. sa isyu ng iligal na droga. Nitong Martes, natalakay kasi ang usapin sa isang pagdinig ng Senado mula sa testimonya ni Jonathan Morales na dating kawani ng ahensya. Ayon kay House Committee on Dangerous Drugs Chairman Robert Ace Barbers, questionable ang kredibilidad at background ni Morales. Base sa mga ulat, na-dismiss na kasi umano ito noon sa police service at itinago pa niya ang tunay niyang background nang mag-apply sa PDEA. Nang makalusot naman sa ahensya, naakusahan din siya ng iba pang krimen. Dahil dito, nagtataka rin si Barbers kung bakit hinayaan pang humarap si Morales sa Senate hearing. Gayong iba rin naman ang isyong dapat tinalakay rito. Tingin naman ng iba pang mambabatas, bahagi lang ang hakbang na ito para siraan ang administrasyon. Kaya naman, panawagan nila sa publiko maging mapanuri sa mga napapanood at naririnig para hindi mabiktima ng fake news.
Meron tayong presidente na napakasipag at mula nung umupo sa pwesto ay tuloy-tuloy ang kanyang pagtrabaho para may angat ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Pero merong iilan na talang patuloy na hindi napapagod rin na ibagsak pababa ang ating bansa. At sana hoy, pagmatsyag po ang ating mga kababayan, ang ating mga kapwa Pilipino, makita nila sino yung para sa ikabubuti natin at sino yung nag-iingay lang para sa mga pasarili ng interes.
Ang PIDEA nauna na ring itinanggi ang alegasyon laban sa presidente. Kaya mungkahi ng mga kongresista, huwag nang pansinin ang mga pahayag ng paninira.
Mismo yung ahensya na pong nagsasabi na hindi nga ito totoo. Bakit natin papaniwalaan ng ang mga taong dati nang may bahid sa kanilang history, may bahid na sa kanilang career? Diba? Bakit tayo maniniwala sa taong ganun? Para sa akin po napakadaling i-distinguish kung sino po nagsasabi rin ng totoo at sino nagsasabi ng kasinungalingan.
Sa kabila ng issue, tiniyak ng Kamara na patuloy lang ang magiging paglilingkod ng gobyerno para sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan. Meleles Moras para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Pinatawag ng Department of Foreign Affairs si Deputy Chief of Missions Zhou Ziyong ng Embahada ng China kaugnay sa panibagong isyu ng umano'y pambubuli ng mga barko ng China sa Philippine Coast Guard at BFAR. Mariing kinundina ng Pilipinas ang mga agresibong aksyon ng mga barko ng Chinese Coast Guard at Chinese Maritime Militia. Kabilang sa mga hindi makatarungang panghaharas ay ang pagbabangga, mapanganib na mga maniobra at paggamit ng water cannon na nagresulta ng pagkasira ng ilang parte ng mga sasakyan pandagat ng Coast Guard ng Pilipinas at ng BFAR.
Inilabas na ng Department of Budget and Management ang 3.744 billion pesos na pondo para sa tulong-dunong program ng Commission on Higher Education. Line ito na magbigay ng pinansyal na tulong sa mga kwalipikado at deserving na mga mag-aaral sa kolehiyo. Ayon kay Budget Secretary Amena Pangandaman, malaking bagay ito para sa mga estudyanteng hirap sa gastusin o yung mga hindi kayang tustusan ng pag-aaral. Alinsunod na rin ito sa payag ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. na dapat ay walang naiiwang Pilipino sa ilalim ng Bagong Pilipinas. Mahigit 200,000 mag-aaral mula sa iba't ibang CHED-recognized na public at private higher education institutions ang inaasang mabebenepisyuhan ng budget.
Sa kabila ng hamon ng buhay, nagpapasalamat ang mga Pilipino sa patuloy na pagsusumikap ng pamahalaan para mapaangat ang kanilang buhay. Yan ang ulat ni Sujin Kim.
Ito si Emily. Araw-araw, inaalalayan niya ang mga sasakyang ito para kumita. Sa trabaho niyang parking attendant, hindi sapat anya ang kanyang kinikita para makakain ng wasto ang kanyang pamilya.
Hindi. Ako lang naghanap buhay sa parking, hindi sapat yung kasi kunti lang yung kinikita ko. Hindi tama sa pagkain, pambili ng pagkain, hindi sapat.
Pinagkakasya lang nilang 4 sa pamilya ang kanilang pagkain.
Walang pambili kasi tama lang yung parking sa pambili ng isang ulam, tapos bibili pa ng bigas, hindi sapat. Kaya hati-hati kami sa 4 na ulam, isang ulam sa 4 kami.
Ganito rin ang sitwasyon ni Felipe. Hindi raw talaga madali ang maghanap ng sapat na pagkain.
Medyo. Kasi medyo talaga mahirap talaga eh. Katulad niyan kukunti pang kalakal.
Kaya ang diskarte ng asawa ni Felipe, inuuwi nito ang mga sobrang ulam sa pinagtatrabahuhang karinderya. Ganun pa man, nagpapasalamat si Felipe dahil ramdam nila ang malasakit ng pamahalaan. Sa malaking tulong ng 4Ps sa kanilang gastusin, pati na rin ang kadiwa ng Pangulo Program.
May mga discount naman eh. Tsaka maraming astiyasan pa yung sa 4Ps ngayon. Yun ang binabayad namin sa bahay.
Base sa tala ng Social Weather Station o SWS, nasa 14.2% ng mga Pilipino ang nakaranas ng gutom o involuntary hunger sa unang quarter ng taon. Ito ay 1.6% na mas mataas kung ikukumpara sa 12.6% nung nakaraang taon. Nakita din sa survey na ang Metro Manila ang may pinakamataas na antas ng gutom o involuntary hunger, umaabot sa 19%. Sinisiguro naman ito ni Presidential Advisor on Poverty Alleviation, Attorney Larry Gadon. Anya, patuloy ang pagsisikap ng pamahalaan para labanan ang banta ng kagutuman. Batay din sa SWS, maging ang mga kabilang sa non-poor ay nakapagtala ng mataas na antas ng gutom. Si Keith, kahit 4 na taon nang naghahanap buhay bilang isang rider, kinakailangan pa rin daw niyang mag-overtime para makakain ng sapat. Kaya maaga pa lang ay umaalis na ito para magtrabaho.
Kung normal 8 hours, di po talaga kakayanin. Ngayon po, umabot na ako ng 12 eh.
Para kay Keith, kailangan talagang dumiskarte para mapagkasya ang budget.
Hindi na po ako nagmi-meet pag lunch. Madalas po gulay na rin po inuulam ko eh. Tipid-tipid do talaga.
Sa Mindanao, naitala ang pagbaba ng porsyento ng involuntary hunger mula 12 hanggang 8.7%. Sujan Kim para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Mas tumaas pa ngayong taon ang alagaan ng pinsalang sanhi ng matinding init sa bansa. Nagayag naman ng pangamba ang grupo ng mga magsasaka. Yan ang ulat ni Clazel Pardilla.
Lumobo na sa halos 6 na bilyong piso ang pinsala sa agrikultura dulot ng El Nino. Pinakanapuruhan ng tagtuyot ang mga palayan sa Mimaropa, Western Visayas, Cordillera at Cagayan. Ayon sa Philippine Statistics Authority, bumaba sa 4.68 million metric tons ang produksyon ng palay sa unang quarter ng 2024. Mas maliit kumpara nakaraang taon at unang taya ng PSA.
Despite the El Nino, we still have sufficient supply ng rice. Yung nasira sa palayan natin is 58,000 hectares. Ito ay katumbas sa 2.72% of the total area planted na more than 2 million hectares. So, hindi pa rin siya ganun kalaki. Nakapagbigay na tayo ng more than 2.18 billion worth ng intervention sa mga affected farmers and fisher folks.
Pero hindi pa tapos ang pananalasa ng El Nino. Pangamba ng Federation of Free Farmers, kulangin ang supply ng lokal na bigas sa parating na lean months o walang ani.
Yung tinamaan ng drought during the production, aanihin siya ng second quarter. Yung output niyan mas mababa. At yung iba talagang natuyuan, yung iba nasira na. So I think the brunt of the effect of El Nino will be seen in the second quarter. So kung mababa yung ani natin ngayong first and second quarter, we will have to rely on import.
Ngayon pa lang, umaabot na sa 1.1 million metric tons ang pumasok na imported rice sa Pilipinas. Takot ng grupo kapag naman bumaha ng imported rice.
So bababa na naman ang presyo ng palay. Yun ang medyo magbabackfire na naman sa mga magsasaka.
Mula higit $600, bumaba na sa $550 ang presyo ng imported rice, sabi ng FFF. Sa price monitoring ng DA, naglalaro sa 48 hanggang 65 pesos ang kada kilo ng imported rice. Umaabot naman hanggang 67 pesos ang local.
Will the lower import price bring down retail prices? No? Or because the local price is medyo mahal, sasabihin ng importer, ibibenta ko na rin sa mahal para kumita ako ng malaki. So we don't know how that will play out.
Kaya nais ng DA na lagyan ng label ang bigas sa palengke. Depende sa klase at kung ito ba ay imported o local para maiwasan ang nananamantala.
Ano yan madaling i-mix, paghaluin kung mas mura yung isang klase ng bigas, ihahalo dun sa mas mahal, tapos ibebenta ng mas mahal. So, yun yung magiging isang problema.
Clazel Pardilla para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Isang social media personality ang inyong bagong aabangan dito sa inyong Pambansang TV. Kung sino yan, alamin sa ulat ni Rod Lagusa.
Alam namin lahat yan. Ito
May bagong aabangan na sa PTV. Ang programang tinutukan sa social media, ngayon ay mapapanood na sa Free TV. Ang Pinoy Pawn Stars ng kilalang social media personality na si Boss Toyo. Lumagda si Boss Toyo ng Memorandum of Agreement kasama ang PTV sa pangunguna ni General Manager Ana Puod at si J. Ruiz ng Sentro Artista Incorporated. Ang best episodes ng Pinoy Pawn Stars mapapanood na sa PTV simula May 17, 5:15 hanggang 5:45 p.m. pagkatapos ng PCSO Lotto Draw.
Nilagyan namin to sa dulo, abangan nyo yung dulo ng show kasi meron kaming mga ilalagay dyan na mga pasabog at mga surprises na dapat abangan ng mga televiewers. Yung Pinoy Pawn Stars ay nagbibigay halaga dun sa mga gamit ng kapwa nating Pinoy na sumikat, like celebrity, vlogger, pwedeng politician, sikat na businessman, anything na nagkaroon ng relevance.
Anya, pinaka-importante dito ang mga magagandang kwento sa likod ng mga bagay na ito. Bukod dito, asahan na rin ang mga bagong episodes ng Pinoy Pawn Stars, habang may iba pang programang aabangan na magpapakita ng Pinoy Pride.
Nais namin lagyan ng magagandang content na kung saan nagbibigay ng saya at ligaya ang ating production company sa ating mga kababayan kasi meron tayong binabalak na noontime show at pati na rin isang mga inspirational stories na kung saan yung mga Pilipino ay nagtatagumpay.
Anya, nais nilang magatid ng good vibes sa mga manonood na pwedeng maging role model ng mga kabataan. Ang programa ni Boss Toyo ay inaasahang maghahatid ng saya sa mga manonood.
I'm inviting other content creators, whether from social media po or traditional content creators kasi although PTV is currently producing new content for you, marami pa rin pong klase ng konsepto na pwede nyo pong ibahagi sa amin. So, ang PTV po right now ay open-minded sa lahat po ng klase ng content.
Bukod dito, marami pang bagong programang inilunsad ang PTV gaya ng Sentro Balita Weekend, It's Fun, Health at Home at Artsy Craftsy na tiyak na mapagkukunan ng balita, tamang impormasyon at kapupulutan ng aral. Rod Lagusad, para sa Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Ano-ano nga ba ang mga ginagawang programa ng pamahalaan para mayangat ang kalidad at pamumuhay ng mga ordinaryong Pinoy? Yan ang ilalahad ni Presidential Advisor for Poverty Alleviation Secretary Larry Gadon sa susunod na episode ng In Person sa panayam ng broadcaster na si Angelique Lazo. Diretsa niyang sinagot din ang mga kumukwestiyon sa kanyang posisyon at kanyang salubin sa pag-amyenda sa saligang batas. Abangan ang kanyang buong panayam sa programang In Person bukas yan, May 3, alas 8 ng gabi, dito sa PTV.
At yan po ang mainit na balita ngayong Webes. Ako si Diane Querer para sa Bayan.
Hanggang bukas, ako po si Aljo Bendijo ng inyong Pambansang TV sa Bagong Pilipinas.
Disaster Watch. Paghahanda sa The Big One. Mahalagang impormasyon ukol sa Valley Fault System. Ang Valley Fault System ay isang active fault na tumatagos sa Kalakhang, Maynila at sa mga kalapit nitong lalawigan. Ang West Valley Fault ay may habang 100 kilometro at kayang lumikha ng 7.2 magnitude na lindol. Apektado nito ang mga lalawigan ng Cavite, Laguna at Rizal, pati ang ilang lungsod sa Maynila at ilang bayan sa Bulacan. Ang East Valley Fault ay may habang 10 kilometro at tumatagos sa mga bayan ng Rodriguez at San Mateo sa Rizal. Kaya nitong lumikha ng magnitude 6.2 na lindol. Iba yung paghahanda ang kinakailangan sa panahong nagbabadya ang sakuna. Makilahok sa mga earthquake drill sa inyong komunidad. Maglista ng mga emergency number na matatawagan. Magtakda ng isang lugar na magiging tagpuan kung sakali magkakahiwalay ang pamilya. Suriin ang bahay at gusali kung paano mapapatibay. Maghanda ng emergency kit kung kailangan lumikas. Tandaan, kahandaan ang susi sa kaligtasan. Huwag malito, dapat laging listo. Disaster Watch. Alamin ang Modified Tropical Cyclone Wind Signal System para sa mga parating na bagyo. Signal number 1. Isa itong tropical depression na nagtataglay ng bahagyang lakas ng hangin at tatama sa loob ng 1.5 araw. Walang pasok ang mga bata sa preschool. Signal number 2. Ito ay tinatawag na tropical storm na may dalang katamtamang lakas ng hangin at posibleng tumama sa loob ng 24 oras. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na isecure ang kanilang mga bahay at kagamitan. Wala ring pasok ang mga mag-aaral mula preschool hanggang high school. Signal number 3. Ito ay severe tropical storm na posibleng tumama sa loob ng 18 oras. Pinapayuhan ng mga residente na lumikas sa mababang lugar, baybayin at tabing ilog, at maghanda ng pagkawala ng kuryente at komunikasyon. Walang pasok sa lahat ng antas ng edukasyon. Signal number 4. Ito ay isang ganap na typhoon na maaaring tumama sa loob ng 12 oras at nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin. Bawal ang maglakbay at dapat ay nakalikas na mula sa mga mapanganib na lugar. Signal number 5. Ito ay isang super typhoon na nagtataglay ng napakalakas na hangin at posibleng magdulot ng malawakang pinsala. Manatili sa loob ng matitibay na gusali at mag-monitor ng mga weather update para sa inyong kaligtasan. Sa panahon ng bagyo, dapat laging listo.
Ang logo ng bagong Pilipinas ay naglalarawan sa lakbayin ng bansa sa pagkamit ng kaunlaran. Ang 3 pulang guhit ay sumisimbolo sa mga pangunahing yugto sa kasaysayan ng bansa. Ang 2 asul na guhit naman ay sumisimbolo sa mga layunin para sa kinabukasan. Isang progresibong Pilipinas na nagsusulong at gumagamit ng teknolohiya para sa tuloy-tuloy na kaunlaran. Ang pagsikat ng araw ay nagpapahiwatig ng bukang liwayway ng isang bagong Pilipinas sa ating pagnanais na maging sentro ng pandaigdigang merkado at komunidad ng mga bansa. Ang 3 bituin ay sumisimbolo sa patuloy na pagningning ng bansa habang inaabot ang pinakamataas na rurok ng kaunlaran. Ipinakikita rin nito ang 3 haligi na silang magsisilbing gabay sa pagkamit ng bagong Pilipinas. Pagbabago sa isip, salita at sa gawa. Ang habi naman o wave pattern ay naglalarawan ng pagkakaugnay at pagkakaisa ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Dahil ang ambisyon ng bagong Pilipinas ay makakamit lamang sa sama-samang pagsisikap, pagtutulungan at pagkakaisa ng bawat mamamayan. Halintulad sa pagsasama-sama ng mga hibla upang makabuo ng isang matibay na habi, ang mamamayang Pilipino. Naiiba man ang individual na pinagmulan na talento ay makapag-aambag sa lakas ng bagong Pilipinas. Sa pangkalahatan, ang logo na ito ay sumisimbolo sa mga layunin ng Administrasyong Marcos para sa bansa, na siyang nagbibigay diin sa pagkakaisa, pakikilahok at kultura ng bayanihan bilang mga hibla at sangkap sa ganap na pagsasakatuparan ng ating mga pangarap sa bagong Pilipinas. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, lahat tayo ay may matibay na rason upang ipagsigawan sa buong mundo ang ating pagiging isang Pilipino. Bukod sa mga magagandang tanawin, maipagmamalaki ng ating bansa ang mga natatanging katangian ng ating lahi. Maabilidad, matulungin, makadiyos, at higit sa lahat, makabansa. Sa bagong Pilipinas, mas lalong pagpupugayan at kikilalanin ang galing at husay ng mga Pilipino, lalo na ang mga itinuturing na mga bagong bayani na patuloy na nagbibigay ng karangalan sa ating bansa.
Ang bagong Pilipinas ay isang pananaw that is offered to people in government, that is offered to the ordinary citizen. Ito ay isang paghihikayat sa Pinoy at nang magbago ang kanyang paningin sa kanyang sarili, sa kanyang bansa, sa lipunan, at sa magagawa niya para sa kabutihan ng pamumuhay natin lahat.
Lingid sa kaalaman ng iba, maraming Pilipino ang patuloy na nagpapalalim sa salitang kabayanihan at nagwawagayway ng watawat ng Pilipinas sa buong mundo. Ang ating mga scientist, acclaimed Filipino artist, athletes, overseas Filipino workers, mga medical professionals, at marami pang iba. Isa sila sa mga dahilan kung bakit kay sarap pa rin maging isang Pilipino. Ang kanilang dedikasyon, katapatan sa tungkulin at sa bayan, ang nagbibigay kabuluhan sa katangian ng mga makabagong bayani. Ang kanilang tapang at sakripisyo, ang patuloy na nagbibigay karangalan sa lahing Pilipino, kahit pabuhay ang naging kapalit nito. Ang mga katangiang ito ng mga Pilipino ay sumasalamin sa magandang imahe ng bansa. Kaya patuloy ang pag-unlad ng Pilipinas, lalo na sa aspeto ng turismo. Sa bagong Pilipinas, ang pagiging magiliw ng ating lahi ang siyang mas nagpapatingkad sa mayamang kultura, tanawin at tradisyon ng ating bansa.
Ang bagong Pilipinas ay kolektibong pagtingin at kolektibong pangarap ng mga Pilipino. Ang magkaroon ng isang panatag at matatag na pamumuhay. Ang bagong Pilipinas ay isang pangarap na tataas ang kamalayan ng mga Pilipino, na nasa pagkakaisa ang lakas at nasa pagrespeto ng bawat kapwa, at sa mga positibong aksyon ng gobyerno at individual, aangat ang ating bansa.
Sa bagong Pilipinas, ito ang pagkakakilanlan ng isang Pilipino. Taas noo, kahit kanino.
Sino na nga bang makakasama ko to represent the Philippines sa international competitions? Sabay-sabay natin kilalanin yan dito lang sa Unity League Mobile Legends National Tournament sa PTV.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Located in southeastern Myanmar, the Nithai region is bounded by Mon-state to the north, Thailand to the east and south, and the Andaman Sea to the west. The capital is Dawei, while the most populated and largest city is Mye. For possessing well-known and wonderful places, Mye Archipelago in Nithai region is the most attractive destination for both local visitors and tourists. My Village, a new tourism spot. About 48 miles from Mye, you can visit Dong Nyao Mai Village, located on Dong Island in Junsu Township. The visitors can get there by speedboat from Mye, and it takes about 2 hours. In the environs of Dong Nhao Mai village, you can visit interesting sea destinations such as Mud Island or Papan Island, Leh Island, Bailey Island, Dong Waterfall, Taumbanjit Island, and Teotadanji Island within a short period. The inhabitants of Dong Nhao Mai village are Kayen, Pama, and Salong ethnic nationals, and the total population is over 700. It is undeniable that simplicity is the beauty which deeply reflects during the visit to Miek Islands. The travelers can take a closer look at the lifestyle of Kayen and Pama ethnic nationals, and their religion, belief, and customs can be observed. Besides, over 200 Salong people who are known as sea gypsies or Morkan inhabit there. It is really interesting to discover that they are so familiar with underwater and their amazing diving skills. The visitors can observe the way of life of Salong people and their livelihoods, where nearly 200 households inhabit in the village. The community-based tourism CBT was launched in Dong Nhao Mai village in January 2021. Dong Nhao Mai village has become the first CBT island village where the visitors can stay overnight in the Miek archipelago in a post-COVID-19 period. Dong Nhao Mai, the island village, is indeed the breath of fresh air for visitors. They can make a trip with social distancing in the post-COVID period. Visitors can enjoy breathless scenic beauty of the sea and observe authentic lifestyle of local ethnic people. Moreover, traveling other islands via Dong Nhao Mai will surely give memorable trip. That's why the attractiveness of Dong Nhao Mai is the destination welcoming all those adventurous sea lovers.
Visibility တဲ့ Dong Nhao Mai
ဒုညမိုင်ရွာလေးကိုလာလဲပါလို့ဖိတ်ခေါ်ပါတယ်
Dong Nhao Mai ကျွေးရွာလေးကိုလာလဲကိုဖိတ်ခေါ်ပါတယ်
Mahilig ba kayo sa arts? Bigyang kulay ang buhay at ipakita mo ang iyong talento.
Hi! Ako si Yumi!
Ako si Chola.
At ako naman, si Kuya Joseph. Samahan ang inyong crafty squad sa bawat artwork, DIY project at exciting adventure. Tuwing Sabado, 10:30 AM, dito lang sa PTV.
Abangan, malinaw at malalimang pagsusuri sa mga isyung pampolitika at polisiya ng pamahalaan. Ipaliliwanag ng respetadong political scientist at akademiko na si Profesor Antonio Contreras. Punto de Vista. Mapapanood kada umaga simula ngayong Lunes sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Dito sa inyong pambansang TV, PTV.
เป็นเวลากว่า 700 ปีแล้วที่นครรัฐอันยิ่งใหญ่แห่งนี้ได้ถือกำเนิดขึ้น จากจุดเริ่มต้นของสถานีการค้าต่อมากลายเป็นศูนย์กลางความเจริญ อดีตราชธานีแห่งนี้ถือเป็นแหล่งแลกเปลี่ยนอารยธรรมของหลายชาติหลายภาษา การหลอมรวมวัฒนธรรมอันหลากหลายเข้าด้วยกันนี้ไม่เพียงแค่สร้างเสน่ห์ที่เป็นอัตลักษณ์แต่ยังเป็นจุดหมายปลายทางของนักเดินทางทั่วโลก อุทยานประวัติศาสตร์สุโขทัยได้ขึ้นทะเบียนเป็นมรดกโลกกับองค์การยูเนสโกเมื่อปีพุทธศักราช 2534 หรือคริสตศักราช 1991 บนพื้นที่กว่า 70 ตารางกิโลเมตรของอุทยานแห่งนี้เป็นที่ตั้งของโบราณสถานต่างๆ กว่า 190 แห่ง ซึ่งเป็นตัวแทนความยิ่งใหญ่ของการเป็นศูนย์กลางทางการค้า ศาสนา วัฒนธรรม และการปกครองของอาณาจักรโบราณแห่งนี้ ไม่เพียงอุทยานประวัติศาสตร์สุโขทัยแต่ห่างออกไปราว 50 กิโลเมตรในเขตอำเภอศรีสัชนาลัยยังเป็นที่ตั้งของอุทยานประวัติศาสตร์อีกแห่งที่ได้รับการขึ้นทะเบียนเป็นมรดกโลกขององค์การยูเนสโกเช่นกัน ภ ภายในอาณาบริเวณของอุทยานประวัติศาสตร์ศรีสัชนาลัยมีโบราณสถานหลายแห่งที่น่าตื่นตาตื่นใจเราคงต้องใช้เวลาทั้งวันหากจะเยี่ยมชมโบราณสถานทั้งหมดในเขตจังหวัดสุโขทัยแต่ก็นับว่าคุ้มค่าสำหรับการได้มาซึมซับถึงความยิ่งใหญ่ของเมืองมรดกโลกแห่งนี้ไม่เพียงความงดงามของวัดวาอารามแต่สุโขทัยยังมีความโดดเด่นในเรื่องวิถีชีวิตที่สืบทอดกันมายาวนานหลายร้อยปีซึ่งนั่นมาพร้อมกับกิจกรรมและการท่องเที่ยวรูปแบบต่างๆมากมายกว่า600 ปีแล้วที่เครื่องสังคโลกเป็นสินค้าสำคัญของสุโขทัยที่มีชื่อ
only on PTV.
Pandemi COVID-19 masih menjadi mimpi buruk yang meneror kehidupan. Hari-hari penuh kekhawatiran menaungi setiap insan. Sebuah episode kehidupan yang sebelumnya tak pernah terpikirkan.
Tamu-tamu di sini tidak ada. Kita itu hidup segan mati pun tak mau.
4 bulan kita sama sekali nggak buka.
Very hard to survive. Expenses are much higher than income.
Kita dalam segi tamu kita turun drastis.
Kita masih menanti di mana muara semua ini. Pandemi bagai musuh tak kasat mata yang menyerang dalam senyap. Ibarat perang selalu ada kesatria yang tumbang. Karena pandemi, kabar duka tak kunjung berhenti. Tapi pandemi ini bisa menjadi penerang untuk mawas diri, pun saling menguatkan dalam menghadapi masa depan. Langkah penyelamatan terus dilakukan yang akan menjadi penanda zaman. Pandemi telah memacu kita meninggalkan kebiasaan lama yang tak relevan dan menerjang ketidakmungkinan. Kita harus menemukan peluang untuk menang karena pandemi tidak boleh menjadi halangan.
Di
wisata-wisata masih harus dibuka bahkan, tapi tetap dengan melaksanakan protokol 5M ya sekarang.
Kita akan berusaha untuk menghidupkan budaya, menghidupkan tradisi, dan menghidupkan adat itu agar tidak tergores.
Di sini aman, kita bantu warga di sini. Cuma nanti ada batasan ya, harus pakai masker, harus maksimum pengunjung tuh di sini berapa.
Yang sangat kita harapkan mudah-mudahan pandemi ini cepat berlalu.
Kita kuat dan mesti mulai bergeliat. Kita pasti bisa bertahan dan tumbuh kembali dengan adaptasi, inovasi, dan kolaborasi. Selama hutan belum berhenti bersenandung dan gelak tawa generasi masa depan membahana, kita tahu bahwa harapan masih ada, terbentang seluas langit dan sedalam samudra.
Join us for your nightly news fix. And always staying informed with our comprehensive coverage of news, business, politics, current events, and more. From our network of journalists across the Philippines and the rest of the world. Anchored by William Theo, Charms Espina, and Monique Tuzon. PTV News Tonight. Mondays to Fridays, 9:30 to 10:30 p.m. Only here on PTV.
Almost all tourists visiting Xinjiang province automatically make a beeline for the Plain of Jars, which has prehistoric sites with thousands of stone jars.
ทุกท่านเข้าสู่ทุ่งหินหนึ่งเนาะซึ่งว่าเป็นแหล่งหินที่เป็นเอกลักษณ์ที่สุดของแขวงเชียงขวางซึ่งว่าในหินของที่เขาอยู่ในกลุ่มเป็นกลุ่มของหินกลุ่มที่1เนาะซึ่งว่าทุ่งนี้นี่เป็นทุ่งที่1มีจำนวนอยู่334หน่วย
The stone jar sites known locally as Tonghai Hin are popular with domestic and foreign tourists. A UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Plain of Jars is regarded as one of the most important prehistoric sites of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it looked very interesting and completely different from anywhere else.
Okay, well, because it's a historically interesting place, and no one really, as far as we know, no one understands why the jars are here, and we wanted to come and see it and see it for ourselves.
The Plain of Jars World Heritage involves 11 separate places, where the ancient stone jars are located in the province's district of Baek, Pasay, Phuket, and Kham. The Plain of Jars is located on a plateau and is named for the more than 1,100 tubular-shaped megalithic stone jars that are believed to have been used for funerary practices in the Iron Age, according to UNESCO. Some people think that the jars were made in different sizes depending on whether they belong to wealthy or poor families. The biggest jar is 3.16 meters high and is located at the Plain of Jars site number 2, or Tonghai Hin Nako in Pasay district, about 26 kilometers from the provincial capital, Phonsavan. The jars at this site are situated on 2 adjacent hills. Access is easy because the road is paved. The Plain of Jars alongside historical sites related to the Second Indochina War, the fresh mountain air, verdant vistas and local multi-ethnic lifestyles are some of reasons attracted more tourists to the province.
สำหรับแห่งที่ใหญ่สุดก็คือจุดที่ใกล้กับตัวเมืองที่สุดก็คือจุดทุ่งหินหนึ่งที่อยู่ในจุดของเขานี่เนาะ
Archaeologists estimate that the Plain of Jars sites date from the Southeast Asian Iron Age period, 500 BC to AD 200. The Plain of Jars is a popular tourist attraction and has become symbolic of Xinjiang province.
I read about it in a guidebook.
It's a beautiful country, very beautiful country. We've been here for a week now driving around, and it's a lovely place.
Xinhuang is 435 kilometers north of Vientiane and is accessible via all-weather roads that allows tourists to experience stunning views. The province can also be accessed by plane. The Plain of Jars is Laos' third World Heritage Site. The former capital of the Lansang Kingdom of Laos, Luang Prabang, was inscribed in 1995, followed by Wat Pu Champasak in 2001.
Ako po si Bernadette Tinoy mula sa Quezon City. Isa po ako sa mga bagong sports reporter ng PTV at nagpapasalamat po ako sa oportunidad na ibinigay sa akin ng PTV, sa lahat po ng mga kasamahan ko na gumabay at umalalay po sa akin para makapag-cover po ng mga iba't ibang sports event mula sa loob at labas ng bansa. Malaking karangalan din po para sa akin na makapanayam ko po yung iba't ibang sports personalities na dati tinitingala ko lang. Sila yung nakapagbigay, of course, ng karangalan sa ating bansa at naniniwala din po ako na sa pamamagitan ng paghahayag ng kanilang achievements, kapagbigay sila ng inspirasyon sa mga bagong henerasyon ng Pilipinong atleta.
Singapore was hosting the ASEAN quiz, and there was also a lot of pressure on us as the host to also do well. It had been a while since Singapore had actually won anything during the ASEAN quiz. We thought we'd only be attaining a top 3 or top 5 position. So when we obtained the top 2, which we worked very hard for, it really was something that we really felt rewarded for, because we'd spent our entire December holidays preparing for it.
ASEAN was not something we studied in school. It was not part of our history syllabus. So personally, I went into the ASEAN quiz treating it as an eye-opening experience, hoping to expose myself to as much as ASEAN as possible. As for our team, I think we had a very good strategy coming into the quiz. We each had our own designated roles, and that allowed us to execute everything to perfection.
We took a really systematic and detailed approach to how we approach the quiz questions.
We were able to share our ideas candidly and honestly with each other.
After participating in the ASEAN quiz, I have really discovered that the diplomatic relations between these member states goes far and beyond just that of the socio-cultural. It's not just a mere cultural exchange.
To be honest, I was not very aware of the inner workings of ASEAN and the events that were going on in the region before I participated in the quiz. But after I participated in the quiz, it kind of opened my eyes how much work goes into trying to organize a group of countries in the same region into one collective where everyone is able to work together in order to achieve the same goals.
ASEAN Quiz itself was very eye-opening in terms of how other countries view ASEAN relative to Singapore. Opportunities to engage with one another distantly, make it even easier for us to learn more about different cultures and exchange ideas and information, which in turn will benefit both Singaporeans and people from ASEAN.
I do believe that participating in the ASEAN Quiz has really allowed me to gain a deeper understanding as to how and why ASEAN is so important to Singapore. Very importantly, it has allowed me to understand more deeply and comprehensively that it is very important for Singapore to maintain and establish amicable relations with our neighbours in order to ensure our political and economic stability, as well as to, of course, ensure our defensive security as well.
I think it is important that ASEAN is able to collaborate with these international powers in order to help them to grow and to thrive in an ever-changing world.
The fact that I met so many youths just like me who are vibrant, dynamic, with bold ideas, it was through this that I ultimately came out with lofty ambitions of ultimately wanting to work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and becoming a diplomat, and hopefully getting the opportunity to serve within the region as well, working in one of the ASEAN member states.
Initiatives such as the ASEAN Quiz are really helpful in allowing youth to bond with other youth from these various Southeast Asian nations. I still remember very clearly after the ASEAN Quiz last year, the organizers held the networking session where we would be able to bond with the other youths via Zoom and we'll play many games. And I still remember having exchanged contacts with almost all the participants in the quiz, and I do still talk to my friends from Thailand and Brunei quite regularly, and I definitely do look forward to hosting them eventually and bringing them out for a meal.
I believe it's imperative that future generations of leaders continue to reaffirm their individual countries' commitment to forming good relations with other ASEAN member states and presenting a united front to the world that will ultimately see us become even more successful.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อนายชัยวิทย์นะครับสุจริตกุลซึ่งชื่อน้องเสือตอนนี้เป็นครูสอนเต้นอยู่
สวัสดีค่ะทันนะคะนิชาลีเป็นเอกชนะศักดิ์ค่ะก็เป็นนักเรียนไทยนะคะที่ประสบอุบัติเหตุค่ะตกรถไฟฟ้าเมื่อประมาณปี 2554 ค่ะก็เลยเป็นเหตุที่ทำให้สูญเสียขาทั้งสองข้างแล้วก็มาสวมใส่ขาเทียมในปัจจุบันค่ะเรียกว่าเหมือนกับเราก็ต้องเรียนรู้ชีวิตค่อนข้างใหม่พอสมควรนะคะในเรื่องของการดำรงชีวิตเกือบทุกด้านของชีวิตเลยอะค่ะไม่ว่าจะเป็นการใช้ชีวิตในแต่ละวันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะจากที่เมื่อก่อนเราสามารถเดินเหินหรือว่าสามารถทำกิจกรรมต่างๆได้ตามปกติใช่ไหมคะแต่ว่าเหมือนปัจจุบันนี้มันเหมือนทำให้เราต้องมาใช้วีลแชร์ผสมกับการใส่ขาเทียมมูลนิธิ Art for All ค่ะมีการเหมือนคล้ายๆส่งสื่อประชาสัมพันธ์ไปที่โรงเรียนแล้วก็ด้วยความที่เราอยากก้าวข้ามขีดจำกัดของตัวเองอะค่ะเราก็เลยตอบรับในการแบบส่งใบสมัครไปที่โครงการ Art for All ในตอนนั้น
Art for All ได้ริเริ่มดำเนินการมาตั้งแต่ปี 2539 และปัจจุบันเราได้รับรางวัลเป็นโครงการดีเด่นของชาติสาขาพัฒนาสังคมและผู้ด้อยโอกาสผู้พิการ คอนเซปต์ของ Art for All ก็คือ5คนรวมเป็น1อัจฉริยะตาบอดมองไม่เห็นก็เป็นปากหูหนวกเป็นตาให้กับกลุ่มคนที่ขาดแขนขาแต่มีสติปัญญาก็เป็นสมองให้เพื่อนคนปัญญาอ่อนร่างกายสมบูรณ์ก็เป็นแรงกาย
กระทรวงวัฒนธรรมในฐานะหน่วยงานที่ดูแลงานด้านวัฒนธรรมของประเทศไทยและเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของประชาคมสังคมและวัฒนธรรมของอาเซียนนะคะก็เราก็มีส่วนสนับสนุนในการดำเนินงานโครงการศิลปะเพื่อมวลมนุษย์มีเป้าหมายที่จะสนับสนุนพัฒนาศักยภาพของผู้พิการนะคะทางกระทรวงวัฒนธรรมจึงได้เข้าไปสนับสนุนในส่วนของการเปิดตัวโครงการ Art for All สู่อาเซียนโดยได้เชิญผู้แทนอาเซียนเข้ามาร่วมโครงการตลอดมานะคะต่อเนื่องเป็นระยะประมาณ20 ปีที่ผ่านมานะคะเมื่อเราได้เชิญผู้แทนอาเซียนเข้ามาร่วมในระยะเวลาหนึ่งแล้วเนี่ยเราจึงได้นำเสนอไปขอรับการสนับสนุนจากคณะกรรมการอาเซียนว่าด้วยวัฒนธรรมและสนเทศหรือ COCI นะคะซึ่งอาเซียนได้ให้การสนับสนุนเป็นอย่างดีเนื่องจากโครงการนี้ตอบโจทย์ของการที่จะนำอาเซียนไปสู่สังคมแห่งความเอื้ออาทรและการแบ่งปันหรือ Caring and Sharing Society
พันธกิจของ Art for มี3พันธกิจด้วยกันพันธกิจที่1ก็คือการสร้างคุณค่าชีวิตโดยการนำคนพิการทุกประเภทเนี่ยเข้ามาพัฒนาผ่านกระบวนการสร้างสรรค์ทางศิลปะศิลปะเนี่ยมันสัมผัสหมดทุกโสตสัมผัสก็เลยเลือกเอาศิลปะขึ้นมาพันธกิจที่2ก็คือการสร้างความสุขสงบในชีวิตพันธกิจที่3ก็คือการอนุรักษ์มรดกทางศิลปะวัฒนธรรมเมื่อรวมตัวเป็นค่ายแล้วเนี่ยเราก็สามารถเชื้อเชิญบุคลากรอาจารย์ศิลปินต่างๆเนี่ยมารวมตัวกัน
จุดเด่นของโครงการนี้ก็คือว่าม
องกับคนในค่ายค่ะพอเราไปอยู่ในสังคมของกลุ่ม Art for All มันทำให้เรารู้สึกว่าเฮ้ยเรามีศักยภาพที่เราก็ช่วยเหลือคนอื่นได้
จะเป็นพี่เลี้ยงของจิตอาสาอยู่เรียกว่าเป็นสร้างความอดทนได้ช่วยเหลือเพื่อนๆ
เหมือนมันทำให้คนพิการเนี่ยสามารถพัฒนาหรือแสดงศักยภาพของตัวเองได้มากขึ้น
Art for All มีฐานอาเซียนเป็นครูอาเซียนและให้เยาวชนได้เรียนรู้เทคนิควิธีจากครูอาเซียน
โครงการ Art for All นะคะนอกจากจะยังประโยชน์ให้ประชาคมอาเซียนด้วยกันแล้วเนี่ยนะคะยังเป็นเรื่องที่ตอบโจทย์ของสหประชาชาติในเรื่องของการพัฒนาคนพิการแล้วก็ทำให้เป็นสังคมที่อยู่ร่วมกันแบ่งปันกันแล้วก็ไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังด้วยค่ะ
สิ่งที่ทันอยากเห็นเลยก็คือว่าทันอยากเห็นคนพิการลุกออกมาทำกิจกรรมดีๆค่ะที่สำคัญเลยก็คืออยากให้เขาได้เห็นว่าจริงๆแล้ว
ศึกษาในลักษณะเรียนรู้ร่วมกันสร้างสภาวะสะเทือนใจเมื่อคนหนึ่งมาเห็นอีกคนหนึ่งที่ยากลำบากกว่าถามว่าได้อะไรไปสิ่งที่ได้บอกว่าวัคซีนชีวิตวันหน้าเมื่อเขาเจอปัญหาให้นึกย้อนกลับมาสภาพตอนที่เขาดูแลน้องๆที่ค่ายนะครับตรงนั้นมันจะทำให้เรามองโลกมองมนุษย์เนี่ยได้ชัดขึ้นได้ถูกต้องขึ้นจากนี้ไปเนี่ย Art for All มองอนาคตคือต้องทำยังไงให้อยู่รอดสู้กับโควิดให้ได้กิจกรรมต่างๆคงต้องปรับเปลี่ยนไปความหวังในอนาคตเนี่ยอยากเห็น Art for All 3, 4, 5 กระจายไปทั่วครับปีนี้เป็นปีที่ 25 ของ Art for All หวังและก็เชิญชวนให้ทุกท่านที่จะมาร่วมกันในระมิดโครงการ Art for All นี้ให้สำเร็จและก็เติบโตแล้วก็เป็นแหล่งที่อาสาสมัครครูบาอาจารย์จะได้เข้ามาศึกษาวิจัยได้เป็นเหมือนกับห้องเรียนมนุษยศาสตร์ขนาดใหญ่ที่เห็นความจริงของมนุษย์ทุกคน
ดิฉันนิชารีเป็นเอกชนะศักดิ์เป็นคนไทยและนี่คือเรื่องราวอาเซียนของฉันค่ะ
ผมชื่อนายชัยวิทย์สุจริตกุลและนี่คือเรื่องราวอาเซียนของผมครับ
29 members, led by Mr. Muhammad Zamin bin Muhammad Amin.
I'm Natasha Diana, 22 years old, and I'm from Malaysia. I'm currently studying in Sanui University, doing International Trade and Marketing, and it's my last semester. And I am the 46th participant youth for the SHIP of Southeast Asian and Japanese Youth Program. Pendek dia sayap kita orang panggil.
Okey, sayap.
Mula-mula kita daftar dan sediakan karangan 300 patah perkataan, bebas, boleh tulis apa-apa.
Okey.
Dari situ kita akan tapis untuk ujian psikometrik. I started this program because it was encouraged by my aunt, as she was an ex-PY as well. As she said, it was an amazing program for me to try out, and I tried it myself, and it was an amazing program. Other reason was because that it was another initiative for me to study overseas. And I would say it was the perfect program for any youth to participate and study overseas. That was a lot. One of it is leadership skills, public speaking skills, and my love for Malaysia have gone so much stronger and bigger. Impak
Okay.
Boleh dikatakan one of the best experience in my 22 years of life. Sebab dia kuatkan jati diri, kepimpinan, and dia memang push you out of your comfort zone.
I want to be included. I want them to understand why. But how often we take the initiative to understand other people, to take the initiative to learn their situation.
There was so much thing that I experienced for the first time, and I can personally say that these experiences can only be gained through the program itself. Tasha salah seorang daripada peserta yang pegang jawatan sebagai Ketua Jawatan Kuasa Penajaan.
Oh,
So, bila diberikan tanggungjawab untuk cari penaja untuk kontingen-kontingen Malaysia yang akan keluar sana paparkan imej negara Malaysia, rasa tanggungjawab tu berat sangat kan. Tapi lepas dah beberapa hari di-train dan alhamdulillah capai objektif. I strongly encourage the Malaysian youth to join because it's definitely once in a lifetime experience. For you to check out the updates for this program, you can check out mepi_sayap on Instagram. I'm a proud Malaysian.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning. Pinapayuhan ng lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather update sa inyong lugar. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Orange rainfall warning. Mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghandang lumikas sa anumang sandali. Red rainfall warning. Inaasahan ang matinding buhos ng ulan sa loob ng 2 oras na magdudulot ng malawakang pagbaha at landslide. Para sa inyong kaligtasan, agad na lumikas papunta sa ligtas at mataas na lugar. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
Lightly greetings, one and all. William Theo here, homegrown and happy to bring you the latest major events here at home and across the planet in the last 24-hour news cycle. And tops in tonight's stories, Civil Service Commission head Honcho Carlo Nograles vows to help qualified or deserving temps, contractuals, casuals, or co-terminus employees attain eligibility for full-time positions in government by way of granting them the alternative of a career service eligibility preference rating CSCPR. This declaration by the Civil Service Commish is his agency's commitment and full support for the President's wish to fully and permanently integrate government workers who have been working under contract of service or job order status for the last 10 years or more. Earlier in the week, the President, on the eye of the commemoration of Labor Day yesterday, ordered the extension of the working contracts of temps, casuals, contractuals, etc., and all till next year. Qualified applicants to satisfy these conditions, at least 10 years of employment in a job order contract of service or status and a work evaluation rating of at least very satisfactory in the last 2 ratings prior to the application for eligibility. The application for the grant of CSCPR must be filed within 6 months from the date of release of the results of the career service exams taken. Nograles earlier said the granting of the preference rating is an exceptional privilege extended only to those who have shown their ability to get the job done sans the coveted civil service eligibility. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would not give in to U.S. President Joe Biden's entreaty to strike a deal with Hamas for a truce leaning heavily on the release of Israeli hostages still in Hamas's captivity. Still, Anthony Blinken managed to have Erez's border opened grudgingly by Netanyahu's government for relief and delivery into Gaza. VOA senior diplomatic correspondent Cindy Sain has more.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken met Wednesday in Tel Aviv with relatives and supporters of Israeli hostages still held by the militant group Hamas, a U.S. designated terrorist group. Blinken is on his 7th trip to the region since the Israel-Hamas war was triggered by a Hamas attack on October 7th. He is in pursuit of a ceasefire deal that would free the hostages and bring about a pause in the war that has left nearly 35,000 Palestinians dead, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. Blinken and Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant visited the Kerem Shalom crossing into Gaza on Wednesday. Blinken said Israel had made important concessions to allow more aid to reach Palestinians and to reach a ceasefire deal. He said the world is waiting for Hamas to take the deal that is on the table.
Hamas has to decide whether it will take this deal and actually advance the situation for the people that it purports to care about in Gaza. There is no time for delay.
But after a packed trip to Israel, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, Blinken left for home without any news of a ceasefire agreement. Observers had also been watching for a broader deal that would have involved normalizing ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia, possibly in exchange for a deal that would have ended the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he is not willing to end the war to get a hostage deal. And he said a planned military offensive into the Gaza city of Rafah, where at least 1 million Palestinians have fled, would happen whether there is a ceasefire or not. One analyst told VOA Blinken has not been able to achieve a breakthrough.
But I think the real holdup here is the fact that you've got an Israeli government led by Prime Minister Netanyahu that includes voices that strongly oppose a Palestinian state. And the Saudis have made very clear that they want to see a ceasefire in this war in Gaza as soon as possible. And they also want to see a commitment towards building a state of Palestine.
Katula said he was in Saudi Arabia last week and that there has been a lot of progress on a defense pact or other bilateral agreements between Washington and Riyadh, but not on a broader agreement with Israel. Cindy Sain, VOA News. Despite last night's recapture of Hamilton Hall and clearing out of encamped protesters on campus, school officials have swayed cops to maintain a visible presence on campus till May 17 or 2 days after commencement exercises. With last night's successful police operations, does it signify the end of mass student resistance in the epicenter of school protests in America? VOA's Tina Trin provides some answers in this report.
The scene is startling at Columbia University, a completely empty lawn with no signs of students or their pro-Palestinian encampment, a space where dozens of tents recently stood, entirely cleared out. Overnight Wednesday, hundreds of New York City police officers moved in at the request of University President Manoush Shafiq to remove and arrest protesters after a group took over and occupied Hamilton Hall, an academic building on campus. In a statement, Shafiq said, "This turn of events has filled me with deep sadness. I'm sorry we reached this point." In total, 109 protesters were arrested and faced charges including trespassing, criminal mischief, and burglary. An additional 173 student protesters were arrested the same night at nearby City College. At Columbia, student reactions are mixed.
It disappoints me to see the police arresting my fellow students. They're just protesting. They're just speaking for what they believe in.
In a press briefing, New York City Mayor Eric Adams said events had progressed beyond peaceful protest.
There's nothing peaceful about barricading buildings, destroying property, or dismantling security cameras. We cannot allow what should be a lawful protest to turn into a violent spectacle that saves and serves no purpose.
But witnesses say the police response was disproportionate to the offense and just as violent, with at least one student seen lying unconscious on the ground during the police raid.
I'm ashamed and horrified at what the university has chosen to do to its students and the actions that it has taken. It's traumatizing for the entire campus.
Others support the decision to bring in police and wonder whether more could have been done after initial student arrests were made at the encampment last week.
I think a big mistake with the first arrests, with encampment number 1, was that they made seems to be zero effort to stop another encampment from being erected. Maybe if they had used adequate police force to stop a second encampment from being built, then we wouldn't even be here today.
Jewish students like Ben Solomon say recent events are distressing.
It's a very hostile environment for all Jewish students. I haven't personally been physically harassed, but I've spoken with Jewish friends of mine who have been spat on, who have been physically forced to flee, students who are considering transferring out.
Shafiq has asked police to remain on campus until May 17th, 2 days after commencement ceremonies are scheduled to take place. Whether that move will restore calm or spark more unrest remains to be seen. Tina Trin, VOA News, New York.
At this moment, let's turn to my colleague in PTV's Pine City studios for the latest developments brewing in the Cordilleras. Ala?
Naimbag Arabi, Pilipinas, upat a drug personalities tinatili ug nasaruk 103 million pesos met agatad ti illegal a droga. Ti nakumpiskar iti may sangal daw nga anti-illegal drug operation ti pulisya iti Cordillera. Natiliw ti dua a drug personality na isayangkat a bypass operation ijay Batagla Trinidad Benguet. Nakumpiskar kadakwada ti talupulok at maysa nga elongated dried marijuana leaves with stalks. Ngagdagsan iti 31 kilograms, ngagatad iti nasok 3 million pesos. Ijay Kalinga, natiliw ti duapay a drug personalities. Nakumpiskar kadakwada ti 8 a marijuana bricks, ngagdagsan iti 8,000 grams, ngagatad iti 960,000 pesos. 3 a pedaso ti dried marijuana leaves, ngagdagsan iti 3,000 grams, ngagatad iti 360,000 pesos. 2 a woven sacks ang naglaon iti dried marijuana ngagdagsan iti 18,300 ngagatad iti nasruk 2 million pesos. Ken 2 botelya naglaon iti mapapati ang marijuana oil ngaggatad iti 12,000 pesos ken maysa nga air rifle. Sumangsango dagiti suspect iti kaso panaglabsing iti Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002. Kabiyata na, nagsisinamot ang marijuana eradication, tinisangkat iti Benguet kan Kalinga. Iti pakabuklan, nadadaal ti nasurok 230,000 apidaso ti fully grown marijuana plants, kan nasurok 40,000 a dried marijuana stocks, ngagatad iti 106 million pesos. Awan mo tinatiliw a cultivator, kabayatan ti operasyon. Iti sa bali adamag tarigagay ni First Lady Liza Araneta Marcos ti mangilukat iti Presidential Museum iti Mansion House a replika ti Tius Museum iti Malacanang. Sigun kan kuana daydaywen dagiti estudyante ken agtutubo ti Tius Mansion isu atuladen dapat ditoy syunad. May parang iti museum dagiti barong nga inaramat dagiti nagserbi a presidente ti Pilipinas ken dadumapay ang memorabilia. Libre daytoy a mayjaya kadagiti turista ken residente. Babaan iti resolusyon subsuportaran dagiti membro ti City Council ti panggap ti First Lady. Nakalanad iti resolusyon adakkel a tulong ti museum tapno may pangato ti historical awareness ti publiko. Mabigbigbig ti Baguio City kas Creative City for Crafts and Folk Arts ken Education Center of the North. Dagiti damdamag manipod dito'y PTV Cordillera. Siya ni Ala Sunduan na Imbag Arabi.
Thank you, Ala, and we have come to the end of tonight's show. We look forward to you joining us here tomorrow, same time, same location on your remote and/or browser. Always keep in mind to work hard, dream big, give thanks, and stay connected while you catch the news right here. William Theo wishing you all a restful night ahead.
Kumpletong-kumpleto ang bawat umaga sa siksik na saya, balitaktakan at impormasyon na handog namin sa sambayanan. Umaapaw na positive vibes at kaalaman sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Back-to-back na komentaryong matapang at nakapanig sa katotohanan sa Mike Abe Live. At punto asintado reload. At mahalagang paglilinaw sa mga usapang bayan kasama ang mga pinagkakatiwalaang mamamahayag at kinatawan ng pamahalaan sa bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Serbisyo, impormasyon, inspirasyon para sa bagong Pilipino. Kami ang inyong PTV, ang pambansang TV sa bagong Pilipinas.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
What's up, schoolmates? Ihanda ang inyong mga sarili para naman sa isang diskusyon na tungkol sa isang mainit at trending issue ng ating bayan and of course ng ating mga schoolmates na nasa paaralan. Kaya naman kasama ang ating mga espesyal na panauhin, abangan ninyo po ang aming palitan ng opinyon at impormasyon tungkol sa classroom discipline dito lang sa Schoolmates!
Isigaw ang tinig mo, ihayag sa buong mundo ang karapatan, kalayaan. Buksan ang isip mo, kaalaman ang yaman mo, karapatan, kalayaan.
Episode ngayong gabi, tatalakayin natin ang tungkol sa viral video ng isang emosyonal daw na guro na hindi napigilang manermon sa klase. Sa naturang live stream, hindi na itago ng guro ang kanyang galit dahilan upang makapagsabi siya ng mga hindi magagandang salita sa harap ng kanyang mga estudyante. Samot-sari naman ang mga naging reaksyon ng netizens na nakapanood ng video na ito. Ipinatawag din daw ito ng Department of Education o yung guro ay ipinatawag ng DepEd upang magpaliwanag sa kanyang naging aksyon. Kaya naman guys, for this topic makakasama natin, I'm sure eto mga I feel na mas alam talaga nila yung topic talaga ngayon dahil ang makakasama natin ay isang millennial teacher at isang Gen Z teacher. Guess who's who? Ayan, yan ang game natin today. Let's all welcome Sir Reynold or Sir Ray and Sir Paul. Ayan, sir. Welcome sa ating show today. Welcome sa schoolmates. Ayan. So, syempre, no, just a bit of a background. Don't say your schools na lang siguro, no. So, we want na maging school agnostic yung view natin, and that's something that we'd like to talk more about with you, no. So, Sir Ray, ano po ba or saan kayo na lang nagtuturo ngayon, no? Don't say the school na lang. And Sir Paul, same as well.
I mean, as of the moment, I am teaching in senior high school. I'm handling subjects like research and science subjects. And I'm also teaching in college, in a state university, a local community college. And as of the moment, I'm also doing research in school.
Right. So, thanks Sir Ray. Sir Paul, may nabalitaan ako kanina. Medyo may history kayo ni Sir Ray. Go.
Actually, I am now teaching naman in a private institution for almost 2 years now. No? Hindi na fresh graduate. But,
pero fresh pa din.
Sana po. Pero yun nga po, currently, I'm teaching English subjects, including reading and writing skills, AAP, and others po. And also, I am currently an organization advisor in the school I am teaching.
Yes.
And same with Sir Ray. No, I'm also into research. So medyo research teacher ko rin siya before.
Yun pala ang history, no?
History,
And syempre, no, as mga teachers, nag-aambag pa rin tayo sa pool of knowledge, ika nga through research, which is still part of teaching. So, nabanggit nyo kanina, Sir Paul and Sir Ray, no, medyo, since may history kayo at estudyante ka dati ni Sir. So guess who's who na nga kung sino ang millennial and Gen Z. So looking back siguro sa history ninyo as mga estudyante, ano yung naabutan yung pamamaraan ng pagtuturo or at least pamamaraan ng disiplina sa loob ng mga classroom? Can you tell me about your experiences? Siguro simulan muna natin, Sir Ray.
Okay. As for my part, nung ako ay estudyante, this was during the late 90s and early 2000s. Ang teacher namin noon ay talagang mataas ang respeto namin sa mga guro. Seriously at you. Tapos ito yung point na minsan nagtataas sila ng boses. At noong time ko rin naabutan ko yung tinatawag nating corporal punishment. Na sinasabi natin, pag halimbawang ikaw ay nag-ingay, pinapa-squat ka sa either sa harapan, sa labas. Ano yung tinatawag nating face the wall? No? Na kaya naman pag halimbawa sabihin natin, may point din na yung kung naririnig nyo po sa inyong mga tito at tita, yung tinatawag nating anong pwesto mo or anong place mo doon sa classroom. Row 4, malapit sa basurahan. Ibig sabihin, kung hindi man ikaw ay mahina, maaaring ikaw ay maingay.
Oh, okay. May ganun pala tayo. So, napaisip tuloy ako, saan nga ba ako na lugar dati? sa aming, sa aming classroom. Pero thanks, Sir Ray. Sir Paul, ikaw naman, ano experience
Siguro
mo?
partly dun sa nabanggit ni Sir Ray na experience ko din. But during my elementary years or maybe sa early ng secondary. No, pero yun nga, naranasan kong mapalo sa kamay before ng teacher ko kasi madaldal kami, maingay kami.
Ruler ba yan?
Parang meter stick.
Oh my God.
Pinaharap kami sa hadapan ng mga students, then pinaganon yung kamay namin and pinalo kami. No? But also, siguro nandun yung point na nag-a-adjust na yung mga teachers along the way. Nung paunti-unting tumatagal ako sa pag-aaral, nagbabago rin yung way ng pagtuturo. Kasi nga, doon na nagkakaroon ng mga bagong policies kung paano ititrato ng mga teachers yung mga student. Siguro, madalas nababalikan namin yung mga words ng mga teachers sa amin. More on words na kasi sa amin Parang yung way ng motivation nila is sinasabi nila na, for example na lang, hanggang tagapalakpak na lang ba kayo? More of that. But that's how I think they motivate their students and that's their way. During that time po.
Participate, no, usually.
Opo.
So, looking back naman through your parang student days, tas ngayon you are now teachers, paano nyo naman masasabi na style na ginagawa ninyo now with your students, did you apply the same style of school or classroom discipline as you've experienced? Or ano na yung masasabi nyong personal touch ninyo ngayon in, kumbaga, affecting discipline inside your own classroom? Siguro, since medyo mas experience ka, Sir Ray, ikaw muna.
Okay. As for me, for my classroom discipline, sa mga classroom course, mga classes ko, what I do or what I adapt is a little bit of everything as I happen or what I wanted to, I try to have them manage the expectations kung ano yung mga inaasahan natin sa kanila. And then at the same time, I also ask them what they expect from me. That's also part of the old ways. Pero they see that as something na workable for them kasi nakikita nila yung tinatawag na they participate in the learning process.
Right, right.
So it's a two-way process, and they are involved in the learning process as well. May mga pagkakataon din naman na nagiging relax ng konti kasi hindi ka naman po pwedeng maging strict all the time. We have a different set of learners right now. So naabutan ko yung last set or last group of millennials, the Gen Z, and right now I'm about to face the new the Generation Alpha. Paparating na sila. So that is one thing that I am really waiting for. And at lahat ng mga ito, there must be an adjustment. Hindi po pwedeng, kung ano yung ginamit mo sa millennial, you're also going to use those teaching style and discipline style dito. And at the same time, we are guided once again by what we call RE 7610, na tinatawag nating child protection policy, na kung saan we are imposing positive or non-impunitive or non-violent discipline. Itong klaseng disiplina na ito, it's still stern, but it is more constructive in nature. Ayun.
So, Sir Ray, move lang din ako to Sir Paul. Sir Paul, given na ikaw was in the midst also of that transition, kumbaga, sa transition ni Sir Ray, part ka doon. At ngayon, na nagtuturo ka na, syempre, ikaw rin, you have your own set of journey when it comes to watching kids grow, learn in your care, no? So, ikaw, ano yung personal touch mo naman na siguro or bigyan mo rin kami ng idea, meron ka bang kinary over doon sa the way nagtuturo sina Sir Ray noon na you think is still applicable sa mga estudyante mo ngayon and your own personal touch na sabi mo naman different from how your other teachers did it?
Siguro I can say na teacher ako ngayon because na-inspire ako sa mga teachers ko before. But of course, kukunin lang natin yung mga bagay na tingin natin effective sa atin during the time na estudyante tayo.
Right.
Siguro now, it's different kasi ang mga student ko ay Gen Z rin. So parehas kami ng generation, and at some point, I'm trying my best to understand from their perspective na maybe may mga reason or may mga dahilan kung bakit nagagawa nila yung mga bagay. And from that, I'm trying to parang broaden my perspective or my point of view kung paano ko i-handle yung mga bagay-bagay. No, just to share with you, no, siguro sa first school ko kasi yung tinuturuan ko ngayon. And one thing siguro or one mantra that I've gotten from that institution is the mantra of firm but affirming. We need to be firm with the rules and regulation. But at the same time, we need to affirm kung saan ba nanggagaling yung mga bagay-bagay and try to understand them from that perspective. So parang ganun namin or ganun ko tinatry i-handle if in case there is an instance wherein may mga problema talagang kinakaharap inside the classroom.
So parang what I'm hearing from both of you is important pa rin sa inyo yung input din ng mga estudyante, no, when it comes to expectation setting, the way you communicate, nag-a-adjust talaga kayo, no. So now as I move naman to my next question, so Sir Ray, balik ako sa'yo, no. Bilang, syempre mas marami na kayong na-witness na generations of students din and as well as in different settings, have you encountered, kumbaga, when you encounter these kinds of differences, how did you handle them distinctively? Meron ba kayong parang one remarkable na ginawa per generation? As you've mentioned, different ang way to handle millennials, Gen Zs, and alphas, or Gen Alphas. So, ano sa tingin niyo yung parang, shucks, meron pala kaming ganitong kailangang adjustment. Hindi ko naman naisip na the way kami magsalita, the way namin ituro isang bagay ay mag-iiba. Ano sa tingin mo yun, Sir Ray? From your
Okay.
end?
Pagdating sa lead na, we have to make the adjustment, just what I've said earlier, na kung saan hindi na masyadong nagtataas ng boses. And you really have to explain to them why you did something, why you reprimanded them. And at the same time, mas yung pasensya namin, mas mahaba. Parang ganon. It works both ways in private and also in public or among public learners. Kasi pareho lang naman sila ng, kumbaga, they're the same type of, kumbaga, if I'm going to make use of the biological term, they're the same type of organism. Parang ganon. So, yung mga adjustments na ginagawa namin, siguro ang pinaka mabibigyan ko ng emphasis is yung mas mapagpasensya kami pagdating doon sa latter generation o dito sa Gen Z. Kasi unang-una, hindi mo sila po pwedeng salubungin yung kanilang kagustuhan. Take note that Gen Z are more aware of their rights.
Right.
Ayun. Mas nandito kasi yung tinatawag nating advent ng social media.
Right.
Kaso nga lang, kailangan natin silang tulungan na i-filter yung kanilang nakikita sa social media. Kasi napakadaming kaisipan, mentality na akala nila madali nilang paniwalaan, tapos they readily believe that without filtering that and without reflecting in the truthfulness of this particular ideas na pagka sinabi natin the idea is Western, akala nila applicable sa kanila, and we're trying to help them to find the truth based on their context.
Right.
Yan po.
Parang kailangan pa rin ilagay na appropriate kung ano yung inaakto nila, kung ano yung iniisip nila, based sa saan sila currently ngayon.
Yes.
Diba? And medyo prone din tayo, and I think you can both agree on this, no? Prone tayo sa confirmation bias kasi syempre mas marami tayong magkakasama. Oy, tama yun, nakita ko rin yan. Ito yun, di ba? A-accept mo lang yun. Bandwagon mo rin yung i-accept mo na lang based sa kung ano yung sinasabi ng lahat and based sa ano yung paniniwala mo, yun lang din yung i-filter mong correct, di ba? So, I think, Sir Paul, something that we also want to hear from you as well. Since medyo bago ka pa dun sa field of teaching and I'm sure that you've also learned somehow the differences in the policies or rules before. Can you share with us some of the updated DepEd policies or rules na tingin nyo ina-apply ngayon regarding classroom discipline, including the reasons na lang din siguro na nag-lead sa changes na ito? I'm sure, Sir Ray, you can also share, no? Medyo I'll leave it to both of you, but Sir Paul, ikaw muna.
Siguro, one policy that I can remember, yung recent lang, no? Yung bawal ka magkaroon ng Facebook friend or makipagkaibigan sa mga estudyante mo. So that is one policy na pinapatupad ngayon ng DepEd.
Right.
But yeah, my reaction to that is it's hard. It's hard to follow, especially that you are building rapport with your student. It is not that you want to parang to remove the boundaries. It's not, but more of building relationship to them and for them to easily understand the lessons. Kasi pag komportable yung mga estudyante inside the class or sa teacher itself, mas madali silang natututo. Siguro yun yung pinaka-remarkable change na naaalala ko so far, na for me medyo mahirap siyang i-follow so far sa mga changes. Kasi before parang, although before kasi wala pa naman masyadong, hindi pa rampant ang social media. So maybe kaya wala pa nung policy na yon. So that's one thing I can remember.
Tsaka for some students, easier for them to just message you on Facebook na, Sir, paano ba to, ganyan, or di na nila nahihabol, or di nila kaya i-email. So kailangan nila ng mas mabilisang ways of communication.
Yun din po.
Right. So, siguro, Sir Ray, Sir Paul, medyo madami tayo na share agad at this first part. Pero marami pa tayong gustong marinig din from you dahil bibitinin muna namin kayo sa aming usapan. Ngunit marami pa kayong dapat abangan sa pagbabalik lamang ng Schoolmates!
This May, the search for the next Filipino esports athletes will happen. The Unity League Mobile Legends Bang Bang Tournament. Catch the Unity League primer May 3, 7 p.m. Only on PTV.
Sa dami ng pagkain sa buong bansa, for sure, hindi tayo mauubusan ng panibagong matitikman. Welcome, foodies and hungry souls! I'm your host, Leslie Ordinario. From savory to sweet, street foods to restaurants, we'll try all sa ating weekly food crawl.
Sarap ng tinapay. Nasusuntukan sila sa bibig ko. Yeah.
Oh, kaya naman simulan na natin ang ating epic food adventure dito lang sa It's Fun!
Consumer Watch. Mga praktikal na paraan sa pagtitipid ng tubig ngayong panahon ng El Nino. Ayon sa DOST, mas mahabang tagtuyot ang ating mararanasan bunsod ng El Nino ngayong taon, kung kaya't kailangan ng pakikiisa ng lahat sa wastong paggamit ng tubig. Hugasan agad ang mga plato para mas madaling linisin ang mga ito. Bawasan ang pagdidilig ng mga halaman at gawin lamang ito tuwing madaling araw o sa hapon. I-defrost sa chiller ang mga gagamiting karne at iba pang frozen food para hindi na kailangan gumamit ng tubig. Gamitin ang full load ng washing machine tuwing maglalaba at maglagay lamang ng tamang dami ng sabon o detergent. Iksian ang shower time o pagligo. Kung maaari, gumamit na lamang ng timba at tabo. Gamitin ang pinagbanlawang tubig sa paglalaba, sa pag-flush ng toilet bowl. Malaking tulong din ang tamang paggamit ng dual flush para makatipid ng tubig. Sa mga opisina, maiging i-switch off ang main valve ng tubig kapag wala ng tao. At para malaman kung may tagas ang linya ng tubig na nagdudulot ng malaking aksaya, i-check ang metro sa hating gabi o sa madaling araw kapag wala nang gumagamit. Maging bahagi ng solusyon at sama-sama tayong umaksyon. Sa panahon ng El Nino, dapat laging listo.
Mahilig ba kayo sa arts? Bigyang kulay ang buhay at ipakita mo ang iyong talento.
Hi! Ako si Yumi!
Ako si Cholo!
At ako naman, si Kuya Joseph. Samahan ng inyong crafty squad sa bawat artwork, DIY project at exciting adventure. Tuwing Sabado, 10:30 AM, dito lang sa PTV.
Abangan malinaw at malalimang pagsusuri sa mga isyung pampolitika at polisiya ng pamahalaan. Ipaliliwanag ng respetadong political scientist at akademiko na si Profesor Antonio Contreras. Punto de Vista. Mapapanood kada umaga simula ngayong Lunes sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Dito sa inyong pambansang TV, PTV.
Welcome back to Schoolmates. Kanina ay napag-usapan namin ni Sir Ray and Sir Paul kung paano nila dinidisiplina ang kanilang klase, including some of the DepEd policies regarding this topic as well. No? So sa puntong ito naman, para mabuo natin yung picture, no? Pag-usapan naman natin ang teacher-student relationship or dynamics, ika nga, sa loob ng classroom. So to join our discussion, nandito si Ella, isang senior high school student under the Humanities and Social Sciences program. So hi Ella, welcome to the edition of our classroom. Well, focus group discussion po ito ngayon. So Ella, right now sa Humes ka, no?
Opo, yes po.
So
Yes.
Humes na, so again, di ko natatanungin ka ng school, di ko sila tinanong kung anong school nila. Pero ang gusto ko munang malaman, so right back into the topic agad tayo. How is the relationship between teacher and students in this generation? Or sa tingin mo, from how your parents siguro or ates, kung may mga siblings ka, no, kinukwento nila how they were in classroom, how is it different from your generation?
First, ang pinaka-different is the closeness sa teacher and the students. Kasi noon, nakikwento po sa akin ng magulang ko na yung teacher nila is takot sila. Ay, not so takot talaga. Kasi some teacher po noon is hindi naman di naman sila masama or is may medyo strict lang po sila sa mga students.
Masungit talaga, no?
Opo, kaya kapag nakikita po nila yung teacher nila, syempre, parang kinakabahan sila, ganun. Then, compare naman po dito sa sa Gen Z ngayon, katulad po namin, is yung closeness po sa students and sa teacher is meron po talagang parang close friends, ganun. Matuturing po nating friends or matuturing po namin friends yung teacher namin ngayon kasi ano po, nakikipag-communicate and also may closeness po sa between po sa amin.
Right. So, syempre natanong ko na how does it differ in your previous generation, no? Pero siguro, Ella, on your perspective now sa classroom ninyo, parang kapag ba ang mga Gen Zs ngayon, the way kayo magsalita, would you say na you lack respect towards your teachers? I mean, kasi in different generations, may disrespectful talaga tayong mga students. At pasaway talaga. Na kahit anong uri ng saway mo, kahit anong uri ng pakiusap ang gawin mo, hindi talaga gumagana. So, what's your take on it?
Sometimes, di naman po talaga natin maiiwasan na lalo na kapag yung mga estudyante, depende po yan sa estudyante, pero para po sa akin, bilang estudyante, hindi po ako mahilig magmura like that. Pero kadalasan po ngayon sa Gen Z, di po talaga natin, aminado na po tayo ngayon na minsan pag nagto-talk back yung mga students, lalo na kapag yung teacher, may may pinagawang marami like that. Di na po maiiwasan. And also,
it's giving reklamo agad, later.
And di po na maiiwasan yung ibang students na parang
may sisi sir, parang may student ako alala.
Di po natin maiiwasan yung ibang students na nagsasalita ng masama.
Paminsan nga, they act on it pa, no? Pero that's not to discourage because again, in all generations naman, meron talagang existent na ganon. And it's really up to the teachers and of course the role of the parents as well to really educate, di ba, and guide them properly. And teachers as your second parents in the in the school. So, ngayon naman, kanina pinag-uusapan natin dynamics, relationship, but we know that there are different factors as to how a dynamics will probably work out. So, Sir Ray and Sir Paul, sa inyo kada-direct yung question na to, no? Classroom environment. I think, Sir Ray, medyo mas applicable to sa inyo because you've had a dabble in both. So, how do you think classroom environments affect teacher-student dynamics?
Okay. In terms of classroom environment, anong classroom environment po ba? Physical or is
pwedeng physical or pwedeng, I don't know, parang aesthetic? Hindi ko rin sure.
Pagdating sa, pag sinabing physical, wala namang pinagkaiba. It's the same classroom setup that we had late 90s, early 2000, 2010s. When classroom environment in terms of behavior, siguro yun na lang po ang tignan natin, malaki talaga yung pinagkaiba. Kasi nga, with the advent of advanced technology through social media, malaki talaga ang impluensya dun sa mga kabataan. So, yung behavior na yan, nagre-range yan pamula sa, number one, study habits. Number two, how they deal with their teachers. Tapos, nandun din yung how they deal with their peers na sa panahon ngayon, meron yung tinatawag nating peers kasi bullying eh. Pero pag halimbawa student to teacher, yan yung tinatawag nating disrespect. Pero pag halimbawa naman teacher to student, abuse yun. Ngayon, different context, magkakaiba sila magkakaiba ng mga nangyayari. Ngayon, sa mga pagkakaibang ito, ayun, papasok ulit yung tinatawag nating adjustment ni teacher doon sa mga yan.
May tanong lang ako, Sir Paul. So, sabihin natin, in the physical realm naman ng classroom environment, there's a difference, no? Parang would you say, or at least in your personal experience, kung meron kayong mga peers din or mga college teachers or even peers talaga na from colleagues who works in a different classroom environment, would you say na kakulangan in supplies or parang a difference in terms of the rations na binibigay per school? Is there a difference as to how students react to that kind of difference or a stark difference in terms of support in the physical sense of classrooms?
Masasabi natin na yes, there are differences pagdating dun sa tinatawag nating physical classroom. Pero ang kagandahan kasi, ang mga teachers, I'm speaking for all teachers, even in the private sector, maparaan po ang gurong Pilipino. Napaka-resourceful. Tama si Sir Paul. And kahit anong mangyari, we are very flexible na kung saan we make the adjustments according to the need. And then, at some point, most of our students, this is a proof, even kung anong generation yan nanggaling, most of the learners appreciate that. Yung tinatawag na na resourcefulness. But at some point, meron din naman talaga kaming mga limitations. And again, nagkakaroon pa rin, nandun pa rin yung tinatawag na understanding ng most of the learners. Pero kagaya na sinabi mo kanina, meron pa rin talagang mga learners na hindi rin maintindihan. So, nagbo-voice out sila ng concern nila. Pero hindi naman natin yun na ibig sabihin natin, hindi sumasama ang loob natin kasi maintindihan natin tao rin sila.
Right. Sir Ray and siguro Sir Paul naman, no? From classroom environment, nabanggit na ni Sir Ray kanina yung difference in terms of adjustments. So I think adjustments are really much pointing to teaching styles, di ba? So in terms of teaching styles, sa tingin mo, paano nakaka-affect yung paano ka magturo with regards to the teacher and student dynamic?
Actually, yung paano ka magturo ay dapat nakadepende sa kung sino ba yung estudyante mo or kung ano ba yung mga estudyante mo. Actually, nagbabago-bago siya depende dun sa mood ng class or kung anong level na ba yung kakayahan ng klase. Realistically speaking, dapat po talaga iba-iba yung lesson plan na prepared. But in reality, it's hard to follow. So, we as teachers, what we're doing is we're trying our best to adjust the mood, the way how we talk to them. If there are questions we need to answer. So more of right now po kasi we're more of student-centered learning. Kaya po talaga mahalaga kung ano na bang level or kung sino or ano ba yung mga estudyanteng hinahandle namin. If paano ba kami magtuturo inside the classroom.
Correct. No? So I think parang yung responsibility din talaga is upon the teachers to really get to know the class. Kaya talaga rapport building is very important. Diba? Mood setting, expectation setting, parang pagpasok mo pa lang anong nafe-feel ng mga estudyante mo, how participative would they be. So with regards sa teaching style, so siguro Ella, no, back to you naman tayo. With terms of student learning, dahil nga ga-adjust ang mga teachers to how the students are or how they learn inside the classroom, anong napapansin mo na factors in terms of student learning when it comes to student and teacher relationship? Kapag ba mas mabagal matuto ang estudyante, parang ano nafe-feel ng student, ano nafe-feel ng teacher?
Sa ano naman po, sa amin po sa students, minsan po, naanahan po namin yung teacher, lalo na po sa pag-teaching lesson niya. Example po, yung teacher is medyo di mo gusto. Siyempre yung mga students, hindi po parang wala silang pakialam or alam mo nyo po yun, parang may sariling mundo sila sa loob ng classroom. And then, sa teacher naman po, siyempre, yung teacher di naman po sa pilitan na sabihin sa students na makinig kasi di naman po nila hawak sa leg yung mga estudyante. So, the way na magturo yung teacher is patuloy na lang po. And then kami mga estudyante, it depends po sa teacher na nagtuturo po sa harapan namin. And also, yung ibang students naman is even though wala silang gana makinig, ano pa rin, nandun pa rin, present pa rin po.
I think yun nga parang attendance is even the bare minimum for students, diba? That's actually a sign of respect na, kasi hindi ko na nga naiintindihan, di pa ako papasok, diba? So, that's my personal opinion, no? Siyempre, guys, naging estudyante din ako, alam ko mga galawang estudyante, diba? Pero siyempre, guys, balik naman tayo sa, kumbaga, when you say that teaching is a two-way street, siyempre, it's still a form of communication, no? And intrapersonal relationship talaga yan. And despite all these factors, sa tingin nyo, paanong paraan ba dapat mag-express ng concern ang isang estudyante sa teacher? Kasi syempre, your view is that teachers are doing their best, ito yung efforts that we're making, and you also have your own limitations, which we also respect. But when it comes to a student, parang raising a concern na, shucks sir, hindi ko talaga gets kailangan ko talaga ng ganun. Or, sir, hindi kasi tama yung the way ka, may ganun, di ba? May mga estudyante, iba ang paraan ng pag-raise ng concern. How do you handle it and how should they handle it? Based from your perspective. Sir Ray, siguro ikaw muna.
Opo. Actually, I have heard a lot of stories like that. Na kung saan yung tinatawag natin, simulan natin sa sinasize up yung teacher. Parang ganun. Lalong-lalo na pag halimbawa sabihin natin, the teacher at times may pagkakataon na medyo may nakalimutan or medyo hindi niya sure yung information. May mga estudyante na sabihin natin they wanted to express or voice out yung tinatawag nating response doon sa ganung nangyari. kung halimbawang tatanungin kung paano dapat i-voice out at kung yung kanilang concern at paano namin ito tatanggapin ng maayos, number one, syempre yung pinaka-respectful manner. Paano yung sinatawag natin respectful manner? Kagaya po ninyo, ako din ay estudyante rin dati. Marunong tayong mag-gauge kung si teacher ba ay sabihin natin...
Na-review niya ba ang lesson?
Yes, na-review ba ang lesson? That's one. O kaya naman sabihin natin, ito bang teacher na to, ayaw ba siya yung tinatanong siya? Yung kina-question, there are teachers like that. Totoo naman po yun. Kasi yung ego mo matatapakan eh. Parang ganun. Opo. Ngayon, ang pinaka-the best way is be respectful, tone down, o kaya sabihin natin, maybe you can start with positive phraseology. Alam niyo, ma'am, napakaganda ng lesson natin ngayon. Kaso nga lang parang yung part na to, parang hindi ko po nasundan. Pwede ko bang pakiulit kaya? Parang gano'n. Something like that. No po? So, positive yung gano'n. And ako po, sa mga learners ko, hanggat maaari, I teach them na tinatawag nating positive phraseology. If I may share po, nag-call center agent po ako for 1 year. And yun po yung tinuturo sa amin before. And it's one thing that I find really workable. Pagka if you're dealing with different types of people, lalong-lalo na sa mga guro. Kasi naniniwala ako na kahit kaano kasungit, ka-stern, o yung teacher o kahit sinong tao, pagka maayos ang pakikiusap at pagdulog mo ng iyong concern, palagay ko, makakatanggap ka rin ng maayos na sagot.
Sige. Siguro, Sir Ray and Sir Paul and Ella, last question lang. Tingin nyo ba, paano nyo dapat ma-assess kung, eto, sure ako, Sir Paul, meron ka nito. Yung paano mo na-assess na valid or invalid yung concern ng student? Yung parang, shucks, parang mema lang to. Or parang, ay, ito, sure ako may pinanggagalingan to. Paano nyo siya ina-assess?
Kasi parang, it's part of the policy that whenever they have concerns, for example, they should provide proof. Siguro pagka alam mo or kilala mo kasing estudyante mo hindi masamang magtanong, but we really do need proof kung bakit ganito yung nangyayari. For example, consistent na absent si student. Ngayon, ni hi ni ho wala. So that is the time that even excuse letter wala. So parang that is the time that hindi na to
normal
valid.
or
Hindi na to valid to. At some point then, for example, pinagbigyan mo na second chance, third chance, pero wala pa rin. Well, that time, hindi na valid to. So that is the time na yun na yung limit ko. I tried my best to reach out. I tried my best to talk to you the kindest way I can. But then, if wala pa rin nangyari, hindi pa rin nangyari ang dapat mangyari, then that is the time that invalid na yun.
Sige, feeling ko magninilay-nilay muna ang ating mga guests today kasi mukhang medyo malalim ang hugot nila at minaalala sila mga estudyante sa mga nabanggit nila at malay mo si Ella pala yun. Joke lang. Pero syempre patuloy lamang po kayo tumutok dahil sa aming pagbabalik. Ating pag-uusapan naman ay, I think ito relevant to sa inyo, mental health concerns, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga guro dito lamang sa Schoolmates!
Science, Beauty, Arts, and Business in one course? Pwede ba yun?
So cosmetic science po is all about the development, formulation, and production of cosmetic products.
At alamin natin kung paano nakatulong ang science sa pag-udlad ng isang negosyo. Ngayong Sabado yan, dito sa Expert Talk.
How to create jobs and how to alleviate our people, those who are living under the poverty threshold. Pag na-improve yung economy, jobs will follow. Kaya sa amon ko sa kanila, if you can copy, or at least kung mahihigitan yung ginagawa ko, di tsaka kayo dumalita.
Ito, ang in-person.
May mga bagong magpapasigla. Kasama ang mas makulit na barkada.
Mga ka-RSP, may bago tayong makakasama sa umaga.
Kami po ang yung bagong kabaning every morning.
Level up ang saya.
Feel the feel ang good vibes.
Learn something new.
Start your day right with
Rise and Shine, Pilipinas!
Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 6 ng umaga. Dito lang sa PTV. Time to take your mobile gaming to the next level. Join the Unity League Mobile Legends Bang Bang National Tournament. A total of 4.1 million pesos in cash and prizes await our new esports heroes. For the regional playoffs, the top 3 teams per tournament leg will win 20,000 pesos for third place, 40,000 pesos for the second place, and 60,000 pesos for the first place. And for the grand finals, the top 10 teams will face off, but only the best 3 teams will take home the biggest prizes of all. 500,000 pesos for the third place, 1 million pesos for the second place, and 2 million pesos for the grand champion, plus the chance to represent the country with the national team Sibol. So, do you have what it takes? For more details, visit the Unity League Facebook page. PTV Consumer Watch, bantay presyo sa gasolina.
Alright, nagbabalik ang schoolmates. We are still here with Sir Ray, Sir Paul, and Ella. At kanina before our break, we mentioned about teachers' mental health. So, time immemorial since the pandemic, pinag-uusapan natin importance and concern of mental health, especially for the youth. So, para naman sa mga teachers, do you think there is enough consideration for teachers in terms of their mental health? And as a follow-up na lang din, no, kung Ella meron ka din ma-share, how do you think students can help them cope with their stressors, no? Especially which I'm sure naman may load talaga yon in your mental health, especially during very difficult times. So siguro simulan ko muna, Sir Paul.
To be honest, as part of the Gen Z, no, danas na danas ko yung mga mental health challenges, especially dumaan yung pandemic, and I experienced both online classes bilang isang estudyante at isang guro. No? So siguro may mga times talaga na may mga challenges mentally. And I can say that teaching itself is one way for me to cope up with it. Kasi whenever I'm inside the classroom, parang napi-feel better ako, to be honest. To be honest, whenever I'm teaching. But it's different if ang reason ay estudyante. Yun yung parang malungkot. Kasi at some point, coping mechanism mo siya eh. Pagtuturo mo siya eh. Pero what if there is this time na
yung stressor mo nasa loob ng class.
Yeah, student na yung nakakadagdag sa'yo. No? So the way, siguro kung nakakatanggap ba ng enough, well, institutions, I think, tinatry naman nila yung best na matulungan din yung mga kaguruan when it comes to dealing with mental health issues. But still, hindi siya ganun kadaling ma-end. And it's a long process.
So, thanks Sir Paul. No? And I'm really sorry na experience mo yon. At two sides of the coin ka pa, both as a student and as a teacher. So, Sir Ray, kayo naman, no? Ano sa tingin nyo yung pwedeng gawin ng mga institutions to help teachers better kaya in terms of their mental health? Lalo na kung, again, ang stressor mo ay nasa loob ng paaralan. So, Sir Ray.
That's a very good question, ma'am. Simulan ko na po yung pagsagot mula dun sa tanong nyo po kanina na anong ginagawa ng institution, particularly sa Department of Education, para matulungan yung mga guro na para makakope doon sa kanilang mga mental health problems na dulot ng trabaho kasi talaga naman stressful or challenging ang maging guro. Hindi naman talaga siya madali. Maraming programa ang Department of Education na inilalagay or kinokondak lalong-lalo na pagka-inset o yung tinatawag nating in-service training. Ito yung tinatawag nating middle of the year training na kung saan nag-i-invite kami ng mga licensed guidance counselor and then we are being taught of ways on how to to handle stress. At the same time, meron ding tinatawag na team building na kinoconduct din ng school at the end of the school year naman. And this is something na parang more on field trip, swimming, na nakikita naman namin na nakakatulong din naman para sa mga teachers. And moreover, meron ding mga tinatawag nating mga special program, yung mga schools na kung saan, halimbawa sabihin natin, there are identified faculty members na kung saan nagkakaroon sila ng ganitong mga problema. The institution or the school administration reach out to them specifically. So we identify that, lalong-lalo na sa amin, dun sa school, I am part of that committee as the Vice President of the Faculty Association. Tapos, yung mga teachers din, again, pumapasok ko dito yung tinatawag nating pagiging flexible nila.
Correct.
If I may share one of my researches, is we try to look into the coping mechanisms sa mga teachers, lalong-lalo na nung panahon ng COVID-19. Dito kasi talagang lumabas na hindi lang estudyante, kundi yung teacher din, na kung saan napakadami rin talagang gawain. But then, still, that's part of the job, that's part of the duty and responsibilities. At nakita namin na ilan sa mga coping mechanisms nila, apart from sa binibigay na tulong ng Department of Education, yung tinatawag nating they talk to their family members, they do exercise, they do Netflix, at marami pang iba.
Kailangan holistic well-being
mostly are successful, but then pag halimbawa kailangan talaga nila ng tulong, the Department of Education, through the institution where these teachers belong or connected with, nagbibigay ng sapat na assistance.
Right. So, Ella, last na lang, siguro as a student, ano sa tingin mo yung pwedeng maging ambag ng mga estudyante na, syempre, ang mga guro, di lang naman sila guro, pwedeng ama din silang pamilya, their own family members, their friends, no, that have their own lives. So, siguro, Ella.
Firstly is, isa siguro sa matutulong ng mga estudyante para ma-less yung stress ng teacher nila is first, hindi papasaway po. Kasi dami na pong estudyante ngayon na nagpapasaway, so stress na yung teacher. Lalong-lalo na po pag yung students is absent ng absent.
Correct.
And also, wala silang excuse letter, ganun. And isa na rin po siguro yung sa about study, about sa grades. Kasi isa na po yan sa mga pinoproblema ng teacher if yung students nila is bumabagsak.
Right.
Kasi, syempre,
do your best in class.
Opo.
Ganon.
Cargo po yun ng teacher kasi sila po yung advisor. So, mamumroblema din po yung teacher. Kasi, students nila yun, tas, bagsak.
Right.
So, isa po yun sa parang, dagdag stress sa teacher. Kasi yung mga students is, hindi nila tinitake na seriously yung lesson. Yung teacher is, nagre-risk po for teaching.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ella. So, once again, maraming salamat po to Sir Ray, Sir Paul, and syempre kay Ella sa pagsama sa atin sa episode na ito at binahagi ninyo ang inyong mga personal na opinion at mga kaalaman. So, syempre, short lang naman to, guys. We should view teachers and students both as people. Kasi they're very complex beings, di ba? Para tayong mga halangan with complex emotions. So marami tayong needs na both kailangan mapunan, both inside and outside of the classroom. But syempre, hindi naman, kumbaga, it's not a free job for teachers to take on all that mental stress. And at the same time, they're also doing that for a living. They have family members to feed. So, syempre, ang kailangan muna natin i-assess is tama ba yung compensation and benefits na ibinibigay sa mga guro? Sa inyong mga institusyon, is it the right environment to help teachers and students grow? Kasi if you are to, di ba, ang mission and vision naman ng bawat institusyon na magturo ay gumawa ng capable and, kumbaga, very competent individuals na ipaproduce mo to society. And the basic of that is due decency and respect. So dapat sa loob pa lamang ng mga classroom, syempre sa mga magulang din natin, no? Hindi porket pag nasa loob ng inyong mga bahay ay mabait ang mga bata, sa eskwelahan ay mabait na rin sila. So syempre dapat hawak kamay ang magulang at ang mga teachers to really mold, kumbaga yung holistic development ng mga kabataan. So guys, mag-aral tayong maigi dahil hindi na po madali ang magpaaral ngayon ng mga kabataan. And with that, sa bawat usapin, sa bawat issue, may boses tayo mga kabataan. Sumali, makinig at makiisa dahil opinion natin ay mahalaga. Kaya naman sabay-sabay nating isigaw sa buong mundo, schoolmates, may pakialam ka!
Isigaw ang tinig mo.
Disaster Watch. Alamin ang heavy rainfall warning system ng Pag-asa. Yellow rainfall warning, pinapayuhan ng lahat na mag-monitor ng mga weather update sa inyong lugar. Maghanda sa posibleng pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at tabing baybayin. Orange rainfall warning, mas malawak na pagbaha ang inaasahan at posibleng magka-landslide sa mga tabing bundok. Bumuo ng isang emergency kit at maghanda samahan din ng mga damit at beddings na magtatagal ng ilang araw. At para ligtas at may alam, magdala ng personal protective equipment at mga teknikal na gamit. Sa panahon ng kalamidad, dapat laging listo.
Mula noon hanggang ngayon, lahat tayo ay may matibay na rason upang ipagsigawan sa buong mundo ang ating pagiging isang Pilipino. Bukod sa mga magagandang tanawin, maipagmamalaki ng ating bansa ang mga natatanging katangian ng ating lahi. Maabilidad, matulungin, makadiyos, at higit sa lahat, makabansa. Sa bagong Pilipinas, mas lalong pagpupugayan at kikilalanin ang galing at husay ng mga Pilipino. Lalo na ang mga itinuturing na mga bagong bayani na patuloy na nagbibigay ng karangalan sa ating bansa.
Ang bagong Pilipinas ay isang pananaw. Pananaw that is offered to people in government, that is offered to the ordinary citizen. Ito ay isang paghihikayat sa Pinoy at nang magbago ang kanyang paningin sa kanyang sarili, sa kanyang bansa, sa lipunan, at sa magagawa niya para sa kabutihan ng pamumuhay natin lahat.
Lingid sa kaalaman ng iba, maraming Pilipino ang patuloy na nagpapalalim sa salitang kabayanihan at nagwawagayway ng watawat ng Pilipinas sa buong mundo. Ang ating mga scientist, acclaimed Filipino artist, athletes, overseas Filipino workers, mga medical professionals, at marami pang iba. Isa sila sa mga dahilan kung bakit kay sarap pa rin maging isang Pilipino. Ang kanilang dedikasyon, katapatan sa tungkulin at sa bayan, ang nagbibigay kabuluhan sa katangian ng mga makabagong bayani. Ang kanilang tapang at sakripisyo, ang patuloy na nagbibigay karangalan sa lahing Pilipino, kahit pabuhay ang naging kapalit nito. Ang mga katangiang ito ng mga Pilipino ay sumasalamin sa magandang imahe ng bansa. Kaya patuloy ang pag-unlad ng Pilipinas, lalo na sa aspeto ng turismo. Sa bagong Pilipinas, ang pagiging magiliw ng ating lahi ang siyang mas nagpapatingkad sa mayamang kultura, tanawin at tradisyon ng ating bansa.
Ang bagong Pilipinas ay kolektibong pagtingin at kolektibong pangarap ng mga Pilipino. Ang magkaroon ng isang panatag at matatag na pamumuhay. Ang bagong Pilipinas ay isang pangarap na tataas ang kamalayan ng mga Pilipino, na nasa pagkakaisa ang lakas at nasa pagrespeto ng bawat kapwa, at sa mga positibong aksyon ng gobyerno at individual aangat ang ating bansa.
sa bagong Pilipinas. Ito ang pagkakakilanlan ng isang Pilipino. Taas noo, kahit kanino.
Disaster Watch. Mga paalala pagkatapos ng lindol. Suriin ang iyong sarili at mga kasama kung may tinamong pinsala. Magbigay ng paunang lunas kung kailangan. Unahin ang mga pangangailangan ng mga matatanda, buntis, may kapansanan at mga bata. Kung nasa tabing dagat at may banta ng tsunami, agad na lumikas papunta sa ligtas at mataas na lugar. Suriin kung may natapong nakalalasong kemikal at mga bagay na maaaring pagmula ng sunog. Huwag bumalik sa loob ng gusali hanggat walang abiso na ligtas na ito. Sa panahon ng sakuna, dapat laging listo. Saan ka pa ba pupunta para sa balanse, responsable at makatotohanang pagbabalita? Hatid ng inyong pambansang TV ang mga premyadong programang pambalitaan na tinututukan ng sambayanan sa maghapon. Balitaang may puso matapos ang pananghalian sa Sentro Balita. Mainit na balita sa early evening primetime sa Ulat Bayan. Ang pinakasariwang multilingual news update sa PTV Balita ngayon. PTV Balita ngayon sa probinsya. PTV News Now at Stories from the Grid. Ang nangungunang English newscast sa free-to-air TV. PTV News Tonight. Ang latest sa mundo ng palakasan sa PTV Sports. At ang tuloy-tuloy na pagbibigay ng balitang makatotohanan tuwing Sabado at Linggo sa Ulat Bayan Weekend. Serbisyo, impormasyon, inspirasyon para sa bagong Pilipino. Kami ang inyong PTV, ang pambansang TV sa bagong Pilipinas.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Ang PCSO Lottery Draw ay live na napapanood sa Free TV at sa mga live streaming channels. Live na binabola ang mga winning numbers kaya walang makakapagsasabi kung ano ang mga mananalong numero sa bawat draw. Huwag maniwala sa mga text messages, liham o tawag sa telepono na nagsasabing magbibigay sila ng tip kapalit ng pera o cellphone load. ISO certified ang PCSO Lottery Draw procedures kaya makatitiyak ang lahat na pantay-pantay ang inyong tsansang manalo.
Philippines. It's the most awaited time of the day ng mga avid Lotto fans, kaya welcome to the 9 p.m. edition of the PCSO Lottery Draw. Today is Thursday, May 2, 2024. Round 3 na tayo ng paborito nyong digit games at syempre, ready na din ang ating mga multi-million jackpot games. Kaya kung fun, entertainment at nag-uumapaw na cash prizes ang gusto nyong kumumpleto ng araw nyo, huwag na maglilipat ng channel dahil all-in-one na yan sa ating programa. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat at sa kapartner kong mamimigay ng swerte at panalo tonight. Good evening, Tan.
Good evening, Jasmine. At good evening din po sa mga kasama natin dito sa PCSO Draw Court. At syempre sa lahat ng mga Lotto fans na nanonood sa ating ngayon sa PTV Network at sa ating social media accounts. Para sa mas exciting na panonood ng ating programa, sana po ay kumpleto ang mga tickets ninyo ngayong gabi.
Gina tayo sa 30-minute game habit natin tuwing gabi. Alamin natin ang excited na kayo, kaya ipakilala na natin ang mga makakalaro natin dito sa PCSO Draw Court. Narito po ang ating Lotto Draw panel of judges from the gaming public. Also here with us are the representatives of the PCSO and the Commission on Audit. And to assist us with our draws, we have our PCSO Draw Coordinator. Good evening, sir.
At para masiguro na lahat ng Lotto players ay may chance na manalo, panoorin natin ang mga naging paghahanda bago ang live Lotto draws.
Sa isinagawang pre-draw procedures, nagkaroon ng machine inspection at machine testing para masigurong maayos ang mga machines during the live draws. Sa draw ball case selection, pumili randomly ang chairperson ng isa sa 3 set ng bola para gamitin sa bawat game. Lahat ng bola ay tinimbang para masigurong halos pantay-pantay ang bigat ng bawat bola. Matapos masiguro na ito ay kumpleto, iniload ng draw team member ang draw balls na gagamitin sa live Lotto draws.
Lotto fans, are you ready to play and win millions?
Hawakan na ang mga tickets and let's play Lotto!
Game time na! Unahin na natin ang multi-million combination ng kauna-unahang Lotto game ng Pilipinas. Wala tayong jackpot winner last Tuesday. So tonight's Lotto 642 jackpot prize is 38,018,083 pesos and 40 centavos net of the agent's price commission. Sir, please press that button and let's play Lotto 642. Lotto fans, 42 balls number 1 to 42 naman ang nasa loob ng ating draw machine. 6 lucky balls pa rin ang hihintay nating pipiliin for the official Lotto 642 winning combination. Good luck, Lotto players. The first number is 2. Huwag pong magpapaloko sa mga nagpapanggap na PCSO officials or employees at nagsasabing mabibigyan kayo ng tip ng mananalong numero dahil scam po yan. The second number is 39. Sa Lotto 642, 20 pesos ang papremyo pag nag-match ang 3 numero ninyo sa ating mga winning numbers. Pwede nang pambili ng another Lotto ticket. The third number is 4. Sakali naman maka 4 winning numbers kayo, automatic na panalo kayo ng 800 pesos. 3 beses kada linggo ang papremyo ng Lotto 642, Martes, Huwebes at Sabado. The fourth number is 23. Kung 5 winning numbers ang nasa ticket ninyo, 24,000 pesos ang instant papremyo. The fifth number is 1. One more lucky number to complete our Lotto 642 winning combination. Sana kayo na nga ang susunod na maging Lotto Milyonaryo. And the sixth and final number is 25. Muli po ang ating Lotto 642 winning numbers. 2, 39, 4, 23, 1, and 25 in any order for the jackpot prize of 38,018,083 pesos and 40 centavos net of the agent's price commission. Super Lotto players, kayo naman ang susunod na may chance ang maging next Lotto millionaire. We'll play right away after this short break.
Maraming nagtatanong tungkol sa Lotto. Maliban sa 20 pesos, swerte ang puhunan para maging instant milyonaryo. Oportunidad at pagkakataon na ay di mabilang para makamit ang swerte. Tunay na pinagkakatiwalaan sa anumang sulok ng mundo. Ano pang hinihintay nyo? Sugod na sa mga Lotto outlets at bumili na ng tickets nyo. Para sa bayan, PCSO laging andyan. Araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Oras na para sa Super Million Jackpot. Wala din po tayong jackpot winner last Tuesday. So tonight's jackpot prize is 43,453,888 pesos net of the agent's price commission. Once again, sir, please press that button and let's play Super Lotto 649. Mga kalaro, ang nakikita nyo ngayon ay ang 49 balls number 1 to 49 na kasalukuyang kumakarambola sa loob ng ating draw machine. 6 na bola ang hihintay nating pipiliin for the jackpot combination. And the first number is 17. Maaari ring laruin ang Super Lotto via the eLotto app. Very convenient bumili ng ticket at mag-claim ng panalo. Tunay na nasa palad nyo na ang swerte. The second number is 1. Kapag 4 winning numbers ang nakuha ninyo, 1,200 pesos ang instant panalo. Ang papremyo ng Super Lotto tuwing Martes, Huwebes at Linggo. The third number is 13. Kung 5 winning numbers naman ang nasa ticket ninyo, 50,000. 44. Ingatan po mabuti ang mga Lotto tickets na nabili sa mga Lotto outlets. Huwag babasahin at huwag paplansyahin. Tandaan, kailangan ma-validate ang winning ticket sa pag-claim ng premyo. The fifth number is 21. Lotto fans, kung dalawa o higit pa ang manalo ng jackpot prize, paghahatian po equally ang jackpot prize sa bilang ng jackpot winners. And for the sixth and final number, we have 48. Recapping the official Super Lotto winning numbers in any order, we have 17, 1, 13, 44, 21, and 48 for the jackpot prize of 43,453,888 pesos net of the agent's price commission. Makakasama nyo naman si Tana hahakot ng digit pa premyo sa pagbabalik ng PCSO Lottery Draw.
Araw-araw, libo-libo ang papremyo. Araw-araw, 3 times a day maaaring manalo. Ang dali-dali lang maglaro at sumali dito. Favorite 2 numbers from 1 to 31 ang pagpipilian para sa 2D Lotto. At 3 numero naman from 0 to 9 for the 3D Lotto. Exciting prizes ang naghihintay sa inyo. So what are you waiting for? Sugod na sa Lotto outlet or bumili na ng ticket through eLotto. Araw-araw, let's play Lotto! Lotto players. As of our last draw, over 500,000 pesos na ang 60 Lotto first prize na hindi pa rin napapanalunan. Sa game na ito, maliban sa first prize, exciting din ang mga consolation prizes. Sakaling makuha ang first or last 2 to 5 numbers in exact order ng winning combination, kaya huwag basta itapon ang mga tickets ninyo. There you have it, our 60 Lotto winning numbers. The first number is 2. The second number is 5. The third number is 8. The fourth number is 7. The fifth number is 7. And the sixth number is 3. Again, tonight's 60 Lotto winning combination is 2, 5, 8, 7, 7, and 3 in exact order. Kaninong 3 numbers naman kaya ang may katapat na panalo? Come on, let's play 3D Lotto! Sa ikatlong pagkakataon today, pwede kayong manalo ng 4,500 pesos per 10 peso play sakaling mag-match ang 3 numbers nyo sa mapipiling 3D Lotto winning combination in exact order. Kung naglaro naman via the Rambolito system play, 750 pesos or 1,500 pesos naman ang pwedeng mapanalunan. Thrice daily ang papremyo every 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. At ito na po ang ating 3D Lotto winning numbers. The first number is 4. The second number is 8. And the third number is 2. Again, tonight's 3D Lotto winning combination is 4, 8, and 2 in exact order. And for our last game tonight, nasa tickets nyo na kaya ang lucky 2 numbers? Let's play 2D Lotto! Lotto players, kayo naman ang maglalaro at mananalo. To win, kailangan lang po mag-match in exact order ang 2 numbers niyo sa mapipiling winning combination. Ang 10 pesos nyo dito, pwedeng manalo ng 4,000 pesos. Kung nanalo naman via the Rambolito system play, 2,000 pesos ang maiuwi ninyo. Reminder po, may 1 year kayo to claim your prizes. At nakapili na ng 2D Lotto winning numbers. For the first number, we have 25. And the second number is 16. Recapping the 2D Lotto winning combination for the 9 p.m. draw, we have 25 and 16 in exact order. Kaway-kaway sa mga nanalo at kung gusto ding maging Lotto winner, hindi nyo na mamimiss ang chances to play and win dahil pwede na kayong bumili ng tickets in just a few clicks. Kung paano, let us all watch this.
Ang paborito ninyong Lotto, may online na. Talagang nasa palad mo ang swerte sa e-Lotto. Napakadali lang mag-register dito with your mobile phones. Using your web browser, pumunta sa www.pcso.gov.ph. You can click the e-Lotto banner o iscan ang QR code to download the app right away. Confirm your age pagbukas ng e-Lotto app. Paalala, only 18 years old and above can play and win. Click the login or register button para makagawa ng user account. Click register account. This action will direct you to the terms and conditions page wherein you will be required to read and click the I agree button to proceed with the registration. Sa mobile tab, i-type ang inyong cellphone number. I-click ang send button sa baba nito para makatanggap ng OTP. Once received via SMS, i-type ang matatanggap na 5-number OTP. Maglagay ng 6 to 12 alphanumeric combination as your PIN or password. Kailangan i-confirm ang PIN o password sa susunod na box at ito ay dapat kaparehas ng napili ninyong PIN. Then click the register button. You will be directed to a page kung saan kailangang ilagay ang ilang required personal information gaya ng full name, gender, birthday, email address, phone numbers at iba pa, then click submit. At ito na ang final step, ang application for verification. Mag-upload ng picture or scanned copy ng inyong government-issued ID. Make sure clear ang picture ng harap at likod ng inyong valid ID. You can scroll down for reminders and list of IDs na pwedeng i-upload. Bago kumuha at mag-upload ng inyong selfie, siguraduhin na well-lighted ang lugar na pagkukuhanan ng picture. Sa pagkuha ng selfie, hawakan ang ID malapit sa inyong mukha. Siguraduhin hindi blurred at kita ang features ng inyong mukha sa i-upload na larawan. Then, click submit. Paalala, nagsasagawa po ng human verification para masiguro na 18 years old and above lamang ang makaka-access at makakapaglaro sa online betting platform. If you are already verified, pwede nang gamitin at ma-enjoy ang paglalaro ng Lotto via our e-Lotto app. O diba? Napakadali lang sumali dito. Tara, mag-e-Lotto na! PCSO will be accepting applications for small town lottery operations starting April 24, 2024 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. until May 9, 2024 from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. for the following areas. Province of Batangas, Sulu and Tawi-Tawi, Navotas and Valenzuela, Makati City, and Province of Camiguin. The start of opening and evaluation of applications shall be on May 10, 2024 at 10 a.m. Please visit the PCSO website www.pcso.gov.ph or call the Branch Operations Sector Hotline number 632-8706-7571 for the list of requirements and other guidelines. Ayan po, sa mga gustong maging SEL ka-partner ng PCSO, magpasa na po kayo ng inyong application. At syempre, para naman sa mga SEL players, para mas exciting ang paglalaro ng STL, authorized na ang ilang SEL agents na gamitin ang national draw results for their operations. Baka isa na dyan ang suking SEL agent ninyo. Ang kompletong listahan, narito po.
Para sa mga bagong aspiring Lotto millionaires, ito ang video ng schedule ng Lotto. Ito ang video ng schedule ng Lotto.
Araw-araw, may tsansa kayong manalo dahil araw-araw ang swerteng hatid ng mga games ng PCSO.
From Monday to Sunday, 2D Lotto and 3D Lotto, 3 times a day na magpapapremyo. That's every 2 p.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m.
At tuwing alas 9 ng gabi, back-to-back ang mga pampagood vibes na dala ng mga favorite digit at jackpot-bearing games.
Every Mondays and Wednesdays, mega saya ang dala ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 4D Lotto, Mega Lotto 645, and the Grand Lotto 655.
Back-to-back-to-back naman ang multimilyong excitement every Tuesday, hatid ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 6D Lotto, Lotto 642, Super Lotto 649, at Ultra Lotto 658.
Super exciting din ang cash prizes na dala every Thursday ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 6D Lotto, Lotto 642, and Super Lotto 649.
Siguradong mag-e-enjoy kayo every Friday sa weekend treat ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 4D Lotto, Mega Lotto 645, and Ultra Lotto 658.
Talbog din ang Sabado night gimmick dahil big time ang panalong dala ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, 6D Lotto, Lotto 642, and Grand Lotto 655.
At pagdating ng Sunday, game na game pa rin ang Lotto Barkada sa papremyong dala ng 2D Lotto, 3D Lotto, Super Lotto 649, at Ultra Lotto 658.
Huwag palampasin ang pagkakataong maging Lotto Milyonaryo.
Gina sa suking Lotto outlets and buy your tickets na!
Tickets are also available sa ating e-Lotto app kaya mag-register at ticket buy na.
At araw-araw, let's play Lotto!
Please be informed that the PCSO has not authorized the operation of the following for the purpose of conducting lottery, sweepstakes, or any similar activities. Circulo mobile application, www.saturnstl.live, www.onlinestl.live. The PCSO is the sole government agency entrusted with the responsibility of managing and conducting lottery activities in the Philippines. The only authorized mobile application endorsed by the PCSO is the eLotto app, which can be accessed and downloaded exclusively from the official PCSO website at www.pcso.gov.ph. We hereby notify the public to exercise caution and refrain from engaging with any unauthorized platforms claiming association with the PCSO.
In addition to that, please be guided that the 6twin.world website is also not connected nor an official website of the PCSO and its suppliers. No online format or application was created for selling tickets of Scratch It and Go for Gold instant sweepstakes game.
And for the official draw results of all PCSO lottery games, you may check the PCSO official website and Facebook page, and PCSO Games Online Hub Facebook page and Instagram account. You may also call the PCSO office directly to verify the results. No online format or application was created for the same purpose.
Samantala, sa mga may naitatago pang tickets na nabili hanggang September 30, 2023, dito na lamang po sa PCSO main office pwedeng ipavalidate ang mga yan. Habang ang mga tickets naman na nabili starting October 1, 2023 ay pwedeng ipavalidate sa mga Lotto outlet nationwide, PCSO branch offices o dito sa PCSO main office. Tandaan, 1 year lamang po ang validity ng mga Lotto tickets kaya magpa-validate na po.
At kung nanalo via the eLotto app ng 300,000 pesos and below, you can just cash out your prizes on your eLotto wallet using your eLotto app. But if you win above 300,000 pesos, kailangan nyo nang pumunta dito sa PCSO main office. Magdala ng 2 valid IDs at ang QR code na inyong winning ticket.
At kung kailangan nyo namang magpakonsulta sa mga espesyalista, ready to serve you ang PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic. Ang schedule ng mga doktor, narito po.
Libreng konsulta ba ang hanap ninyo? Meron tayo niyan sa PCSO. Inihahandog ng PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic ang free medical services para sa inyo. Tuwing Lunes, ready to serve you ang aming mga cardiologist and neuropsychiatrist mula alas 9 ng umaga hanggang alas 12 ng tanghali. Available naman ang ating nephrologist, ENT doctor, and pulmonologist every Tuesday. At pagsapit ng Miyerkules, pwede kayong kumonsulta sa aming mga gastroenterologist, obstetrician-gynecologist, urologist, and endocrinologist. Sa mga may problema sa buto, handang maglingkod sa inyo ang aming orthopedic surgeon every Thursday from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. At kung may problema sa inyong paningin, worry no more dahil ang ating ever-reliable ophthalmologist na ang bahala sa inyo. Tuwing araw yan ng Biyernes mula 2 p.m. hanggang 5 p.m. All these services are free kaya bumisita na sa PCSO Multi-Specialty Clinic. Pero reminder lamang po, magdala ng photocopy ng inyong valid ID with photo. For your inquiries and appointments, tumawag lamang sa aming Medical Services Department sa telephone number 8846-8757.
Para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, sa ilalim ng PCSO Medical Assistance Program, lahat po ng kahilingan para sa mga gamot na pang-chemotherapy, post-kidney or liver transplantation, hemophilia, at epoetin injection ay kailangan ng kalakip na official quotation galing sa retailers, drugstores, pharmacies, ospital o dialysis centers. Ipadala ang inyong request at kompletong documentary requirements sa email address na ncrmap@pcso.gov.ph. Para sa kompletong listahan, bisitahin ang PCSO website, i-click ang e-services tab, at i-click ang list of medicine providers accepting PCSO guarantee letter nationwide. Para sa karagdagang kaalaman, magpadala ng mensahe sa pcso.main.charity@pcso.gov.ph para sa NCR. Maaari ring makipag-ugnayan sa Charity Assistance Department sa telepono bilang 8366-3329 o kaya sa pinakamalapit na PCSO branch na matatagpuan sa directory ng PCSO website.
Ito na ang resulta for our 2 p.m. draws. For 2D Lotto, we have 17 and 2 in exact order. And for 3D Lotto, we have 6, 0, and 1 in exact order. And para naman sa resulta ng 5 p.m. draw for 2D Lotto, we have 25 and 6 in exact order. And for 3D Lotto, we have 6, 6, and 0 in exact order.
Uulitin na po namin ni Jasmine ang resulta ng ating 9 p.m. draw. Simulan natin sa 2D Lotto winning numbers. We have 25 and 16 in exact order. For the 3D Lotto, we have 4, 8, and 2 in exact order. For the 6D Lotto, we have 2, 5, 8, 7, 7, and 3 in exact order.
For the Lotto 642, the winning numbers are 2, 39, 4, 23, 1, and 25 in any order for the jackpot prize of 38,018,083 pesos and 40 centavos net of the agent's prize commission. For the Super Lotto 649, the winning combination is 17, 1, 13, 44, 21, and 48 in any order for the jackpot prize of 43,453,888 pesos net of the agent's prize commission.
May jackpot winners ba tayo ngayong gabi? Ayon po sa PCSO Data Center for the Lotto 642, we have no winner. At sa Super Lotto 649, we have no winner.
Congratulations to all the winners. To know how and where to claim your prizes, narito po.
Napakasaya ng manalo, napakadali pang mag-claim ng premyo sa mga Lotto games ng PCSO. Kung isa ka sa pinalad na maging Lotto winner, isulat lang ang inyong pangalan at pirmahan ang likod ng inyong winning ticket. Kung 20 pesos hanggang 10,000 pesos ang napanalunan, maaaring i-claim ang inyong premyo sa kahit saang authorized Lotto outlets near you. And for winners of more than 10,000 pesos up to 300,000 pesos, you can claim your prizes at the nearest PCSO branch in your area and present 2 valid IDs. Kung ikaw naman ang super swerteng jackpot winner, dalhin lamang ang inyong winning ticket at 2 valid IDs sa PCSO main office, Shaw Boulevard, Mandaluyong City. Tandaan lamang may 1 taon kayo mula sa petsa ng inyong pagkapanalo para makapag-claim ng inyong premyo. To all the winners, congratulations po!
Bukas, maaga pa lang pila na sa mga suking Lotto outlet at ticket buy na o di kaya naman ay mag-register na at bumili ng Lotto tickets using the e-Lotto app. That's all for tonight. Ako po si Tan Perez.
And I am Jasmine Omay, nagsasabing sa PCSO, bawat taya may kawang gawa.
Abangan, malinaw at malalimang pagsusuri sa mga isyung pampolitika at polisiya ng pamahalaan. Ipaliliwanag ng respetadong political scientist at akademiko na si Profesor Antonio Contreras. Punto de Vista. Mapapanood kada umaga simula ngayong Lunes sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Dito sa inyong pambansang TV, PTV. Consumer Watch. Mga praktikal na paraan sa pagtitipid ng tubig ngayong panahon ng El Nino. Ayon sa DOST, mas mahabang tagtuyot ang ating mararanasan bunsod ng El Nino ngayong taon, kung kaya't kailangan ng pakikiisa ng lahat sa wastong paggamit ng tubig. Hugasan agad ang mga plato para mas madaling linisin ang mga ito. Bawasan ang pagdidilig ng mga halaman at gawin lamang ito tuwing madaling araw o sa hapon. I-defrost sa chiller ang mga gagamiting karne at iba pang frozen food para hindi na kailangan gumamit ng tubig. Gamitin ang full load ng washing machine tuwing maglalaba at maglagay lamang ng tamang dami ng sabon o detergent. Iksian ang shower time o pagligo. Kung maaari, gumamit na lamang ng timba at tabo. Gamitin ang pinagbanlawang tubig sa paglalaba, sa pag-flush ng toilet bowl. Malaking tulong din ang tamang paggamit ng dual flush para makatipid ng tubig. Sa mga opisina, maiging i-switch off ang main valve ng tubig kapag wala ng tao. At para malaman kung may tagas ang linya ng tubig na nagdudulot ng malaking aksaya, i-check ang metro sa hating gabi o sa madaling araw kapag wala nang gumagamit. Maging bahagi ng solusyon at sama-sama tayong umaksyon. Sa panahon ng El Nino, dapat laging listo. Nakapagrehistro ka na ba sa darating na halalan? Sa Register Anywhere program ng COMELEC, mas madali na. Sa Register Anywhere, pwede ka na magrehistro sa pinakamalapit na website sa inyo. At hindi na kailangan magpunta pa sa lugar kung saan nakatira o boboto. Ang website registration ay bukas mula February 12 hanggang August 31, 2024 sa mga piling mall, university, government office, church organization, at private establishment sa buong bansa. Tatanggapin ang lahat ng klase ng aplikasyon mula bagong botante, transfer, reactivation, reinstatement, change of status, correction of entry, at overseas to local registration. Basta qualified magrehistro, welcome kayo dito! Huwag kalimutang magdala ng valid proof of identification. Bukas din ang mga lokal na tanggapan ng COMELEC para tumanggap ng mga magpaparehistro mula Lunes hanggang Sabado. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon at listahan ng mga Register Anywhere program site sa inyong lugar, bisitahin ang COMELEC website o social media pages nito. Isang mahalagang paalala mula sa inyong pambansang TV. Kasama mong naghahangad ng malinis at maayos na halalan sa isang bagong Pilipinas.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Tonight's top stories. Damage to the country's agriculture sector surged to 5.9 billion pesos due to the effects of the El Nino phenomenon. Both chambers of Congress back President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s directive to review and adjust minimum wage rates of workers. The Department of Education or DepEd issues guidelines and rates for overload pay of teachers. New work schedule in Metro Manila local government units or LGUs takes effect today. Government debt slides to 14.93 trillion pesos in March, 1.67% lower than the recorded 15.18 trillion pesos in the previous month. Iconic opium ban Eraserheads will perform in the U.S., Canada, and Dubai for a concert tour. These stories and more on PTV News Tonight. Welcome to PTV News Tonight. Nearly 10 months since it first made its presence felt, the weather scourge known as El Nino has racked up damage nationwide in scorched fields and shriveled up crops to the tune of close to 6 billion pesos in agricultural ruin. Then again, the number translates to less than 3% of the country's farmlands, and the damage is not as extensive as it appears. Our Clazel Pardilla has more.
Damaged agriculture due to El Nino has surged to almost 6 billion pesos. Rice fields in Mimaropa, Western Visayas, Cordillera, and Cagayan were hardest hit by drought. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, rice production dropped to 4.68 million metric tons in the first quarter of 2024, comparatively smaller than last year and the initial PSA estimate.
Despite the El Nino, we still have sufficient supply ng rice. Yung nasira sa palaya natin is 58,000 hectares. Ito ay katumbas sa 2.72% of the total area planted na more than 2 million hectares. So, hindi pa rin siya ganun kalaki. Nakapagbigay na tayo ng more than 2.18 billion worth ng intervention sa mga affected farmers and fisher folks.
However, the threat of El Nino is far from over, leaving the Federation of Free Farmers apprehensive about potential shortages in local rice supply during the approaching lean months or when there is no harvest.
Yung tinamaan ng drought during the production, aanihin siya ng second quarter. Yung output niyan mas mababa. At yung iba talagang natuyuan, yung iba nasira na. So I think the brunt of the effect of El Nino will be seen in the second quarter. So kung mababa yung ani natin ngayong first and second quarter, we will have to rely on import.
As of now, rice imports have reached a staggering 1.1 million metric tons in the Philippines. The group expressed concern about the potential consequences if there is a surge in imported rice, flooding the market.
So, bababa na naman ang presyo ng palay. Yun ang medyo magbabackfire na naman sa mga magsasaka.
According to the FFF, the price of imported rice has fallen from over $600 to $550 per ton. Based on the DA's price monitoring, imported rice prices range between 48 to 65 pesos per kilogram. Meanwhile, local rice prices can reach up to 67 pesos.
Will the lower import price bring down retail prices? No? Or because the local price is medyo mahal, sasabihin ng importer, ibibenta ko na rin sa mahal para kumita ako ng malaki. So we don't know how that will play out.
The DA aims to label rice in the market based on its variety and origin, whether it's imported or local, to prevent those who are taking advantage on the price. Kalazel Pardilia for the new and better Philippines.
The lower house always has the welfare of the Filipino people in mind, especially those who work to earn a living and those who fuel the economy with their purchases. That's why lawmakers never cease to come up with measures and proposals on how government can ensure the rights and welfare of the two sectors and make sure they are upheld. Madalas Moras has more.
Several lawmakers from both houses of Congress welcomed the latest order of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. for wage policy-making bodies of the government to review and adjust the wages of workers in the country. According to Senate Majority Leader Joel Villanueva, this is a welcome and positive step to sustain the daily lives of our countrymen. For Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, in tandem with this, the Chief Executive may also certify as urgent the minimum wage increase bill in the Senate. For the part of the lower house, Deputy Majority Leader Jude Asidre said they also want the best for Filipino employees. As for the counterpart measures for wage hike in the House, he clarified they are working on it, even as he assured to balance each side.
Habang gusto man natin na guminhawa ang buhay ng ating mga manggagawa, tumaas ang sweldo ng ating manggagawa, ay gusto din naman natin na hindi rin magsara ang ating mga negosyo at hindi rin maapektuhan ang kakayahan ng ating mga employer na makapagbigay ng sakto at tamang trabaho sa ating mga kababayan.
Ito po'y dumadaan sa tamang proseso. Pinapakinggan po natin lahat ng ating mga stakeholders, lahat po ng mga labor organizers, mga unions, at iba pa para maka-arrive po tayo sa mas maganda at mas sustainable na solution para po sa ating mga manggagawa.
Meanwhile, for the benefit of the consumers, the House of Representatives is also determined to amend the rice tariffication law to bring back the cheaper NFA rice in the market. They believe this will also help to control inflation. However, in a statement, Senator Cynthia Villar seems to have reservations about this because the National Food Authority was prohibited to sell rice before due to corruption issues, and she's worried it may cause a problem again. But the House Solons assured,
may nakikita po kaming paraan na maaari nating maibalik yung mandato ng NFA na makabenta ng bigas ng direkta sa merkado. And at the same time, kaya po natin na ilimit in such a way na hindi po prone to corruption.
Hindi man ho siguro ang solusyon doon ay pigilan natin ang pagkakataon ng ating mga kababayang mahirap na magkaroon ng pagkain, di ba?
as of now, one of the main challenges in the country is still the extreme hot weather. Some lawmakers shared their solutions.
Sa panahon ng El Nino, naramdaman talaga natin nung malaimpyernong init. Kaya kailangan nating i-double time yung mga mitigating measures para naman po sa para naman po doon sa kakulangan ng kuryente, ng tubig at iba pa naman ang mga pangangailangan ng ating mga mamamayan.
Bahagi din ng nararapat na aksyon ay habulin natin at panagutin ang mga biggest polluters and fossil fuel emitters. Kasama po dyan ang mga dambuhalang kumpanya ng Global North, yung mga high-income countries.
Melalas Moras from the National TV Network for a New and Better Philippines.
At long last, the perseverance of teachers to always extend teaching their kids in school for an hour or two more than they should have been has finally recognized and rewarded. And the extra pay is not shabby at all because it is equal to a fourth of their take-home pay, as our Kenneth Paciente threshes out in this report.
As a teacher, Anna can't avoid that her job requires her to spend a little extra time on teaching.
Yung overtime teaching namin is we go beyond the 6 hours kasi yung mga batang nangangailangan po ng remediation, kailangan pa rin namin silang tutukan after the classes. Though hindi naman po yung buong buong klase, but then at least nagtuturo pa rin kami beyond those time na dapat ay hindi na.
This sacrifice of teachers will now be recognized by the Education Department. Based on the Department Order Number 005 issued by the DepEd, the department has set guidelines on the overload pay to teachers. This additional compensation is the DepEd's recognition of teachers' welfare as stated in Republic Act Number 4670 or the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. Based on the DO, teacher overload pay is for teachers who teach more than 30 hours per week or 6 hours per day of actual teaching. Therefore, they should receive at least 25% additional compensation on top of their regular remuneration. But teachers' teaching overload should not exceed to 2 hours in one day. This is applicable to full-time teachers, whether permanent, provisional, or in substitute status in public elementary and secondary schools.
Maybe it's high time for us naman na teachers na mabigyan na ng tamang pasahod or tamang compensation upang sa ganun ay kami ay ma-motivate na lalong maging good sa aming sinumpaang trabaho.
The Teachers Dignity Coalition has recognized this step taken by the DepEd, especially now with a standard in place on how to pay the overload pay of teachers. However, the group fears this order could be a reason to require teachers 6 hours of teaching each day instead of their actual teaching time load of 4 to 5 hours a day.
Sana yung mga doubts at yung mga worries ng mga teachers as regards to this DepEd order number 5 na inilabas ng kanyang tanggapan ay ma-resolve through an open dialogue. Sana immediate, sana within next week bago ito full implementation kasi syempre alam naman natin na papasok na tayo sa bagong school year.
On the other hand, House Deputy Minority Leader and ACT Teachers Party List Representative Franz Castro was delighted over the overload pay for teachers.
Isang tagumpay itong DepEd Order Number 5 para sa ating mga teachers Dahil matagal ng panahon na ang Magna Carta for Public School Teachers, 1966 pa yan, may mga provision para sa mga overload tsaka yung overtime pay na hindi naipatutupad ng DepEd. So babantayan natin yung implementation nito, dapat talaga hindi na naman magkaroon ito ng kung ano-anong interpretasyon.
The department order also stated the more rationalized workload of the teachers following the removal of their administrative tasks. Based on the DO, the teacher should expend 6 hours on actual teaching, while 2 hours are for ancillary tasks that can be completed inside or outside the school premises. Kenneth Pasyente, from the National TV Network for a New and Better Philippines.
Meanwhile, Representative Roman Romulo revealed the lower house is discussing a proposal to shorten school year 2024 to 2025 to allow the education sector to revert back to the old school calendar immediately. The lawmaker maintained the best setup for learning is still face-to-face classes. However, due to circumstances that forced the Department of Education or DepEd to change the school calendar, which then consequently made it necessary for classes to still be held during the summer months. And with El Nino actually making the warmer climate even more unbearable, he believes it is high time to return the old schedule.
Po nila, meron silang nasubmit na mga alternatives sa Malacanang at kasama po doon ay yung pagpapaiksi na po nung pagbabalik ng panahon sa old academic calendar. Meaning, by next year, hopefully, yan na yung huling academic calendar na meron pang pasokan ng Abril. Pagkatapos po ng next year, balik na po talaga sa dating old academic calendar kung saan April at May magiging summer vacation na po ng ating mga teachers at ating mga mag-aaral. Kaya sa totoo po, sa amin sa house po, sang-ayon po kami na maibalik na sa ngayon kasi talaga nakikita po natin apektado yung continuity of learning.
The new working hours for local government unit employees have started today. In Caloocan City, half of the employees have adopted the 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. work schedule. Some of them follow the traditional 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. working hours. In the meantime, several offices are open 24 hours a day. Other cities have accepted the new work schedule except for Valenzuela City.
We are preparing certain offices na possible pong mag-trial session ng 7 to 4. Ang iba naman po na may direct transaction sa national offices will retain the 5 p.m.
The country's total outstanding debt decreased to 14.93 trillion pesos in March, a 1.67% drop from the previous month, primarily due to domestic government securities redemption. Domestic debt accounted for 68.86% at 10.28 trillion pesos. This is a 2.83% decline driven by securities redemption. External debt rose to 4.65 trillion pesos, up 1% from February, attributed to foreign loans and local currency depreciation. National government guaranteed obligations reached also and rose by 0.3%, driven by domestic guarantees and currency factors, partly offset by repayments and currency appreciation.
The Finance Department is all prepped up and set to ink a deal with Japan's International Cooperation Agency, or JICA, that would bankroll close to a $1.6 billion in government projects over the next 2 years. This financing deal of over $1.5 billion worth of pipeline projects was hashed over in a face-off between Finance Undersecretary for the International Finance Group, Joven Balbosa, and JICA's Director General for Southeast Asia and Pacific Development, Hayakawa Yuho, April last month in JICA's Washington, D.C. office, and coming at the heels of the U.S.-Japan-Philippine Trilateral Summit. In that meeting, Undersecretary Balbosa acknowledged and thanked the solid partnership between the Philippines and JICA for having consistently been the country's prime source of official development assistance, which last year summed up to $12.3 billion in loans and grants, or roughly a third of all ODAs for the country last year. Part of the $1.6 billion deal of pipeline projects for 2024 to 2025 is the signing of 4 agreements this year. The Department of Budget and Management, or DBM, approved the release of 3.744 billion pesos to the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED, to provide assistance to students who still want to finish their college education. The fund shall be used for CHED's Tulong Dunong program, which gives financial assistance to qualified students. The DBM said the scholarship program is a huge help to students who are experiencing financial difficulties or do not have the means to do so.
The Government Service Insurance System, or GSIS, reported a 12% increase in insurance premiums in the first quarter of 2024. The collected insurance premiums amounted to 2.98 billion pesos, higher than the 2.65 billion pesos last year. Overall net worth of GSIS General Insurance also rose by 7%, or 54.63 billion pesos from 51.26 billion pesos at the end of 2023.
S&P Global Philippines Manufacturing Managers Index, or PMI, said the manufacturing sector improved further in April 2024. From a score of 50.2 in March, the said sector improved to 52.2. PMI is a gauge of the sector's performance. The manufacturing industry showed further gains in April and showed a quicker expansion rate for new orders, which triggered a rise in production.
The local stock market dipped, with most of the PSE subsectors ending in negative territory. The main index shed 53.94 points, or 0.81%, to close at 6,646.55, while all shares went down 21.36 points, or 0.61%, to settle at 3,504.58. Only services posted gains with a 2.12%. Total volume of shares traded was 501 million, valued at 4.775 billion pesos. Decliners edged out advancers 110 to 76, with 54 left unchanged. Transitioning from linear barcodes to 2D barcodes, or QR codes, is up next. The details and more following some important messages. Stay with us.
Mahilig ba kayo sa arts? Bigyang kulay ang buhay at ipakita mo ang iyong talento.
Hi! Ako si Yumi! Ako si Cholo!
At ako naman, si Kuya Joseph. Samahan ang inyong crafty squad sa bawat artwork, DIY project at exciting adventure. Tuwing Sabado, 10:30 AM, dito lang sa PTV.
How to create jobs and how to alleviate our people, those who are living under the poverty threshold. Pag na-improve yung economy, jobs will follow. Kaya samon ko sa kanila, if you can copy, or at least kung mahihigitan yung ginagawa ko, di tsaka kayo gumawa.
Ito ang in-person.
This May, the search for the next Filipino esports athletes will happen. The Unity League Mobile Legends Bang Bang Tournament. Catch the Unity League Primer, May 3, 7 p.m. Only on PTV.
Sa dami ng pagkain sa buong bansa, for sure, hindi tayo mauubusan ng panibagong matitikman. Welcome, foodies and hungry souls! I'm your host, Leslie Ordinario. From savory to sweet, street foods to restaurants, we'll try all sa ating weekly food crawl.
Sarap ng tinapay. Nasusuntukan sila sa bibig ko.
Yeah. Oh, kaya naman simulan na natin ang ating epic food adventure dito lang sa It's Fun!
Ako si Rafael Bandayrel mula sa Taytay, Rizal. Mahigit 1 taon pa lang ako sa PTV pero yung mga naranasan ko dito alam ko babaunin ko habang buhay. Bata pa lang ako, mahilig na ako sa sports, lalo na sa basketball. At yung passion ko sa sports, yun yung nagdala sa akin sa PTV. And fast forward to several years later, nandito na ako at binigyan ako ng opportunity ng PTV para maging bahagi ng mga pinakamalaking sports events, hindi lang sa Pilipinas, kundi sa buong mundo na rin. Tulad nung FIBA World Cup na na-experience kong makover last year at sobrang memorable nun para sa akin dahil doon na-meet ko yung ilan sa mga tinitingala akong atleta at ikwento yung stories nila.
Technology has been an essential part of our daily lives. It may seem complicated for some, but we cannot deny the fact that it makes life more easier. Thanks to the advancement of technology, it also allows doing business easier. Just like the QR codes, which prove to be an asset for any business owner, as it can help market a product and stand out more on the global market. One of the prominent benefits of QR code technology is increasing brand awareness by engaging the public to use interactive marketing campaigns, promotions, and discounts by simply scanning the code with their smartphones. It also improves the efficiency of a certain process in various sectors, such as transportation, check-in procedures at hotels and airports, and inventories. QR codes contribute to a more connected, efficient, and convenient society. And to know more about the relevance and impact of QR codes, we have here tonight Vice President of GS1 Philippines, Joseph Ross Hoxon. Good evening, Joseph. Thank you so much for coming by and stopping by and up close.
Good evening, Charm. Thank you for having us today.
Okay, today we have a very, very interesting topic. It is all about the ubiquitous barcode. Okay, these are the lines that we see in all these products, and it only becomes extremely relevant when we're purchasing something and we have transactions. But how exactly does the barcode work? What's the science behind it?
Okay, actually a barcode is a product information that is encoded, in terms of lines and bars and alphanumeric numbers. And these are transformed or converted into the product information needed when it is scanned through a scanner. That's why, every checkout counters, you can easily see scanners all around.
Okay, I mean, we can think of a lot of uses for the barcode, especially in transactional processes, but how exactly do these barcodes improve operational efficiency across the different industries that we see?
First, imagine a life without barcode in a supermarket. So the inventory, the effectiveness, the ease of doing the billings and everything is all done by the barcode. If you don't have that barcode, you're going to have a really long line in the queuing system and inventory management, all those things. So barcode really eases the doing of business.
Okay. Right now, we are seeing a brand new matrix popping up all over. In fact, even on calling cards and websites, you see it happening. So from the linear or 1D barcodes we see that have started off, we are now transitioning to what we call 2D barcodes or QR codes. And this is expected to be the norm by 2027. That is just around the corner. What does this mean for businesses and supply chains around the country?
Actually, the target is to move the transition of the 1D barcode to the QR code or the 2D barcode by 2027. This is a worldwide initiative also done by GS1. It improves the information that is being sent to our consumers. because the QR code or the 2D barcode can hold more information and data compared to the traditional 1D barcode.
Okay, it's very interesting to note, I just did my research before we talked, that the QR code actually started out as a labeling device for automobile products back in 1994. So this has been around for almost 2 decades. What would be, I would say, the exact benefits of using QR codes versus the traditional ones? You mentioned it has the capacity to hold more information, but as far as expediency and the process of transactions are concerned, can you expound on that?
Actually, because of the modern technology right now, all people, they have now their smartphones. So because of these smartphones, they can easily get information through the 2D barcode, information about the product, about the company, or if there are promos involved, or even traceability of the product. These are now can be translated through the use of the smartphones. So everything's, you can put everything there in the QR code.
You know, Joseph, it's interesting because to me, I think that the QR code and its effectiveness really stood out as a viable contactless solution during the pandemic. I think we saw that it was extremely crucial as far as moving goods and purchasing goods. And contactless is key, so it really promotes the ease of doing business. What are now the medium and long-term strategies to achieve the 2027 goals that you talked about?
Okay, now in the industry, we're now doing a lot of PR campaigns and branding. The GS1 is a group of different industries, you know, from the pharma, the packaging, the retail sector. So each and every one, we try to tap. We give them more information about the transition of the 1D and the 2D barcode, and much more the benefits of the 2D barcodes.
Okay, it is very crucial, I would think, that we also address the different vulnerabilities of using QR codes. I mean, I would like to say I'm also a technophile in some way, but of course, if we are to proliferate the use of QR codes by 2027, then that means to say that people have to be more reliant on technology. There needs to be, you know, I would say a stable internet connectivity, and of course, it's also the I would say the familiarity with the use of QR codes. I'm sure you have come up with ways and means to address the proliferation of QR codes.
Yes, actually, supermarkets right now already transitioning their scanners to read the 1D and to the 2D barcodes. So by the time that most of the products are now in 2D barcodes, they can now be able to accommodate all these things. And for the consumers, I believe most of the people, especially the Filipinos, are all using smartphones right now. So it's going to be there.
Okay. This is just a question thrown in the wind. What would happen if a person does not have an internet-capable phone, or the internet is not being able to be used at that moment? Is there a, I would say, a method to still use the QR code without it?
No, actually, that's only if you want to get information from the product, from the QR code. But for checking out the counters, you won't have any problems with that. But if you really wanted to get information, I think you really have to have that internet connection.
Okay. So this is going to impact businesses around the country in a massive way. How can we help them, from massive corporations to MSMEs, SMEs become globally competitive and I would say become more globally recognized? Yeah,
actually, you're right. It's going to affect a lot of industries. You know, inventory-wise, if you're a manufacturing company, you have a lot of inventory of products which are pre-printed with the 1D barcode. And eventually, after a few years, you have to have new packaging, which will have the QR codes or the 2D barcodes. So inventory-wise, it's going to be a transition for manufacturing companies. Now that they have to finish off the old packaging materials before transitioning to the new packaging materials. This is one of the things that it has to be considered by these companies.
Okay, so interestingly enough, you mentioned that the GS1 organization is composed of many different professionals from different industries, and you are also one of the commissioners of the National Solid Waste Commission, particularly in the manufacturing and packaging industry. So telling us more about that, we all know how important and how detrimental the use of single-use plastic is in the country. What are now the efforts and initiatives to reduce the use of, I would say, the ubiquitous sachet?
Okay. One is the LGUs. Okay. Our LGUs right now are implementing, plastic-free day, no plastic day. Let's say it's a Wednesday, no plastic in the supermarkets, no plastic in the wet markets. And, Mondays, bring your own bag. Those are the efforts, initiatives by the LGUs. Now, for the private companies, let's say hotels, there are lots of movements right now in the transition of, even the plastic bottled water. They're not anymore, all are offering plastic bottled water in the rooms, but converting it to glass bottles so it can be easily recyclable. Even a lot of items you can see now are now using wooden spoons instead of plastic spoon, or the cutleries and things like that. So people are now more aware and conscious of the environment, and by using plastic versus other materials.
Okay, last but not the least, are there any activities or events that we need to look forward to as far as GS1 is concerned, or the National Solid Waste Commission?
For the GS1, we are really into a lot of marketing these days. Until we just finished our general membership meeting last year, and it was really a good thing that we have gathered most of our members. And now this month we will be having the same thing, but it's mostly online, to help our members move towards the 1D to 2D barcodes. And for the National Solid Waste Management Commission, we're really busy with the implementation of the expanded responsible the EPR law, product responsibility, the RA 1198. So we're really heavy on the auditing right now, and by July, most of the companies will be audited using the EPR system.
Sounds great. We look forward to your initiatives and other measures coming in the future. Many thanks.
Thank you, Charm.
Joseph
Thank
Ross
you.
Hoxon for your time today.
Thank you.
And here are the results of tonight's multi-million peso lotto draws from the PCSO.
Good evening, Lotto players. For those who missed our draws today, May 2, 2024, I'll be doing a recap of the winning numbers. Let's start with the results of the 2 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, we have 17 and 2 in exact order. And for the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 6, 0, and 1 in exact order. And the results of the 5 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, the winning combination is 25 and 6 in exact order. For the 3D Lotto, 6, 6, and 0 in exact order. And finally, the results of the 9 p.m. draw. For the 2D Lotto, the winning numbers are 25 and 16 in exact order. For the 3D Lotto, we have 4, 8, and 2 in exact order. For the 6D Lotto, the lucky numbers are 2, 5, 8, 7, 7, and 3 in exact order. For the Lotto 642, we have 2, 39, 4, 23, 1, and 25 in any order, for the jackpot prize of 38,018,083 pesos and 40 centavos net of the agent's price commission. And for the Super Lotto 649, we have 17, 1, 13, 44, 21, and 48 in any order, for the jackpot prize of 43,453,888 pesos net of the agent's price commission. Do we have jackpot winners tonight? According to the PCSO Data Center, for the Lotto 642, we have no winner. And for the Super Lotto 649, we have no winner. That's all for tonight. I'm Jasmine Omay for the PCSO Lottery Draw Recap. Thank you and good evening.
We'll now give you the latest buzz here in Pop Culture Corner. First up, the iconic OPM band Eraserheads will continue on their world tour with stops in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Honolulu in the U.S., Toronto in Canada, and Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Although concert details are yet to be announced, fans are already buzzing with excitement. Following a successful Philippine concert band members Eli Buendia, Raymond Marasigan, Marcos Adoro, and Buddy Zabala enthralled audiences across the United States and Canada last year. A recent reunion gig saw Eli and Raymond performing Super Proxy, igniting anticipation for future tour dates. Pia Wurtzbach received the Global Fashion Influencer of the Year award at the 2024 Emmy Gala Fashion and Beauty Awards in Dubai. The event honored Miss Universe 2015 amidst the glitz and glamour theme, attracting fashion and entertainment luminaries. She has underscored the importance of finding one's own passion and advocacy and to give back to the community during her acceptance speech. A new Scooby-Doo live-action series is at the works at Netflix. The upcoming project is set to be a long drama series and will be produced by Warner Brothers Television. Plot details and casting are yet to be unveiled, but reports suggest that it will be based on the Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Coming up, the live fire exercise between the Philippines and U.S. Marines. Stay tuned. PTV News Tonight. We'll be right back.
Kumpletong-kumpleto ang bawat umaga sa siksik na saya, balitaktakan at impormasyon na handog namin sa sambayanan. Umaapaw na positive vibes at kaalaman sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Back-to-back na komentaryong matapang at nakapanig sa katotohanan sa Mike Abe Live. At punto asintado reload. At mahalagang paglilinaw sa mga usapang bayan kasama ang mga pinagkakatiwalaang mamamahayag at kinatawan ng pamahalaan sa bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Serbisyo, impormasyon, inspirasyon para sa bagong Pilipino. Kami ang inyong PTV, ang pambansang TV sa bagong Pilipinas. Disaster Watch. Paghahanda bago ang lindol. Alamin ang mga maaaring magdulot ng pinsala sa inyong lugar. Maging pamilyar sa mga sumusunod. Fire extinguishers, medical kit, exit routes, evacuation plan. Siguraduhing matibay ang bahay at paayos ang mga sirang bahagi nito. Ayusin ang pag-iimbak ng mga nakalalasong kemikal at mga bagay na maaaring maging sanhi ng sunog. Siguraduhin ligtas ang pagkakalagay ng mga mabibigat na bagay. Ihanda ang go bag na naglalaman ng mga kinakailangan. Makipag-ugnayan sa mga lider para sa plano sa paglikas. Pag-usapan din sa pamilya kung saan tutungo sa oras ng kailangan lumikas. Makilahok sa mga pagsasanay ukol sa lindol. Sa panahon ng sakuna, dapat laging listo.
The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, says the global economy is expanding at a faster than expected rate thanks to resilient U.S. activity. OECD projects the global economy will maintain its 3.1% growth rate, then will eventually slightly improve to 3.2% next year. Because of this, OECD upgraded its forecast from February, which was at 2.9% to 3% for 2025. Meanwhile, the yen went up compared to the dollar, further fueling speculation of another round of intervention by Japanese authorities to stop the currency slide. In fact, traders now view the 160 level of the land of the rising sun's currency as a key line of defense for the previously struggling yen. Contrastingly, the dollar slipped sharply to 153 yen from 157.55 yen for reasons that are not yet clear as of the moment. However, traders and analysts quickly surmised the dollar selling ordered by Japan's Ministry of Finance might have helped its currency, which was then experiencing 34-year lows prior.
Having a good reputation is the ultimate requirement for a witness to be considered a credible one. That's why lawmakers and even PDEA itself are crying foul over a testimony of a former agent against no less than the president at a House hearing, even though the said personality has a rather questionable record. Mereles Moras tells us more.
Several congressmen denounced the allegations of a former PDEA agent implicating President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. to illegal drugs. Last Tuesday, the issue was brought up in a Senate hearing by Jonathan Morales, a former government employee. For his part, House Committee on Dangerous Drugs Chair Robert Ace Barbers questioned the credibility and the background of Morales. He said, based on the reports he gathered, Morales was dismissed from police service and he tried to conceal this vital detail when he applied for work with the PDEA. When he was finally working for the PDEA, he found himself involved in other illegal activities. Because of this, Barbers also wondered why Morales was even allowed to testify in the Senate hearing. For other lawmakers, this may also just a part of a larger effort to discredit and destabilize the current administration.
Meron tayong presidente na napakasipag at mula nung umupo sa pwesto ay tuloy-tuloy ang kanyang pagtrabaho para may angat ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Pero merong iilan na talang patuloy na hindi napapagod rin na ibagsak pababa ang ating bansa. At sana hoy, magmatsyag po ang ating mga kababayan, ang ating mga kapwa Pilipino, makita nila sino yung para sa ikabubuti natin at sino yung nag-iingay lang para sa mga pasarili niyang interes.
For its part, PDEA has denied the allegations against the president. That's why lawmakers reminded the public to be mindful of what they read, especially online.
Mismo yung ahensya na pong nagsasabi na hindi nga ito totoo. Bakit natin papaniwalaan ng ang mga taong dati nang may bahid sa kanilang history, may bahid na sa kanilang career? Diba? Bakit tayo maniniwala sa taong ganun? Para sa akin po napakadaling i-distinguish kung sino po nagsasabi rin ng totoo at sino nagsasabi ng kasinungalingan.
Mereles Moras from the National TV Network for a new and better Philippines.
On this 14th day of joint exercises, the U.S. military and their Filipino counterparts brought out the big guns for some serious live fire simulation drills. Among the hardware and firepower in full display today included the highly touted and long-range HIMARS rocket, the 105mm howitzer from the Philippine soldiers, the huge amphibious lander or hovercraft, APCs, grenade launchers, which all were featured in the coastal defense demo. Our Patrick De Jesus has more.
The landing craft air cushion or hovercraft of the U.S. arrived in Rizal, Palawan, carrying their High Mobility Artillery Rocket System or HIMARS. A series of rockets was then fired from the HIMARS. .105mm howitzer, machine gun, grenade launcher, and armored personnel carrier were also utilized on the part of the Philippine Marines. But this is just part of a scenario in controlling enemies trying to invade one's territory. During the live fire exercise of Balikatan, participated in by U.S. and Philippine Marines. They demonstrated coastal defense with the use of the weapons mentioned.
In this scenario, that joint task force had identified, certain targets that were here on the maritime environment, passed that over to the HIMARS and allowed us to engage those at the ranges appropriate for those HIMARS before passing it off to those other systems, both within WESCOM as well as the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit. And that's exactly why Balikatan is so important, that we are shoulder to shoulder, and it shows that when we operate together, when we look at our interoperability, the human, the technical, the procedural interoperability, we are stronger together, and we have shared interests to make sure that we are stronger together.
The Philippines has no HIMARS yet, but it's in the pipeline that can further improve our defense posture if acquired. The rocket launcher has 80-kilometer minimum range and can hit a target up to 300 kilometers maximum.
any new equipment will be beneficial to the armed forces, not only for the Marines. We also welcome those kind of hardware. So I think it will be very, very beneficial to our country.
The live fire exercise was conducted facing the West Philippine Sea. The AFP sees no problem as it is inside territorial boundaries.
We want to achieve our training objectives here, and that's the focus, and it is based on fictional scenario, and we are firing within our territorial limits.
Meanwhile, before the exercise, 100 family households were evacuated and given assistance. The purpose of the activity was also explained to them.
Isa din po yon sa layunin ng ating mga pamahalang bayan na magiging ready sila at maintindihan nila yung mga sitwasyon na ganito. Kaya ginagawa natin yung drill evacuation ngayon. Na hindi sila magpapanik dahil kasama yan sa buhay ng tao, at least magiging ready sila at prepared sila.
The AFP then said that no equipment used in Balikatan will be left in the country. Patrick De Jesus from the National TV for a New and Better Philippines.
Meanwhile, the Department of Foreign Affairs, or DFA, summoned Chinese Embassy of Manila Deputy Chief of Mission Zhu Ziyong following reports of harassment of Philippine vessels during a humanitarian mission to Bajo de Masinloc. The country strongly protested China's aggressive actions, including the use of water cannons, which resulted in damage to Philippine ships. The DFA demanded the immediate withdrawal of Chinese vessels from Bajo de Masinloc and its vicinity. The country has filed 20 diplomatic protests from January to April. Several senators explained why the Balikatan Exercise 2024 pushed through despite rising tension in the West Philippine Sea, punctuated recently by a water cannon attack by Chinese ships against Philippine vessels. Senator Jinggoy Estrada said such exercises are not designed to launch combat operations against other countries. He also advised that the country merely continues to obey laws pertaining to the Philippines' territorial jurisdiction. Senator Francis Tolentino, on the other hand, agreed with his fellow lawmakers' view regarding the purpose of Balikatan and urged government to continue to trust in our alliances. Senator Cynthia Villar, on the other hand, is more concerned about the fishermen in the West Philippine Sea.
Basta wag nilang bibirahin yung ating mga fishermen. Kawawa naman, that's their livelihood eh. Pero yung mga fishermen natin, nanggaling ako doon eh. Nagsisail sila sa West Philippine Seas. They have no choice, that's their livelihood. We'll go there whether pigilin tayo or hindi, kasi tayo, livelihood natin yun eh. Sino pipigil sa atin para kumita? Yun ang kanilang source of livelihood. So they cannot stop going to the West Philippine Seas.
A Taguig court has convicted businessman Cedric Lee, model Denise Cornejo, and 2 others in a case of serious illegal detention and ransom against actor-comedian Vong Navarro. Meanwhile, the DOST-FNRI urged people to consume more calcium-rich foods to prevent osteoporosis. These and more stories in tonight's National News Roundup by Sujin Kim.
The Regional Trial Court of Taguig Branch 153 declares Denise Cornejo, Cedric Lee, and others guilty beyond reasonable doubt on their case of illegal detention for ransom against celebrity Vong Navarro. The case takes root from 2014's accusation that Navarro raped Cornejo in her own condo unit. The court's decision anchored heavily on testimonies and evidence that proved Lee and Ocampo were conniving against Navarro. The Department of Science and Technology Food and Nutrition Research Institute raises concern over the climbing number of people suffering from osteoporosis. A primary contributor to the disease is low calcium intake among children and adults. It is advised to increase intake of food such as dairy products, green leafy vegetables, as well as small fish to counter the looming threat of osteoporosis. The City of Manila becomes the only government institution to qualify for the National Privacy Commission or NPC's Privacy Initiative of the Year Awards 2024. Manila Mayor Honey Lacuna Pangan considers it a priority to ensure personal information of citizens are safeguarded at all costs. Sujin Kim from the National TV Network for the New and Better Philippines.
Pinoy Pawn Stars is set to air at People's Television Network or PTV starting May 17. This after social media influencer Boss Toyo of Pinoy Pawn Stars signed a memorandum of agreement with PTV General Manager Ana Puod and Jay Ruiz of Sentro Artista Incorporated. The best episodes and new episodes of Pinoy Pawn Stars will be aired from 5:15 to 5:45 in the afternoon.
Sa dulo, abangan nyo yung dulo ng show kasi meron kaming mga ilalagay dyan na mga pasabog at mga surprises na dapat abangan ng mga televiewers. Yung Pinoy Pawn Stars ay nagbibigay halaga dun sa mga gamit ng kapwa nating Pinoy na sumikat, like
kasi although PTV is currently producing new content for you, marami pa rin pong klase ng konsepto na pwede nyo pong ibahagi sa amin. So, ang PTV po right now ay open-minded sa lahat po ng klase ng content.
The easterlies continues to affect the country. Metro Manila and the rest of the country will experience partly cloudy to cloudy skies with isolated rain showers or thunderstorms caused by the easterlies or localized thunderstorms. Meanwhile, residents in various locations across the Philippines are advised to take precautions as the heat index forecast for May 3, 2024 across 35 cities and municipalities in the country predicts scorching temperatures. Some of the highest forecasts include Civic, Pili, Camarines Sur at 48 degrees Celsius, Dagupan City, Pangasinan at 46 degrees Celsius, and Tacloban City, Leyte with the same heat index.
The entire Bangsamoro region in Muslim Mindanao or BARM is under a state of calamity due to the severe impact of a prolonged dry spell on farmlands, encompassing all 4 provinces and cities in BARM. Prior to this, 2 provinces and 15 towns along with the 61 out of 63 villages in special geographic areas were already declared under a state of calamity. Chief Minister Ibrahim stressed that the declaration aims to prevent price spikes of basic commodities and mobilize resources to address the ongoing crisis. Presidential Advisor for Poverty Alleviation Secretary Larry Gadon will discuss government programs aimed at improving the lives of ordinary Filipinos in the upcoming episode of In Person. Interviewed by Angelique Lazo, Secretary Gadon will address questions about his position and views on constitutional amendments. Tune in to In Person tomorrow, May 3 at 8 p.m. exclusively on PTV.
In the meantime, here's a recap of today's lottery draws. For the 2 p.m. draw, the winning numbers are 6, 0, and 1 for the 3D Lotto and 17-2 for 2D Lotto. For the 5 p.m. draw, the lucky numbers for the 3D Lotto are 6, 6, 0, and 25-6 for 2D Lotto. For the 9 p.m. draw, beginning with the 6D Lotto, the winning numbers are 2, 5, 8, 7, 7, and 3. And for the 3D Lotto, the winning numbers are 4, 8, and 2. And the lucky numbers for 2D Lotto is 25 and 16 in exact order. For the Super Lotto 649 draw with a jackpot prize of 43,453,888 pesos. The lucky numbers are 17, 1, 13, 44, 21, and 48. For the Lotto 642 draw with a jackpot prize of 38,018,083 pesos and 40 centavos. The lucky numbers are 2, 39, 4, 23, 1, and 25. There are no winners for the Super Lotto 649 and Lotto 642 draws. John Acuff, a renowned author and speaker, understands the inherent discomfort of stepping outside one's comfort zone and embracing the unknown. Through his work, he encourages individuals to overcome the fear of failure and embark on new endeavors with confidence and determination. With the words, "Be brave enough to be bad at something new." This I agree, because sometimes the best lessons that truly stick are when you fall flat on your face. And I think that's how we move on and grow with life. Will.
Well, Charms, that's actually what I'm going through right now within the past couple of months. So it is a very interesting journey. But what's important is you just really need to stay on your feet, learn from your mistakes, and remember that just because you lose today doesn't mean you'll lose tomorrow.
And so goes PTV News Tonight's roundup of tomorrow's headline stories. I'm Shorms Espina.
And I'm William Theo. Join us again tomorrow on PTV News Tonight.
Abangan, malinaw at malalimang pagsusuri sa mga isyung pampolitika at polisiya ng pamahalaan. Ipaliliwanag ng respetadong political scientist at akademiko na si Profesor Antonio Contreras. Punto de Vista. Mapapanood kada umaga simula ngayong Lunes sa Rise and Shine Pilipinas. Dito sa inyong pambansang TV, PTV.
Ready to discover the new best 5-man squad in the land of Dawn? Ako rin. Kaya sabay-sabay natin silang kilalanin dito lang sa Unity League Mobile Legends National Tournament sa PTV.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Pleasant greetings, y'all. Proud Filipina, Shorms Espina here. The high cost of living and persistent inflation the nation and entire planet continues to struggle with is in large part due to the global pandemic economy that saw tens of millions lose their jobs, supply chains hitting major snags, as well as import and export operations grind to a crawl. Today's VOA feature, The Global Pandemic Economy, recalls what countries and governments did to get things moving again and continue to do so, and how nowhere near the status quo is to pre-pandemic times.
Committing $1 trillion of infrastructure spending and more government spending on the horizon. Concerns are raised about supply and demand and higher prices for goods and services.
Many people remain unsettled about the economy, and we all know why. They see higher prices. They go to the store or go online, and they can't find what they always want.
Stress on the global supply chain has too many dollars chasing too few goods.
When we look at the surge in demand that we've witnessed for goods over the course of this pandemic, that has just taken supply chains beyond the brink.
and cryptocurrency's impact on helping COVID-shattered economies recover on the Inside Story, Global Pandemic Economy. Hi, I'm Catherine Gibson, VOA Congressional Correspondent. Here in Washington, we just saw a rare moment of political bipartisanship when President Joe Biden signed legislation for more than $1 trillion in spending to improve the nation's infrastructure. Biden's bill was supported by all but 6 Democrats and 32 Republicans. The legislation provides money to modernize American roads, railroads, bridges, ports, and airports, provide wider broadband internet access, and upgrade the electricity and water grid, among other things. It comes as Democrats are debating how and whether to spend nearly $2 billion to provide a wider social safety net. All this after trillions of dollars in COVID relief spending, add supply chain disruptions because of the pandemic, and U.S. consumers are experiencing inflation of prices not seen since 1990. VOA's Michelle Quinn gets us started on the economic tangle the pandemic has wrought.
Groceries, gas, cars, even houses. Consumers are paying more as the U.S. economy tries to emerge from the coronavirus pandemic.
Well, inflation is high and it's affecting Americans in their pocketbook and their outlook.
The Biden administration says higher costs are due to struggles to get people back to work amid the pandemic. The situation, the White House says, underscores the need for passage of the Democrats' nearly $2 trillion social spending package that includes climate initiatives.
We want to improve the productive capacity of our economy, which will actually reduce price pressures. We want to get more people to work, which will actually reduce price pressures.
Republican leaders who oppose the spending package say it is too costly and will only fuel inflation.
The reason I think prices are going to go way up is because of some of the things that they have put into the bill on energy and on climate, which are going to raise energy costs considerably in the year ahead at a time when the American people are already paying sky-high prices to heat their homes, to drive their cars, to buy groceries.
Economic discontent is fueling some people's frustrations with Biden. Only 39% of Americans approve of how the president is handling the economy, according to a recent Washington Post ABC News poll. Michelle Quinn, VOA News.
If not for several government relief programs, millions more Americans would have fallen into poverty last year. Programs ranging from stimulus checks to a ban on evictions helped many Americans weather the pandemic's economic impact. VOA's Veronica Balderas Iglesias shows us how these government lifelines have kept many American families afloat.
I purchased uniform shorts, shirt, shoes, belt, and pants.
Natalia Walker's family is one of more than 30 million American households receiving a monthly expanded child tax credit. The single mother of 2 has been spending the $300 a month of direct payments for school supplies.
It was a blessing because I wasn't expecting it.
Last year, COVID-19 forced Walker to close her cleaning business. She worked whenever she could and relied on local charities and federal income support, such as the stimulus checks, aimed at helping struggling households during the pandemic.
Well, of course, I put some in the savings. I had started, putting more into my business, and then I had started another business for my oldest son. So I was just pretty much investing in my boys.
New data from the U.S. Census Bureau, analyzed by several researchers, show Natalia's family hasn't been the only one benefiting from a series of recent economic relief measures. The Census Bureau found the poverty rate fell to 9.1% from 11.8% in 2019. 11.7 million Americans would have been counted as poor in 2020, if not for the stimulus payments.
It was about 1 million white children protected from poverty.
Without the stimulus payments, the poverty rate for Latino and Black children would have been 6.8 percentage points higher than it was with the payments.
In terms of the full anti-poverty effect of the child tax credit under the expansion, that won't be seen actually till 2021. Right now, it seems to have reduced poverty by about a quarter, about 25%.
While the delivery of stimulus checks has ceased, there's a debate in Congress over whether to extend the child tax credit, under which parameters and for how long. Poverty studies expert Angela Rashidi worries that the tax credit will take away the incentive for people to work. She also is bothered by the program's large price tag.
The cost of expanding this tax credit to households with children is over $100 billion a year. I think the real question is, how do we continue those type of safety net programs that help people, but also ensure that they are able to make success for their own families?
Nobody's getting rich off of a child tax credit.
Jennifer Lassiter-Smith is the director for U.S. programs for InMed, a humanitarian development organization serving over 7,000 low-income families in Northern Virginia.
It's a fallacy, I think, to think that there's this mass horde of people that are sucking off the government dime. One thing I've seen during the pandemic is sometimes you just need a little bit. We can give someone $500 to help with rental assistance, and that's the difference between their family becoming homeless. And when that happens, it's a terrible slide. So helping people maintain the level is just the best thing that we can do.
Natalia Walker says she is determined to continue working hard to keep her family out of poverty. She receives different levels of support from the local nonprofit Lift DC. But she would also welcome having continuous access to enhanced government aid, including the expanded child tax credit, so she can invest in her son's future.
I don't live beyond my means. Anything that I pretty much have got, I've either worked for it, or I found a resource, or I got it for free. So I utilize every resource that comes my way for me and my family. So I hope and pray that it will last up until 2025, if not permanent.
Veronica Valderas Iglesias for VOA News, Washington.
Bitcoin, cybercash, cryptocurrency. The future of finance may lie in the digital world. Communities trying to jumpstart their pandemic-damaged economies see digital currency as emerging as a preferred method for peer-to-peer transactions. VOA's Lenny Ruvaga explains how going cashless is boosting business in Kenya.
Tony Mongero, the CEO of Healthland Spa, he has been a pioneer in accepting cryptocurrencies as payment for services for 5 years. On average, his services cost about $30 and can be paid for using Bitcoin, a decentralized digital currency. He says it's proven to be a popular form of payment.
Many customers have also seen that we are accepting Bitcoin, which is a modern form of payment, and they've decided when they come, they can enjoy our massage services and pay using Bitcoin, because it's safe, secure, and also very convenient.
A recently released report by Chain Analysis ranks Kenya as a leader in peer-to-peer trading of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. The Global Crypto Adoption Index takes into account the number of cryptocurrency deposits and internet users. David Gitonga is the co-founder of Bitcoin KE, a 3-year-old organization whose main goal is to facilitate peer-to-peer trading, and that includes educating users on blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin KE says on average it brings around 70,000 visitors to its platform daily. Gitonga says many enjoy the peer-to-peer trading.
In Kenya, peer-to-peer is actually the easiest way for people to get into cryptocurrencies. So right now there are no centralized exchanges. So most people opt. To go the peer-to-peer way. So these exchanges are not controlled locally. For example, they cannot be shut down. So it's much easier for people to just transact between each other.
Michael Kimani is a blockchain analyst from PESA Africa, an organization that monitors cryptocurrencies worldwide with a focus on Africa. Kimani says that the fact that cryptocurrencies are unregulated by a central authority also pose challenges.
The central bank issue that has prevented companies or startups from building in Kenya. So it's made it really difficult for Kenyans to have formal channels of accessing cryptocurrencies. And this has created the proliferation of things like cryptocurrency scams. So one of the reasons the peer-to-peer volumes are going up in Kenya is because there are no formal channels, and the only way you can buy is through the peer-to-peer marketplaces and channels.
The Central Bank of Kenya has in the past stated that cryptocurrencies are not legal tender in the country. Mongera says he can only hope that his choice to add cryptocurrencies as a means of payment will keep attracting more clientele to his growing business. Lenny Ruvaga for VOA News, Nairobi.
Dating back more than 1,000 years, China has been at the forefront of changes in currency. Today, it is hoping to mark another global first: a state-backed digital currency. Before there was money, people used a system of bartering to get what they needed. However, such trades were time-consuming and needed an exact match to work. Enter money. The first types of money were items that had an inherent value to a society. In a leap forward, governments then began to create money that derived its worth not from the object itself, but from society's trust in the government. The Chinese created some of the earliest forms of metal coins at the end of the Stone Age and were the first to introduce paper money around 800 AD. At times throughout history, paper bills have been tied to other objects of value, such as the gold standard in the United States in the early 1900s. Nowadays, almost all money receives its value simply by the faith people have in the government that created it and their willingness to hold the currency for future use. The next reimagination of money is likely an entirely digital one, in which currency is turned into computer code. While it may seem that money is already digital because it can be moved electronically, people can still exchange their savings for physical cash. In an entirely digital money society, that would not be the case. Cryptocurrencies, such as Bitcoin, offer a glimpse into how digital money could operate. However, they exist outside the financial system, whereas a state-backed digital currency would be the pillar of a state's legal tender. While many countries are exploring a state-backed digital currency, China has gone farther than any major economy. The country is well positioned to make quick headway because of the widespread use by its citizens of technology like Alipay and WeChat apps, which make physical cash mostly unneeded. China's central bank has already digitized a portion of the country's currency and has launched trials in several large cities to distribute it. Beijing sees advantages if its central bank can create a digital yuan that is internationally popular, including offsetting global use of the US dollar. At the end of 2020, China's currency made up slightly more than 2% of the world's foreign exchange reserves. The US dollar's share is nearly 60%. The benefits of digital currencies are that they offer faster and cheaper transactions compared to traditional money, as well as greater transparency. They could also give governments real-time macroeconomic data that could allow targeted fiscal policies, but consequently could also allow governments to monitor its people's finances. The collection of such data has raised concerns that China could use it to crack down on the financial accounts of human rights activists, as well as persecuted groups such as the Uyghurs. The digital yuan could also give people ways to exchange money without needing SWIFT, a widely used system underpinning international money transfers, potentially making it easier to evade sanctions by the United States or other countries. The United States has become increasingly interested in developing a digital dollar. Members of Congress asked Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen about it in early 2021. Powell said digitizing the American dollar is a high-priority project.
From transit delays to shipping backlogs across ports, the pandemic is being felt at every level across the global supply chain. That's only expected to worsen as the winter holidays approach. Thomas Goldsby is a professor of supply chain management and logistics at the University of Tennessee. In a conversation with the Inside Story's Elizabeth Cherneff, he discussed the current state of the world's supply chains and how long-term investments can help strengthen them in years to come.
How much of the inflation being experienced in the United States can be attributed to the current supply chain disruptions that we're seeing?
I think that a fair share of the inflation is attributed to what we're experiencing in our supply chains. After all, everything that we use, consume, or experience is brought to us via the supply chain. So if you think about that complex network of companies that works to provide us with those products and services, they're all experiencing some share of inflation, and they're still trying to squeeze out some margins to satisfy their shareholders. And so what you can expect is that there's some effort to try to pass those costs along through the chain, and ultimately it's going to land with us consumers.
Do you think COVID-19, did it break the supply chain, or did it push these already exposed fissures really to the brink?
Certainly the pandemic has presented vulnerabilities and exacerbated them, made them far worse. And it's true in both in terms of supply and demand. And let's just speak of the supply and the supply chain itself, that, I was really pleased to see that we're making investments in our infrastructure here in the United States and trying to close the gap, in fact, with infrastructures found in other developed countries. And that's going to be very helpful. Of course, that's going to take some time for us to catch up and become as capable as we should be. But our supply chains have been quite vulnerable for some time, and our infrastructure weaknesses have not helped. And then when we look at the surge in demand that we've witnessed for goods over the course of this pandemic, that has just taken supply chains beyond the brink. Our supply chains are able to flex somewhat, but not to the extent that the demands have placed upon them. And so if you think about how the typical person spends money in the course of a day or week or year, it's a wide assortment of pursuits. It is the purchase of goods, certainly, but also services and experiences. And I don't know about you, but I've been experiencing far fewer services and experiences throughout the course of the pandemic. And so what I've done, like many other people, is I've shifted my consumption to goods, and that's just overburdened the system.
Do you see any immediate steps that could be taken or that you feel need to be taken to sort of get us back to that pre-COVID time?
There are many steps, but none of them are particularly immediate. They tend to be long-term investments, and unfortunately the investments and major steps that would have needed to be taken 2, 3, 4, even 10 years ago in some cases. So again, our supply chains are able to flex somewhat, but unfortunately, many of the overtures that we need to take many months, sometimes years, in order to make much difference. I do think it's very encouraging that the world, including our governments, are becoming much more aware of supply chains and how vital they are to supporting our everyday needs. And I hope that the crisis makes everyone more aware of how we need to invest in things that, frankly, are not very exciting. Infrastructure investments are not particularly exciting, but meanwhile, we need that infrastructure, and we also need to invest in areas like education and talent development in the world of supply chain management in order to meet the needs that we expect every day.
Looking forward, do you see any technologies on the horizon that you think could help strengthen the supply chains?
There's immense discussion around automation in all forms. I think that most people are quite aware of autonomous vehicles. They think of Teslas and things like that. But much of that same technology is being applied to large diesel tractor trailers, and that's very exciting. However, I'm not thinking that we're going to see automated tractor trailers in the near future. Even though the technology is advancing very rapidly, I think it's something that is much more immediate is automation in our warehouses. I think you're probably aware of the shortage of talent and labor that we have to fulfill orders for businesses as well as us consumers. And I am seeing rapid adoption in autonomous operations, robots in warehouses. Some say that we advanced the adoption of those technologies 5 to 10 years over the course of this pandemic in light of the resurgence in demand, but also the shortage in labor to fulfill those orders.
going a bit bigger picture, do you think the United States should be concerned about the investment that China is making around the world in terms of ports, railways, highways, and mining to ensure its supply chain? What are your thoughts on that?
So if you have a situation where a nation is growing at the rate that China is, they recognize that infrastructure and supply chain competence are keys to supporting that growth. And so they decide as a people to make that investment. And we have to, work the maneuverings of politics and government to arrive at the same conclusions. It's certainly going to take much more time and frankly, deliberation to arrive at a similar outcome. I just don't think it's a fair fight. That said, I do see a lot of promise in public-private partnerships where government can work with industry. I mean, look what's going on in our exploration of space right now. I think if we could employ that same ingenuity right here on planet Earth, right here in the United States, as an example, I think that we could achieve some really great things much faster.
Journalists and civilians are playing key roles documenting evidence of war crimes in Syria. A new film explores how the media is exposing rights abuses, attacks, and torture. VOA's Sirwan Kejo tells us more in this week's Press Freedom Spotlight.
Bombings, accusations of chemical weapons use, torture, killings. The UN and others accuse President Bashar al-Assad of a long list of crimes in the decade that Syria has been at war. A new film, Bringing Assad to Justice, is highlighting efforts by media and private citizens to collect evidence and demand accountability for those crimes.
People need to be made aware that Syria is one of the world's biggest crime scenes, that torture is systematic, disappearances continue, hundreds of thousands have already been victims of these notorious crimes, as well as arbitrary killing.
Syria ranks as one of the worst countries for securing justice in attacks on the media, says the Committee to Protect Journalists. Among the victims, American correspondent Marie Colvin and French photojournalist Remé Ochlik. They were killed, and British photojournalist Paul Conroy was critically wounded when Syrian forces bombed their makeshift media center in Homs in 2012. Conroy is acutely aware of the role local media played as Syria became more dangerous.
Syria got very difficult for Western journalists to enter, certainly after ISIS came up, but after Marie was killed, and that was almost a turning point where we really had to depend, and we have depended on local Syrian journalists who paid a terrible price in deaths and disappearances.
Assad denies war crimes, but in 2019, a U.S. court found the Syrian government responsible in the murder of Colvin, ordering it to pay $300 million in punitive damages. The case included evidence collected by Syrian and Western journalists. Filmmaker Tynan said much of the archival footage used in the film was produced by Conroy and citizen journalists in Syria.
These people are not just media workers. They are human rights defenders in the truest sense of that word. And without them, we would not have the evidence we have today for crimes against humanity in Syria.
As Syrians demand justice for the war's victims, the filmmakers hope their documentary and the evidence they gathered will go some way to achieving accountability. Sirwan Kejo, VOA News, Washington.
That's all we have for now. Stay up to date at voanews.com and connect with us at VOA News on Instagram and Facebook. I'm on Twitter at KGYP, that's KGYP. See you next week for the Inside Story.
And that's a wrap for today. We hope you came out a tad more informed as much as we did. And we look forward to you joining us the next time for another VOA offering. Here's reminding you to work hard, dream big, count your blessings, and stay connected while you catch the news right here on PTV. This has been Sharm Zaspina for Stories from the Grid.
how to create jobs and how to alleviate our people, those who are living under the poverty threshold. Pag na-improve yung economy, jobs will follow. Kaya samon ko sa kanila, if you can copy, or at least kung mahihigitan yung ginagawa ko, di tsaka kayo gumanda.
Ito ang In Person.
Ako si Nina Corpus mula sa Ilocos Norte. Unang-una, malaking karangalan po to be in a position na makapag-interview up close and personal na ating mga government officials at malaman yung kanilang mga ginagawa po para sa ating bayan. Pangalawa, malaking pribilehiyo po na makapagbigay po tayo ng tamang impormasyon sa publiko sa pamamagitan ng ating programa na Bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Pangatlo, nararamdaman ko po yung sinseridad ng mga katrabaho ko po dito sa People's Television. Yung mga taong araw-araw pumapasok sa opisina dahil meron po tayong misyon na may mai-contribute po sa ating bayan. I'm very proud na kasama po tayo doon na nagbibigay po tayo ng information that our fellow Filipinos need to know about what's going on beyond the headlines. Talaga namang nakaka-proud na maging Pilipino, lalo na sa mga panahon ngayon.
PTV Crime Watch, mga paalala laban sa human trafficking. Ang Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act ay batas na ipinasa upang wakasan ang human trafficking sa bansa. Layunin nitong protektahan ang mga biktima, lalo na ang mga kababaihan at kabataan. Sa ilalim ng batas, bawal ang pagre-recruit, pagkulong at pagbabiyahe ng mga tao patungo o palabas ng bansa gamit ang pagbabanta, panlilinlang, pamimilit at pag-aabuso ng kapangyarihan para sila ay ipasok sa prostitusyon, sa pilitang pagtatrabaho, pang-aalipin, pagbebenta ng human organs at iba pang uri ng pananamantala. Kumilos laban sa human trafficking. Alamin ang inyong mga karapatan at makipag-ugnayan sa mga organisasyon at ahensya ng pamahalaan na maaaring magbigay proteksyon. Huwag basta maniwala sa mga nag-aalok ng trabaho, lalo na sa text at social media, at i-report ang anumang gawaing kahinahinala. Sama-sama nating sugpuin ang problema ng human trafficking. Pagpatak ng 1:00 ng hapon, sama-sama tayo tumutok sa sentro ng mga balita bilang mga tagapaghatid nyo ng tapat at napapanahong impormasyon. Kasama sina Audrey Goriseta, Naomi Tiburcio at Angelique Lazo. Sentro Balita, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, 1:00 ng hapon. Dito lang sa PTV.
Susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito ay nangangailangan ng patnubay at gabay ng magulang para sa mga batang manonood.
Isang magandang bagong Pilipinas. Ngayon ay Huwebes, May 2, 2024. Diretsahang usapan sa mahalagang issue sa bansa, kasama ang mga kinatawan ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan. Ako po si Nina Corpus.
Mula sa Presidential Communications Office, ako po si Assistant Secretary Weng Hidalgo. Ihatid namin ang mga programa at serbisyo para sa taong bayan.
Tutok lang, narito na ang Bagong Pilipinas ngayon. Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat, and of course, good afternoon sa aking partner, Ase Kueng ng Presidential Communications Office. Of course, gusto namin humingi ng update mula sa inyong campus caravan, Ase Kueng.
Oo, nung Monday yan sa University of Makati. Nais nating pasalamatan ang pamunuan ng University of Makati dahil sa pagtanggap sa atin doon at yung participation ng mga estudyante. Masaya siya at very productive yung ating talk doon. Siyempre, diniscuss natin pinakamahalaga, how to fight fake news. Yun yung pinaka-importante doon. At kung paano nagtatrabaho ang PCO sa lahat ng aspeto ng communications.
Lalo na yung lumabas kamakailan nga na napabalita, yung deepfake audio, video ng Pangulo natin. Na-discuss nyo rin yon doon sa Campus Caravan?
Konti.
Oo, para malaman nila na ang mga ganito, ang galing, very sophisticated na ngayon, kayang-kayang gayahin.
Yes.
Ang boses, ang itsura.
Actually, pinahulaan ko sa mga estudyante yung picture ng kung paano ginagawa yung deepfake. Siguro may mga naka-4 o 5 bago nahulaan na deepfake yun. Kasi, di ba sa mga kabataan ngayon, yung mukha ng tao yung kayang baguhin.
Yes.
So mukha, boses, kayang baguhin, kayang gayahin. Kaya sinabi nga namin, kabilin-bilin na namin, magbasa ng mabuti, piliin lang yung paniniwalaan at piliin yung website na bibisitahin. At syempre, tinuruan din natin sila kung paano i-combat ang fake news. And of course, ang Community Campus Caravan ay babalik na uli. Simula na tayo, natapos na yung Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao last year. So, balik na uli ngayon sa Luzon. So, abangan niyo po kami sa iba't ibang lugar pa sa susunod na mga buwan.
Ayan, abangan namin at sana makarating ka pa doon sa mga ibang mga eskwelahan, ano? Let's say sa North, punta naman tayo dyan. Oo, Ase Kueng, para samahan ko kayo. Di ba? Sa mga nasa Ilocos na imbag nga aldaw. Maraming salamat, Ase Kueng. Sa ating mga balita, makatatanggap ng tulong mula sa pamahalaan ng mga manggagawa mula sa iba't ibang sektor na apektado ng El Nino. Ayon kay Pangulong Gobyerno bilang pagtugon sa tagtuyot, kabilang anya sa mabibigyan ng tulong pinansyal ang mga lubhang naapektuhan ng El Nino sa bansa tulad ng mga nasiraan ng pananim at kabuhayan dahil sa tagtuyot. Sinabi pa ng Pangulo na ang tulong pinansyal na ibibigay ay karagdagan lamang sa mga programang ipinatutupad ng Department of Agriculture, DSWD at Department of Labor and Employment. Mungkahi na mas maaga ngayon. Sandali Ase Kueng, tulungan mo ako dito. O yan, mungkahi sa mas maagang pagtatapos ng school year 2024 to 2025. Yan, medyo confusing.
I-adjust na, oo.
That's right. Kasi kami mga magulang nagtatanong, ano ba talaga, kuya? Ano ba talaga?
Oo, kasi mangyayari, iigsi yung bakasyon ngayong taon na to. Although kasi, kung naalala mo, kaya lang naman na-adjust siya noong 2020 dahil sa pandemic. Di ba ang haba ng bakasyon ng mga estudyante? From March, April, tapos pumasok sila, pero online, September na, diba? So,
kaya nasanay tayo sa bagong schedule. Ngayon, balak pala natin bumalik doon sa dati. Paano June. Iba na nasanay na? Well, anyway, kasama po natin ngayon para pag-usapan itong Basic Education Development Plan for 2030 approval. Ating pag-uusapan, walang iba kasama si Pasig City Representative Roman Romulo, Chairman ng House Committee on Basic Education and Culture. Congressman Romulo, welcome back. Magandang tanghali po.
Magandang tanghali, Nina, at saka syempre kay Ma'am Weng at sa lahat po na nakikinig, na nunod po sa atin. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat.
Congressman, unang-una, ano po ang inyong reaksyon doon sa proposal o rekomendasyon ng DepEd na mas pabilisin o mas paikliin ang school year 2024 to 2025?
In fact, Nina, meron kaming committee meeting nung Lunes kung saan nagka-oversight kami sa iba-ibang mga areas ng concern tungkol sa ating edukasyon. Isa po doon was the academic calendar. Kasi kung maalala rin po ninyo, Nina, noong mga Marso, ay nagkaroon din po kami ng oversight committee meeting tungkol sa academic calendar. Noong panahon na yon, ang latag po sa Committee on Basic Education ng Department of Education ng Marso ay ibabalik raw po nila unti-unti yung academic calendar kung saan yung summer magiging April, May. Pero ang sinabi po nila sa atin noon ay probably po hindi ganun kabilis, magiging 5 academic calendar bago maibalik. Pero nakita po natin ngayong Abril ay talagang napakaraming klase ang nakakakanselado yung face-to-face. Ang nangyayari po ay talagang online or modules. Sa ibang parte naman po, bagamat nagkakatuloy, talagang may discomfort raw po talaga yung teachers pati yung mga students sa pagpasok sa paaralan. Kaya doon po na sinasabi po, hinihikayat ang Department of Education na pabilisin po yung pagbalik sa old academic calendar kung maaari dahil talagang sobrang tindi ng init. Hindi po katulad nung noon. Kaya nung Lunes po, pinatawag po namin ng DepEd para malaman kung ano ang meron na po bang developments na bago. Baka mamaya ay ganun kahaba pa rin ang plano nila. Nung dumating po sila nung Lunes, sinabi po nila meron silang nasubmit na mga pagpapaiksi na po nung pagbabalik ng panahon sa old academic calendar. Meaning, by next year, hopefully, yan na yung huling academic calendar na meron pang pasokan ng Abril. Pagkatapos po ng next year, balik na po talaga sa dating old academic calendar kung saan April at May magiging summer vacation na po ng ating mga teachers at kami na maibalik na sa ngayon kasi talaga nakikita po natin, apektado yung continuity of learning. Nina, nabanggit mo nga, magulang ka ng anak mo pumapasok. Alam natin na hindi maganda yung paputol-putol na klase at equally, hindi rin maganda na hindi face-to-face. Wala talagang substitute ang face-to-face. Yan talaga ang pinaka-effective. Kailangan talagang minimal lang yung paggamit ng online o yung modules. Kaya dahil tumitindi talaga ang init, maganda na po talaga na maibalik natin sa old academic calendar.
So sir, mula po sa rekomendasyong iya, mababawasan ng recommended na 180 days na kabubuang face-to-face classes ng mga kabataan. Ano po yung magiging epekto nito sa learners?
Unang-una, Ma'am Weng, ngayon academic calendar na ito, base sa hearing nung Lunes, lumalabas na hindi rin naabot ng yung minimum na 180 days. Pero sabihin na natin, wag na natin pagtalunan kung 180 days o hindi. Alam rin natin na napakaraming araw na hindi po tayo nag-face-to-face, nag-online po tayo o nag-modules. Alam po natin hindi ganun ka-effective yun. Siguro hindi naman tayo dapat maging masyadong rigid na kailangan maabot natin. Ang kailangan po, quality education. Hindi yung checklist na maabot lang natin yung minimum number of days, yung mga ganung bagay. Ay kailangan po ay yun ang abutin natin. Ang importante po na ihahatid natin kalidad na edukasyon. Ang sabi nga po nila, kung next year ay isu-shorten na po natin para makabalik sa old academic calendar, probably po talagang hindi raw umabot yung 180 days. Sa hearing po nung Lunes, lumabas rin. Ang isang alternatibo dyan ay siguro para kung talagang rigid tayo, gusto natin umabot doon, ay Sabado merong online o modules para maabot yon. Pero sa akin din, yung 180 days na yan, kung polisiya man yan o batas yan, siguro naman po mapagkakasunduan yan ng Department of Education ng Malacanang, ng House of Representatives at ng Senado na kung kinakailangan po, magpasa po tayo ng exemption para sa next academic calendar. Ang importante po, hindi yung 180 days na minimum. Ang importante, quality education ang nahatid natin sa bawat mag-aaral.
So sir, pero di ba 200 days talaga yung school calendar ng mga estudyante? So yung sinasabing 180, face-to-face lang?
Hindi po. Ang requirement is 180 to 220 days. Yan po yung requirement. Minimum of 180 days, maximum of 220 days. Yan po, again po, yung underlying po niyan ay dapat kalidad na edukasyon yung hinahatid natin. Pero Ma'am Weng, itong nakalipas lang na, itong Abril lang, panahon na Abril, kahit Marso, bilangin po natin yung number of days na cancel po tayo ng face-to-face. Nag-shift tayo to online. Nag-shift tayo to module. Again po, again, that is assuming na lahat ng tablets ay gumagana. That assumes na lahat po ng yung Wi-Fi ay stable. Pero alam po natin, hindi totoo yan. Alam natin ang pinaka-effective is face-to-face. Kaya alam rin natin ang katotohanan na ang importante, kalidad ng edukasyon ang ating maihatid, whether that is 180 days o the maximum of 220 days, o kung kailangan bumawas sa 180 days, importante po, tuloy-tuloy, continuity of learning and kalidad na edukasyon ang naihatid natin sa bawat learner.
Kasi kasama pa dyan na pinabawas, sir, yung di ba, pagka nasususpend ng klase dahil may bagyo, may mga strike.
Alam mo, Ma'am Weng, sa totoo, sabi nga natin, last year pa po kasi yung issue na to ng academic calendar. Di ba, I think na-interview rin ako nila Ma'am Nina last year, na pag-usapan natin dito sa ating bansa, dadalawa lang naman po ang season tag-ulan at tagtuyot. Pag tag-ulan, ang problema po natin, sa totoo po, ang problema natin doon yung bagyo. Minsan nagagamit pang evacuation center yung ating mga paaralan. So, ang sinasabi nga natin last year pa, ang dapat tingnan ng Department of Education kung ano ang pipiliin niyang academic calendar ay kung saan pinakakonti mababawasan yung continuity of learning. Yung tuloy-tuloy po na pag-aaral. Kasi both ways po talagang apektado. Pangalawa, kung ano man ang piliin ng DepEd, kung ano yung recommend nila na doon tayo ulit na academic calendar, kailangan may challenges po, whether tagtuyot o tag-ulan. Kailangan po makipagpulong na po sila sa DPWH, sa DICT. Kailangan po siguraduhin po nila na unang-una, yung mga moving forward po, pag gagawa tayo ng school building o magre-repair ng school building, kailangan maganda yung ventilation. Kung talagang hindi kaya po, siguro panahon na po na tingnan rin po, dahil maaraw naman sa Pilipinas, baka naman yung mga solar panels, panahon na maglalagay po tayo sa mga paaralan. Kasi yung electric fan po, minsan po sa ibang lugar talaga naglolokohan na lang po tayo pag sinabi natin sapat yung electric fan kasi hindi rin po talaga kaya. Talagang aircon po talaga ang kailangan. So, maaari po na with DICT, DPWH, yun ang sinasabi lang natin, complete staff work, makipagpulong na po ng DepEd, kailangan siguro ng solar panels. Tingnan po natin kung ano yung mga iba-ibang alternatibo para masigurado natin na komportable naman yung pagpasok sa paaralan. Again po, whether tagtuyot o tag-ulan, pareho may challenges yan. Pangalawa, pag tag-ulan naman po, siguro dapat konsultahin ng DepEd. I-identify na po nila lahat ng DepEd schools, lahat ng schools. Tingnan na po, tanungin sa DPWH, lahat po ba yan may proper drainage? Lahat po ba yan safe po yung assuming umulan, yung flooding po ba mangyayari sa mga paaralan namin o hindi? Kailangan po talaga mapaghandaan whether kung ano man yung academic calendar year natin dahil pareho pong may challenges. Pero again po, complete staff work, kailangan talaga makipagpulong ng DepEd sa iba-ibang ahensya ng gobyerno.
Dito naman po tayo sa usapin na aprobado na ng National Economic Development Authority o NEDA ang Basic Education Development Plan 2030 ng DepEd. Ano po ang inyong reaksyon dito at ano po ang mga karagdagang programa na nakikita ninyong makakatulong sa Sustainable Development Goals ng basic education sa bansa?
Ang totoo po niyan, hindi pa nasasubmit sa amin po yan. So probably nasa executive department pa rin po yung Basic Education Development Plan. Sa parte po ng Kongreso, ang ginagawa po namin ngayon ay yung mga reforms sa edukasyon na nakita po namin unang-una, nabigay sa amin ng EDCOM 2 sa pag-aaral ng EDCOM 2 at syempre po yung mga inihain din ng ating mga kapwa mambabatas.
So sir, isa din po sa inaprubahan ng NEDA ang matatag agenda. Ano po ang nakikita ninyong major contribution sa mga kabataan ng programang ito mula nang ilunsad ito nitong nakaraang taon?
Alam mo, ang matatag curriculum para sa akin po, sang-ayon ako lalong-lalo na yung dun sa grades 1 to 3. Sa totoo po, sa ilalim ng curriculum ng K-12, masyado po naging congested ang mga competencies and marami masyadong subjects, marami masyadong competencies. Sang-ayon po ako na una, binawasan po ang subject sa grades 1, 2, and 3. Tama po yun. 5 subjects lang po, 6 pagdating ng grade 3. Mag-focus lang sa reading comprehension, yung reading, sa mathematics age-appropriate at sa GMRC. Yan po yung inilatag po sa amin na matatag curriculum for 1 to 3. Alam rin po natin, base sa international assessment exams, yung PISA, As an example, hindi po maganda ang scores natin pagdating sa reading comprehension. Alam na rin po natin na matalino ang batang Pilipino. Tiningnan po natin ang curriculum, masyadong maraming subjects. Kaya nung sinabi ng matatag curriculum na babawasan po yan, tama po yan. Ang sinasabi lang po namin sa Department of Education, hanggang ngayon po, last year pa po linatag yung matatag curriculum, yung 5 subjects sa grades 1, 2, 3. Pero this year po, ang ginawa lang po nila, pilot implementation. 35 schools lang. Doon lang po nila in-implement. We have about 47,000 schools sa buong Pilipinas na DepEd. 38,000 po doon, I think, is yung basic, ito yung elementary. So imagine po, kung 35 lang, pinilot ninyo, yung effect po hindi mararamdaman ng mas maraming mag-aaral na Pilipino. Ang sinabi po nila sa amin nung Lunes sa committee meeting ay dahil kailangan pa po nilang pinilot para makita nila kung mabisa o hindi. Pero Ma'am Nina, Ma'am Weng, alam natin ang totoo. Reading comprehension, kahit magtanong tayo sa kahit sinong dalubhasa, it is already a science kung paano effective maituro yan. Matagal na po yung paano maituro ng tama para maintindihan. So, alam po natin na dati hanggang ngayon, yan pa rin yung ginagamit. Dapat po ay implement ng maayos, bawasan lang ang subjects. Sabi ko nga sa DepEd, hindi ko maintindihan, alam na natin na hindi maganda ang resulta ng international and local assessment natin. So kung hindi tayo gagawa ng reforms agad-agad, why will we expect na magpapalit yung kalidad ng edukasyon? Kailangan po talaga natin mag-reforms agad. Yung matatag curriculum kailangan implement agad, lalong-lalo na 1 to 3. Yung sa ibang level po, sige po, kailangan pag-aralan yun. Pero yung 1, 2, 3, reading comprehension po yan. Yan yung pinaka-basic foundational subject. Kailangan po talaga, yan yung ma-impart natin sa ating kabataang mag-aaral.
Alright, from 35 na pilot to 40,000 plus schools, no? So sana po ay magawa na rin po yan sa lalong madaling panahon. Good luck, good luck rin po sa DepEd. Marami-rami po yan. So maraming salamat na po, Congressman, Representative, Pasig City Representative Roman Romulo, ang chairman ng House Committee on Basic Education and Culture. Thank you.
Salamat po.
Roles and programs ng National Intelligence Coordinating Agency para sa Bagong Pilipinas campaign ng pamahalaan ating tatalakayin kasama si Deputy Director General for Special Concerns Abelardo Villacorta ng National Intelligence Coordinating Agency. Sir Villacorta, magandang tanghali po at welcome sa Bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
Magandang tanghali din po sa inyo, Ma'am Weng at Ninya, at sa lahat po ng mga nakikinig at nanonood sa Bagong Pilipinas program po natin.
Sir, una po sa lahat, ano po ang role nitong NICA sa Bagong Pilipinas campaign ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr.?
Well, before I will answer directly to that question, Ma'am Weng, I would like to inform you and the Filipino people that intelligence is the first line of defense. Meron po kasi tayong threat to national security, which is the primary concern of the government. So, ito yung intelligence ang nagbibigay ng lahat ng mga information upang sa ganon ang ating policymakers would be able to come up with a plan or program that can address all the threats that we are encountering in our country. So, sa NICA, ang aming, sa pangalan na lang, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, ibig sabihin, ang NICA is the coordinator of all intelligence activities. We are the one conducting, directing, and evaluating all the intelligence or the informations that are being collected by the various government intelligence agencies. At dito, we are processing all this information at pagkatapos nito, we come up with an intelligence. Yun yung product ng collected information by all the intelligence community. So we call that intelligence. Ibig sabihin, lutong-luto na yon, no? At ito na ngayon, yung aming ibinibigay sa ating policymakers, well, of course, directly to the President, the National Security Advisor, and all the other government agencies that need the intelligence that we produce at NICA.
So these intelligence reports that you're gathering, sir, they're coming from the different agencies. Like, what are the agencies that are involved in this? So, and do you also conduct your own, intelligence collection?
Yeah, of course. In fact, we have the National Intelligence Committee, which is composed of various agencies of the government that have intelligence function, like the DFA, the Bureau of Immigration, of course the PNP, the AFP, PDEA, NBI, Customs, DA also because of agricultural smuggling, and other agencies.
Sa mga DICT kasama na rin dyan?
Yeah, of course, we have that. And Coast Guard. And we conduct monthly meeting to discuss all the various concerns pertaining to threats to national security. And other than the information that are being provided to us during these meetings and some other meetings or workshops that are being conducted, we also produce our own collection effort. So lahat ito i-integrate namin, and after that, of course, with all the process that is being conducted, as I've said, we come up with an intelligence. Yun na yung sinasabi nating A1 information na product ng aming process, which is being disseminated to all those agencies that needs all this information or intelligence.
Speaking of A1 information, sino po nagka-classify kung ito po ay A1 or ito ay top secret or confidential?
Yeah. We at the NICA is doing that. And also in other agencies like the AFP and the PNP, they also do that. They also evaluate all this information. And they come up with A1, B1, whatever. Kung ano man yun. It depends on the source and the information that are being collected from the field, from their sources, be it signal intelligence or human intelligence.
So sir, ano naman po yung binibigyang prioridad ng NICA para sa pagpapanatili ng seguridad at kapayapaan ng bansa?
Well, of course, alam natin na meron pang threat ng communist terrorist group. So, pinagpatuloy natin ang ating National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict. Very active ang NICA dito. Of the 12 cluster, ang nangunguna sa isang cluster which is called the SACAM or the Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management ay ang NICA. And this is the information campaign for all our people, not only in government but also in the private sector, all community members, to know the real situation about the lies and deception of the communist terrorist group. Because there are so many of our youth, the students, that are being recruited into the CPP, NPA, NDF. At kawawa sila. Yung mga pangarap nila, ambition nila ay nasisira because they are being deceived to join the movement and become members of the NPA. Namamatay sila. Pati magulang. We have a lot of parents joining us already. Ang tawag nga nila, yakap ng magulang. And that very active ito, tumutulong sa amin in our situational awareness and knowledge management. At napakalaking tulong. And aside from this, we also provide support to our legal cluster. We provide information for the investigators to start with it. And this is the reason why there are so many cases that were filed by our government through the LCAT and the DOJ because of this information that we provide to them. And there are so many pending investigations right now. And this is also the reason why some of the members of the Communist Party of the Philippines, the NPA, are being designated as terrorist group or terrorist individual because of the data, because of the information that we have at hand. Yun ang nagagawa ngayon natin dito sa task force natin to end the local communist armed conflict.
Sir, paano po nila nahihikayat yung ating mga kabataan ngayon dito sa tinatawag nating violent ideology na may kinalaman sa terorismo? Ano po yung mga paraan kung paano sila nare-recruit sa ngayon?
Well, first, kung ang isang youth is student at member siya ng College Editors Guild, alam naman natin, matatalino ito, magagaling, ano? And they are very much involved in the activities in the universities. Pag ito ay na-identify ng mga recruiter ng CPP, like the League of Filipino Students. League of Filipino Students is the one in charge in the recruitment of our students in the colleges and universities. At yung magagaling sa oration, ano? Yung magagaling in writing, journalism, ito yung kinukuha nila because of the propaganda activities ng CPP-NPA. Sila yung mga nagsasalita pag may mga rallies, may protest dyan sa kalsada, sila yung magagaling yon. They are the recruits ng CPP-NPA through the League of Filipino Students. At kung sila ay napaniwala na nila, they will undergo some seminars, some trainings, hanggang mag-underground member na sila ng Kabataang Makabayan. This is the underground organization of the CPP. At ito ngayon, ang magiging daan para sila ay mapunta sa NPA.
So ito pong mga organisasyon na to, let's say the LFS, very active pa rin po sila.
Yes.
They are free to go around and talk to the students. I remember, Asik Kuweng, nung estudyante ako sa UP, talagang pinapayagan po ng aming mga teacher, pumasok sila. In fact, they pause our class. Parang, sige, bigyan muna natin sila ng pagkakataon na magsalita sa klase. And then, doon ko unang nakita sila at narinig. And then after that, so they're very free to roam around. Now, if you've already identified them as connected to mga CPP, NPA, bakit hindi pa sila pagbawalan na lang altogether?
Kasi ang LFS, sinatawag nilang legal front. They are the legal above ground. So ibig sabihin, legal ang kanilang movement, ang kanilang activities. But remember, they are under the umbrella of the National Democratic Front. The National Democratic Front, ano, na nandyan lahat, LFS, Gabriela, KMU, everything. Yung nakikita natin na like
yung
labor.
Mga nasa rally.
Yeah, mga nasa
sila
rally.
po yung mga cover natin dati.
At hindi naman sila humahawak ng mga barel.
At magagaling talaga sila magsalita.
Ang naging issue kasi dito, Republic Act 1700, anti-subversion law, was scrapped. So naging mas lalong legal sila. Nawala na yon. Na dati ay ito ay illegal yung pag-join sa mga ganyang organization. So libre sila ngayon and continuous ang kanilang recruitment.
Marami po bang nare-recruit? May data ho kayo kung ilan?
Yeah, I don't have the figure right now, but continuous ang kanilang recruitment. But we are able to, prevent the massive recruitment of the NTF LCAC through our SACAM cluster because ang ating various agencies in the government that are included in the SACAM cluster are really very active in going not only in the government agencies but all throughout the country, the private sector, especially the youth, the labor sectors. If you have noted, May 1st rally, the Coca-Cola, instead of protesting against the government and against the company, yung kanilang labor organization provided soft drinks sa mga tao. Napakaganda ito na pinakita ng labor union ngayon ng Coca-Cola. So, ibig sabihin, nagkaroon na ng transformation. Nagkaroon ng reorganization, transformation for a better future ng mga laborers natin, especially sa Coca-Cola.
Speaking of recruitment, kasi actually hanggang ngayon, nagpupunta pa rin sa schools itong mga nagre-recruit. Pero dahil po sa social media, nagagamit na rin po ito. And yun nga po, going to my question na, paano yun naman po binabantayan ang cyber-related crimes sa bansa, lalo pat kamakailan ay mismong si Pangulong Marcos ang naging biktima ng deep fake audio content.
Okay. Just recently, the President issued Executive Order number 54, which created the Directorate for Cybersecurity and emerging threats sa NICA. So we are now the fusion center of cybersecurity information, ang NICA. And actually, we have been doing monitoring of these social medias. Marami kaming na-identify na nagpo-post ng mga hindi magaganda laban sa gobyerno, and even in the recruitment. We are actually monitoring all this, and I don't want to give you all the specific details of this, but we are doing something in order to prevent the recruitment of our youth to become members of the communist terrorist group. Meron kaming ginagawa po rito. And yung mga na-identify namin na mga subject nila or target nila, we actually engage them personally so that we will be able to give them the right information about the lies and deception of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Kaya medyo na-lessen yung estudyante ngayon na nagpupunta na sa ating mga lansangan.
So yung sa deepfake naman po na biktima si Pangulong Marcos, na paano niyo po ito minomonitor ngayon?
Well, we are coordinating with the DICT, our cyber security agencies in the PNP, the AFP. In fact, last week we had a meeting with them, and we came up with an arrangement that we will work together in identifying all these social media bloggers and hackers, and even this fake voice of the president. Ginagawa namin ang paraan yan to be able to identify. It happened that itong mga to ay mayroong virtual personal and although we know that they came from one country, lumalabas na ang VPN nila ay nasa kabilang bansa. So it's becoming very challenging on our part to really identify these people involved in this kind of activity. But we have some partnership with other intelligence agencies, not only domestic but international. Very strong ang partnership natin. In fact, some intelligence agencies from other countries have been very active in supporting us, and that's why marami tayong nagagawa, hindi lang actually na i-broadcast o na ilalabas sa media.
So yung mga malamang po karamihan sa mga ito ay na-identify na.
Yeah. We have identities already.
We already identified, hindi lang nabobroadcast. So bukod po sa inyong nabanggit, let's go back po. No? Ano po yung pinaka gusto nyong programa na i-highlight at polisiya na gusto nyong bigyang pansin bilang kontribusyon po ng inyong ahensya, ang NICA, dito po sa Bagong Pilipinas campaign ng ating pamahalaan?
Well, yun nga, unang-una, meron kaming tinatawag na soar high. Soar high? Fly high. At gusto namin na mag-level up yung performance ng NICA. So, ito ay pinag-aralan namin through 3 days workshop, at nakarating kami sa dulo ng workshop na ito yung aming agenda, strategic agenda na tinatawag naming SOAR High. It involves national sovereignty and territorial integrity, organizational development, cybersecurity awareness. Magkaroon din kami ng capability and capacity enhancement of our people. Then enhance cooperation with the foreign and local counterparts as far as intelligence is concerned. Tapos yung anti-smuggling campaign natin, we are very much involved in this. And of course, the judicious use and distribution of our funds sa agency. And this is very important to us. And of course, me bilang chairman ng aming agency recruitment and appointment board, we must see to it that yung mga gustong pumasok sa NICA are the best among the best. And in our promotion for our personnel, it will always be on a merit system, based on merit system. Kaya ang dami ho namin ginagawa ngayon sa NICA under the leadership of Director General Ricardo De Leon. Very active, ang bilis ng isip at napakaraming iniisip para masuportahan ang programa ng ating presidente. And now, Ang isang nakita namin na solusyon dito sa problema natin, napakalaking problema because they say that the government is corrupt, but we don't agree with that. So we launched our advocacy program, One God, One Nation, One Mission towards Pilipinas Bayan Banal. And this Pilipinas Bayan Banal is a transformation program that was initiated by our agency wherein we have 10 core values, no? Nationalism, patriotism, sincerity, justice, faith, charity, divine love, then yung ating humility, the courage to fight what is wrong, and of course, Christhood. If we can have that, then we believe kung lahat ng mamamayang Pilipino ay mayroong ganon sa 10 core values na yan, we will succeed in our campaign against corruption in government na parati tayong pinagsasabihan ng ating mga kababayan ng government ay corrupt. And we do not agree on that. Yeah.
Sayang, no? Sana mas mahaba pa yung oras. Dapat meron tong part 2, Sir Balita.
Of course,
kasi kukulang tayo sa oras, sir.
Yeah.
So maraming salamat po sa inyong oras. Deputy Director General for Special Concerns, Abelardo Villacorta ng National Intelligence Coordinating Agency. Thank you, sir.
And thank you very much also for this opportunity being invited here so that more or less ay maipabahagi rin namin sa ating mga kababayan kung ano ang NICA at kung anong ginagawa ng NICA. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Samantala, pinangunahan ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang panunumpa ng nasa mahigit 30 bagong miyembro ng Partido Federal ng Pilipinas o PFP. Kabilang dito ang 11 gobernador at 14 na vice governor. Dito hinimok ng Pangulo ang PFP na magsumikap na baguhin ang politika sa bansa at magkaisa para sa kapakanan ng bawat Pilipino. Bilang chairperson ng PFP National, sinabi rin ng Pangulo na simula na ito ng paghahanda ng partido isang taon bago ang 2025 midterm elections. Ito aniya ay para matiyak na organized at may maayos na komunikasyon ang bawat kasapi nito para sa maayos na serbisyo sa mamamayan. Kabilang sa pinaghahandaan ng partido ngayon ang pagbuo ng steering committee at pakikipag-usap sa iba't ibang partido para sa posibleng pakikipag-alyansa. Water allocation sa MWSS ating alamin kasama si Engineer Patrick Dizon, Department Manager ng Water and Sewerage Management ng MWSS. Engineer Dizon, magandang tanghali po.
Magandang tanghali po, Ms. Weng, at maraming salamat po sa pag-ibita po sa MWSS.
Sir, ni-retain ng NWRB ang water allocation para sa Manila Water at Maynilad mula sa Angat Dam ngayong buwan ng Mayo. Ano po ang dahilan nito?
Opo, Ms. Weng. Naintindihan po ng MWSS po yung hirap po na dinadanas ngayon ng ating pong kababayan dahil sa init po ng panahon. Kaya kami po sa MWSS ay nag-request po sa ating pong National Water Resources Board at ng ating pong mga members po ng Interagency Technical Working Group on Angat Dam Operations na wag po kaming bawasan ng allocation ngayong buwan ng Mayo. So sa ngayon ay na-retain po, tama po kayo, Ms. Weng, na-retain yung 50 CMS or equivalent po ito ng around 4.3 billion litrong tubig po kada araw at nasusuplayan po natin yung 90% po na water requirement po ng buong MWSS service areas para hindi po tayo magkaroon po ng water service interruption.
Sa ngayon, sir, kumusta po ang level ng tubig dyan sa Angat Dam?
Apo, ngayong alas 12 po ng hapon po ay nasa 187.12 meters po yung elevation po ng ating Angat Reservoir. So sa nakaraang 5 araw, Miss Nina, ay nasa around 41 centimeter ang average po na binababa ng ating pong tubig sa ating reservoir kada araw. So ito po ay within pa naman po sa ating pong upper at lower operating rule curve ng ating pong reservoir at malayo pa ito sa ating pong critical level na 160 meters.
Ayon din po sa ulat, may karagdagang 1 cubic meter per second na makukuha ang Maynilad mula sa allocation ng National Irrigation Administration. Ano po ang dahilan nito, sir?
Tama po kayo, Ms. Weng, no, na meron pong naging kasunduan ng ating pong mga konsesyonaryo sa ating pong National Irrigation Administration or NIA. In coordination naman po ito sa Irrigators Association po ng Bulacan Province para hiramin po muna ng MWSS yung kanilang 1 cubic meter per second na location na nanggagaling sa Angat Reservoir. Ang dahilan po nito ay dahil po sa init po talaga ng panahon ngayon, since sa ganitong buwan po talaga at dahil na din po sa epekto ng El Nino ay sobrang napakainit at hindi na din po sapat yung binibigay sa ating allocation na tubig na nanggagaling sa Angat Dam dahil na din sa tumataas po yung konsumo po ng tubig po ng ating pong mga kababayan.
Sir, may ilang mga lugar naman po ang nagkakaroon ng mahinang water pressure o minsan ay mabilis na water interruptions. Ano naman po ang mga dahilan nito?
Opo, tulad po ng nababanggit ko dito, Ms. Nino, no, na itong paghina po ng water pressure sa ating pong mga kabahayan ay isa sa mga inisyatibo natin para pababayin po lalo yung konsumo po ng ating pong mga customers ngayong summer. At para na din po mapababa yung ating pong leakages o yung mga nasasayang na tubig sa ating pong sistema. Pero ini-ensure naman namin na Ms. Nino, no, na sa ating pong kababayan na hindi naman po tayo mawawalan po ng tubig sa mga oras po na magkakandak kami ng mga pressure management strategies at ihina lamang po yung ating pong pressure post ng ating pong tubig. Pero kung sakali naman po na magkaroon po ng mga water interruption po sa ating mga lugar, ay i-announce naman po natin ito in advance sa ating pong mga customers. Pero itong mga interruption pong ito ay dulot po ng mga maintenance or mga leak activities po or leak repair activities na regular naman po natin ginagawa para mapabuti po natin yung serbisyo sa ating pong mga customers.
Sir, paano naman po ang monitoring na maaari nating gawin hinggil sa water conservation, lalo na po sa mga residential areas, lalo pat mas magiging mainit pa ang panahon ngayong buwan ng Mayo ayon sa Pag-asa?
Ms. Weng, nagkaroon po kami ng meeting with DNR Water Resources Management Office po at ng ating po mga konsesyonaryo kung paano po natin mababantayan yung nagiging konsumo po ng ating customers po sa nakaraang mga buwan, especially nitong summer. Expect po ng mga customers po natin po na makaka-receive po sila ng mga notices po sa kanilang mga billing kung yung mga kanilang naging konsumo po ay tumaas ba o bumaba. So kung bumaba po yung kanilang konsumo ay i-recognize po natin sila. Pero kung malaki po yung itinaas po ng kanilang konsumo ay atin pong iimbestigahan po ito at kung napatunayan po na wala naman pong leak po sa kanilang kabahayan ay wawarningan po natin sila at tutulungan po natin at tuturuan po natin kung paano po makatipid ng paggamit po ng tubig.
So yun, dapat talaga makiisa sa panawagan na yan. Maraming salamat po sir sa inyong oras. Engineer Patrick Dizon, Department Manager ng Water and Sewerage Management ng MWSS.
At dito na nagtatapos ang ating programa sa araw na ito.
Samahan niyo po kami ulit bukas para sa mahalagang talakayan, mabilis na aksyon ng pamahalaan. Mula sa Presidential Communications Office, ako po si Asik Weng Hidalgo.
Ako si Nina Corpus. Sama-sama tayo para sa isang bagong Pilipinas ngayon.
My name is Serena Sesombat. I'm the managing director of Snu coffee player based in Laos and operating since 1994. When Mr. Sinuk, the founder, created the company, his aim was to contribute to the development of the country. So he wanted to develop an activity which would contribute to creating jobs in the community and also highlight a key resource from Laos, which was the coffee. So the main focus at the beginning was really agriculture, developing plantations and exporting green beans. Then we quickly saw that there was an untapped potential for Lao coffee. So he decided to diversify activities and moving into roasting activities and also retail, meaning that he started to open coffee shops both in Paksay and progressively in Vientiane capital as well. By developing these roasting and retail activities, the brand Sinuk Coffee came up, and this was one of the first coffee brands in Laos. Developing this first coffee brand in Laos was a key milestone for the company. It really established our ambition to highlight the fact that Laos could make product and export it eventually to the world. And at the same time, I would say, still continuing our mission to creating jobs and highlighting this key resource of Laos that we were mentioning before, which is the Lao coffee. As I joined the company 6 years ago, I immediately understood that being part of ASEAN was a key point for us and that we should leverage on this. So right from the beginning, I immediately took the opportunity to show our company capability on every platform that was offered to us. For example, in 2017, when we had the opportunity to compete into the ASEAN stage for the ASEAN Business Awards, I immediately stepped into this. So we applied as a Lao company for 2 awards that were the ASEAN Women Entrepreneur Award, and the second one was SME Excellence. I fortunately, got the ASEAN Women Business Entrepreneur Award. So I was so proud, and I really wanted to highlight the achievement of the company.
And our Women Entrepreneur of the Year is...
From the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Serena Sisombat Hervey of Sinuk Coffee. This award recognizes the outstanding women in business who have demonstrated significant success through leadership, market positioning, and company performance.
How I got this award is that I was showing how the company had been doing over the past few years, and also showing the plans for our business to shine on the ASEAN market over the next year. And that was a significant milestone for us, I would say. So since then, our company still keeps some activities in ASEAN. We're trying to develop partnerships, keep in contact with the coffee industry in the region as well. And that's quite important to leverage on this network, because it's also how we elevate our knowledge and gain access to some knowledge that is useful for us to also expand our activities.
Ang paglalakbay ng inyong PTV. Malayo pa. Pero malayo na. Simula 1974, sinamahan niyo kami sa mahahalagang pangyayari sa Pilipinas. Para sa Diyos, para sa pamilya, para sa sarili, para sa bayan. Kami ang inyong People's Television, ang pambansang TV, para sa bagong Pilipinas.
Isang oras na hitik na weekend balitaan ang sasa inyo. Tuwing Sabado at Linggo, kasama si Dominic Almelor. Ulat Bayan Weekend. Alas 6 ng gabi, dito lang sa PTV.
Ako si Daryl Oclares mula sa Mandaluyong City. Naalala ko pa nung panahon na nag-apply ako sa PTV. Actually, hindi talaga reporter yung na-applyan ko. I applied as a audio library assistant and then they saw my resume. Recommend ako as a writer. And then during my interview, nakapasok ako sa office ng sports. And then as someone na mahilig sa sports, naglakas loob ako magsabi during the interview na gusto ko maging writer sa sports. And then sabi sa akin ng OIC din na kung magiging writer ka sa sports, dapat maging reporter ka na din. So I took the courage to be a reporter sa sports, and then the rest is history. I was able to cover various sports event. I was able to meet yung mga sports icons na dating pinapanood ko lang sa TV. Kaya malaki ang pasalamat ko sa PTV for this opportunity to be a sports reporter.
Ang batikan at matapang na broadcaster na inyong pinagkakatiwalaan.
Yang ginagawa ninyo, kaya nawawala ng respeto ang taong bayan sa atin dahil sa mga ginagawa nyong
Erwin Tulfo sa Punto Asintado Reload. Kasama ang isa pang astig na mamamahayag, Aljo Bendijo.
Di makakalusot sa atin yan. Pag nasa pulke ng video, yung mga pang-abuso, yari ka dito.
Punto Asintado Reload. Lunes hanggang Biyernes, alas 10 ng umaga. Simulcast over Radyo Pilipinas at mapapanood dito lang sa inyong People's Television.